was that Chuck had once shown me a photo of like prom, and he was in a tuxedo and he had a mullet. So I was like, we got to make a tuxedo mullet photo.
Well, the cool thing about it, and you fooled me because I thought it was real.
Well, that's good.
The perm mullet combo was over the top classic.
It really was.
Like, because you've seen the like Joe Dirt mullets and stuff like that. I mean, those are a dime a dozen, right? With the short and the, what do they call, party in the back, business in the front. This was full on perm with the mullet.
Which is
that was fabulous.
And that's how I recall it. I don't know if that's how the picture actually looked, but that's what I recall, so that's what we went with.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was great. And tasty. So,
well, there you go. See, so it served double duty. And then now there's the cutouts of his faces everywhere, which will haunt us for far too long, I'm sure. Because Bucky's face is on a Kraken cardboard cutout, and that freaks people out all the time because they think it's a real person. So
that's right.
Yeah, so we've got all that to look forward to, whatever they decide to do with Chuck's face. I don't know what you do once you print someone's face out on a bunch of like laminated things. You just throw them away and then it haunts the landfills.
Eventually, yeah, I think so. I think my wife kept my 50th birthday. She made one of those big placards
big head.
with like big No, she did the pictures.
Okay.
Pictures of my life and all that sort of stuff. And she kept that down. We still have that down in the basement. That'll probably, but yeah, not the big heads. I still have a picture of each kid. The Mariners during COVID. Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah, you could put your kids in the stands.
You could put your kids in the stands.
Yeah.
So I've got both kids just chilling in the basement, just in the stands in T-Mobile Park. But you look back on them, and now they're, it was 6 years ago. So instead of 16 and 14, they were 10 and 8.
That's a cool thing to save, though, too, because that is, that's hopefully something we never have to deal with again. So,
let's hope.
So kind of a neat thing, though, to at least remember how we got by.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Let them take it to college and all that good stuff.
Exactly. Right? There you go.
Do you ever take the cutouts to the playground?
Oh, my gosh.
Cutouts to the playground?
Like, take your cutouts to the playground. Like, pretend like they're your children.
That they're there.
Oh, my gosh.
I still got playground kids.
You should. And then be like, oh, no, I'm just here with my kids. And let people be like,
you're the creepy one.
That's how you get the cops called.
Yeah.
I do have to give a shout out and appreciation real quick and thank Dick for being here because he was on the call in the Storm game last night.
Yes.
So what time did you get to bed?
Well, see, the thing is, after Storm games, I can't go right to bed.
Right, I wouldn't think so.
Because normally I'd go to bed at like between 10 and 10:30, and last night I was like, not only A, can I not go to bed after a Storm game, but B, I had not watched the Spurs game yet.
Oh, gosh.
So I was like, all right, am I really going to watch all of this Spurs game? No, but I'm going to watch. I'll go back and see like where the runs came.
Yeah,
and
the
where
most important parts.
So I watched the big, how the Spurs went from 14 up to like 6 down, and then I watched like the last 5 minutes of the game. So by that time it was over. It was pushing 11.
Okay. So you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Oh, yeah, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but it's good to be here. And I just, I literally just found out in the last, when I saw you start the show at 6 o'clock, that I wasn't running the show.
Oh, you didn't know?
I didn't know. So I was like, cool.
Oh, this is way easier.
Cool. Because I was all prepared to do that. And then I was like, okay, I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I'm like, okay, now Ashley's in this chair over here. She going to stay in this chair or is she going to move? And then I was like, wait a second. She might start to talk here in a second. I'm just going to wait and see if that happens.
Wait and see what happens.
I'm going to wait and see if that happens. And then she started talking. I was kind of like fist pump.
Okay, so what did Purple Sheet ask you to do then when he asked you to come
Host the show.
Oh, my goodness.
Rude.
I even said to him, I said, well, if Dick's coming in, do you want him to host the show? He said, no. You host. You run things. He'll co-host.
Okay. All right.
Purple Sheet, we got to have words.
I'm overly prepared for today.
Okay, well, you know what?
Perfect.
We can take turns.
No,
we can take turns.
You're
we
so
can
good.
Take turns. Oh, my goodness. Gosh, and that means you're now probably thinking, too, I could have gone to bed, actually, way earlier. I did way too much work.
I watched too much of the Spurs game.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Well, we're not going to start off with talking about the Spurs. We got to talk about the Mariners because we were riding this 8-game win streak. They snapped it yesterday, and I feel like I just was like, okay. There wasn't a lot of disappointment, but there also wasn't a lot of overexcitement with the 8-game win streak because I felt like with that win streak, you're finally doing what you were supposed to be doing. You know, I remember a couple of years ago, we had the 14-game win streak, and that was like all hype. Everyone's just freaking out. How long is this going to go? With this one, I was like, finally, you're taking care of the business you were supposed to be taking care of for the last 2 months. Is that how you felt, or?
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, they're beating bad baseball teams, which is awesome. You have to do that. I mean, every year, how you get to 90 wins, and Softy and I've charted this for years and years over this, run that the Mariners have won about 90 games. And every year in like September, like, okay, let's go look to see what these teams have done against sub 500 teams and what they've done against good teams. And almost without fail, the teams that get to 90 wins are 25 games over, or let's say 15 to 20 games over against bad baseball teams, and they're right around 500 against the good baseball teams. That's how you get to 90. And so this was a step in that direction. And, when you take a look at who they have to play, they don't have another game against a team with a winning record until the 24th of June.
I'll take that.
So, I mean, it's just the Bostons and the Baltimores and the Washingtons, and so
all underachieving right now.
Yes, and as they continue to get healthier and get Cal Raleigh back and Brendan Donovan back, I mean, it's not. Yeah, we're not going to go 17-1 between now and June 24th.
We can if we
can
want.
If we wanted to.
That one I would be more excited about than the 8-game win streak.
But I mean, it's a stretch where you should go 13-7 over the next 20, 14-6 over the next 20, and get yourself. And you all of a sudden look up and go, wow, we're 10 games over 500. Yeah, we're kind of where we should be at this point.
Which that's the funny thing, right? Is it's finally like, oh, now we are where we expected that we would be. That's what I think is so interesting because, in the past, I have ridden that roller coaster hard of like wins and losses. And as a fan, you're just, sinking and rising with everything they're doing. And now I'm like, nope, we're going to stay more even keel. I think it's Chuck and Buck. They've rubbed off on me a lot. But so I watch it a lot more evenly. So with this 8-game win streak, I was like, yeah, okay, we're getting a win. We're stacking them up. But now we're just playing how I expect us to be playing. Of course, then you get this loss yesterday, and you are reminded of the fragile parts of this Mariners team that do still cause concern, a.k.a. sloppy defense. And just how one pitcher's outing can kind of make or break the entire thing, especially if your offense isn't showing up, which the offense didn't show up yesterday. We're leaving runners on base. We're making errors in the field, and then Kirby gives up 9 hits in only 4 innings. Things like that where it kind of is like, ooh, now that we've gone to the 6-man rotation from the piggyback, right? And we're relying on these starters to do, and the bullpen now every single day throughout this whole road trip. Those are the things that make me a little nervous and question how confident I am in this team.
Well, I think another thing that makes you a little more calm this year is you don't see an Astro team that's going to win 90 wins.
Absolutely.
And you don't see a Texas Ranger team that's going to win 90. I mean, I think that we've got this huge safety net that's the AL West.
Yeah.
And it just, so yes, I'm excited for wins and I'm bummed for losses, but you're right. It's not nearly once I'm totally interested in this baseball team, maybe more so than I've been in years and years, just because they are so maddening. And yet I know they're really good and they have the potential to be really, so that combination makes this Mariners season like so intriguing to me. Like I just like it. I find myself watching a higher percentage of the games. I find myself just making sure I know exactly what's going on, because 162 can be really, really monotonous. And it's been less so for me this year because they started slow and you're like, what the heck's going on? And they've been so maddening, and Dan does weird stuff, and Josh Naylor throws balls into the and in the front row, and then JP Crawford does the same thing, and you're like, Randy Arozarena like runs around in circles in left field, and you're like, what is going on here? This team should be better. So it keeps your attention and it keeps your interest. But yeah, I'm not as high or low after every win or loss as I might normally be, kind of like you.
But it's interesting that you say it that way, because maddening, I do feel like I agree with that word. Because, as much as each game I'm not losing my mind, I felt like before we went on this win streak, I had not been this frustrated with the Mariners in, years.
Yeah.
A decade. I don't know. I can't remember a time where I was that irritated and annoyed. It wasn't like I was mad. I was just...
Annoyed is a good word.
I was just very annoyed. Like, why are we doing this? We are a better team than this. And I understand we have these slow starts every year, which is infuriating on its own. But we were doing it in a different way this year. It was like we wanted to make it uglier.
Yeah, it's like we wanted to make the AL West race tough.
Yeah,
Let's
we don't
just
need
make
to.
it hard on ourselves.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Because we could win 95, 96 and win by 9. But no. Let's win 87.
Yeah.
And make it really hard and go down to the last weekend and be really fun.
Because that's what Mariners fans are used to.
That's right. Exactly.
Oh, gosh. Travis, how have you felt? Like, were you riding that high of the 8-game win streak? Are you feeling confident in this team? Has anything changed over the last 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, I think after last season, the pressure to perform is definitely higher than ever before. And so, I was happy to see them go on that win streak. But, yeah, they beat up on the A's. And they beat up on
the Diamondbacks,
2 teams that they should. So, I didn't get too overly excited about it.
Yeah.
And then last night or yesterday, Kirby kind of got dinked and dunked. None of the balls none of the hits against him were that hard hit. And then, Naylor makes that error, and the 4th inning kind of gets away from them. It wasn't too concerning. Mm-hmm. So let's see them go on this road trip and get back on the winning track.
I felt like I was watching a baseball game in like 1987 yesterday, where another opposite field single for an RBI, like another just little flicked. I mean, because we really only had over the last 20 years, it was really only Ichiro that did that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but that was, we talk about being in my 50s. I mean, that was a flashback. That baseball game yesterday was 1988 baseball. Like, there was stolen bases, there were flicks the other way, there was seeing eye grounders. Like, that was how baseball, it was like, you put bat on ball in the 1980s.
Yeah.
And that's how that game worked out. And it didn't work for the Mariners, but at the same time, you're like, I found my 2026, baseball analytics brain screaming at me, God, there's the hard hit rate for the Mets isn't very good in this game, where you're used to seeing balls, you're used to seeing now either swing and miss or balls just roped for hits. That's what you're used to seeing, and we didn't see that yesterday.
Yeah, I left yesterday's game just feeling like bleh. Like, okay, it was just, it was whatever. Yeah, just, we knew we weren't going to win all of them, right? You can't. It's a long season. So you knew the win streak was going to end eventually. So I left that yesterday's game thinking, okay, well, that was ugly. At least, hopefully, we got the ugliness out in one game and we don't spread it out. But I am curious now because of this, the way that things have changed now over these last 10 days or whatever. As they go on this road trip, how's your confidence that they're going to continue doing what we just saw versus what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, I think because of the Baltimores and the Washingtons and the Bostons and all those, I think we should continue to play above 500 baseball. Our goal over the next 3-4 weeks, like I mentioned, until I think it's June 24th when we start playing winning teams again. And that, I think that's the Brewers too. I don't even think that they might not be a winning team by the time we play them. I mean, our streak may last longer than that of teams under 500. Just go win the series.
Okay.
Just go win the series. And if you give me a series just like the Mets, where you just look like the better team and you have one clunker out of 3, I'm fine. Totally fine with it.
And I feel like that's the epitome of Mariners baseball, right? That series, because you're going to win one on great pitching. You're going to win one because the offense decides to just knock it out of the park all day.
Yep.
And then you're going to lose one because everyone's going to look at the team and go, do you guys remember how to play baseball?
Yes.
Like that is every series. I feel like that if that happens, I'm like, okay, that's Mariners baseball.
Mm-hmm. And I was screaming a week or so ago about, like, before this hot streak started, it's like, why is it that we have? I understand. I even tweeted about it. I was like, I understand we're going to lose 3 to 4 games every week. Mm-hmm. That's just the baseball season. Why do 2 of those every week have to be where you literally cannot play the game of baseball? Right. Like, you forget how you either don't show up and have no energy, or you throw the ball around the yard. Why is it that this particular team has 2 of those games a week? And can we just now limit that to 1 game a week? We'll still lose the 3 games,
right? But
can we just have one where we just look like we totally forgot how to play baseball?
Yeah, because it is frustrating to watch it and you think like, okay, well, that's how often am I going to see that? How often is that going to come up when it really matters? That's what worries me, right?
Yes.
I think we, as Mariners fans, a lot in the past, we make excuses because, well, it's early and this team is slow to start and this is what happens. And I'm not saying it's not early because it is still early, but we do tend to just know that this is what this team does. We're a little ugly to start the year every year, but this, for some reason, because like Naylor, when he came in last year, we saw some exceptional defense. I mean, exceptional defense. And I'm not seeing that same exceptional defense this year. So is that just a second half of the year thing? Or is this more, because when he came in, nobody was talking about what a great first baseman he was. That wasn't why we got him.
Yeah.
And it was the bonus that he ended up being a great first baseman for the second half of the season. So is it more like what we're seeing right now that we're really supposed to get out of him? Or are we going to get back to what we saw? Like, those things concern me.
I think that some of it has to be mental. And what we just talked about 5 minutes ago about how we're not as up and down for each game because we know this division's bad, that has to creep into the consciousness of the players.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The players have to realize, dude, this division sucks. Like, if we just, we're good. We are so much better than anybody in this division. And if that creeps in over a 162 game season, I think it's human nature that, like, we can flip the switch whenever we want to flip the switch. And it's dangerous because you could get to September and you could be fighting for home field advantage and like a second seed in the playoffs, and you've thrown away games in May that you shouldn't have thrown away, and that's why you finish with the third seed instead of the second seed, which could be huge. But I do feel that there might be a little of flip the switch mentality with these guys, and that they will get cleaner towards the end of the season.
I hope so, like when it matters more. But that's what you just said there is what makes everyone so mad when we talk about it being early. Like, well, what, those early games don't count? They do. It's just, I mean, again, it's a long season. These guys know what they have to do to actually, win. And granted, I understand the Mariners haven't always done that. We haven't made the playoffs every year, but it's early means like, yeah, there's still time to fix whatever it is that has been ailing you. Clearly, an 8-game win streak just fixed the beginning of the season, right? They're above 500. They're in first place in the division. I mean, those are the things that we were hoping for at this point. And then from there, you have to build on it. But yeah, it's those sloppy games that make me nervous because you are right. It's like all of a sudden they can't do anything right. I guess I'm glad that it all happens in one game.
That's true. Yeah, instead of having a key error here by Crawford, a key error the next game by Naylor, and they're all allowing 3 runs.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, well, get it all out in one game. Just if you could give me a heads up to pick which game you're going to do, like then I don't have to watch. That'd be great because that would save me some anxiety.
It's funny that you mentioned how they're playing when you're watching. And this has been weird this year. I don't know why this is, but it seems like every time I'm not watching the Mariners game, they're winning. And every time I sit down, and even in the course of games, like where I'll watch the game, we'll be down 3-0, and I'll be like, oh man, another one of these. I'm gonna go do this, and I look at my phone, and it's 5-3 Mariners. Like 20 minutes later, I'm like, it's just weird how that is. Maybe I should.
I was gonna say, so it's your fault.
Stop watching
games.
And then I have this weight on my shoulders. Like, okay, I'm hosting a sports radio show in Seattle. I should probably watch the baseball game, but then they suck when I watch. So I swear, I mean, I don't know. There would be no way to show, but I bet of the games that I watched a majority of, we got to be 8 to 10 games under 500.
I think what you should do, just start the game like 30 minutes late. Like DVR, start at 30 minutes late. That way you have no effect on what's happening because it's already 30 minutes in your future.
Yes,
Smart.
I like to do that.
Let's see what happens there.
All right. I'm going to do that this weekend.
All right.
I'm just going to tape the game and I'll watch it 30 minutes late. Okay.
Yeah, and then let us know how it goes. If we lose, though, I'll blame you somehow.
Yeah, you'll text me like, are you watching right now?
Yeah,
yes.
You did something to screw this up, Dick.
Sorry, I'm watching right now. I allowed the last 5 runs to score.
I knew you did it. See, I knew it. All right, well, we do have a fun show planned for today. Let's find out what's on tap.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
It is funny that we still play that, by the way, because it used to be sponsored. So we played What's on Tap, and then it would have a sponsor.
Like
and then
a beer sponsor,
It
right?
was a weed sponsor.
A weed sponsor?
Yeah, it was like Buddies.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Buddies, Goodies, and Glass. It's always
Yeah.
$4.20 at Buddies?
Yeah, that's right.
My buddy actually owned that store.
Your buddy did.
Well,
didn't
he wasn't
he?
my buddy. It was actually a professor at in my law school in my sports law class at Seattle U.
Oh, that's funny.
How about that?
Yeah, so it was sponsored, so we'd play that, but now it's not, and it's like funny that I'm like, let's find out what's on tap, and then all they say is like, here's what's on tap. I don't know. Just thought about that right there. We are 1 week away officially from World Cup. That's right. It's not World Cup in Seattle in 1 week, but World Cup in general starts in 1 week. So we are going to get a visit from Anders Hurst to fill us in on all the World Cup hype, talk about if Seattle's actually ready to host one of the biggest sporting events in the world. That will be at 8 o'clock. We've also got our One Series continuing today. We are going to head out of town to talk about one of the newcomers, visiting with Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News, talking about Dante Fowler Jr. at 8:30. And if you aren't familiar with the One Series, Dick, that's basically one expert or analyst talking about one Seahawks player for one segment.
I am up at that time.
Yes,
I
figured.
So I have heard the One Series. So most of the stuff you do in the 6 o'clock hour, I got no idea because I am out. But
I usually don't have a clue what we're doing in the 6 o'clock hour either. We are going to get a visit from Greg Bell and the 12th Man News at 7:05 as well, with Seahawks OTAs continuing again this week. We've got a question of the day for you guys. We're going to give that to you at 6:45. Of course, the ABCs of the M's. We got to talk about last night's game 1 of the NBA Finals as well. Big announcements from Russell Wilson yesterday. We're going to talk about that. And if you guys missed it, the future of college sports was talked about in the Senate yesterday. So I want to have a chat about that and some of the stuff that Nick Saban said. I found myself getting irritated while I was listening to it, even though I should be not irritated because I want what he wants. But the fact that he wants it now is what's irritating me. Yeah, if that makes sense. So all of that, a busy Thursday show. That's all coming up. But next, well, we got to talk a little bit more Mariners. And we are going to actually talk about last night's game with Mariners Morning After. Coming up, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I hate this song.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Really makes you think about things, doesn't it?
I've come to talk with you.
It's like you have to be sad
Yeah.
listening to this song.
And as I'm listening to it, I'm picturing errors.
Oh, yeah. Josh Naylor.
I'm picturing irritation.
I'm picturing balls bouncing weird ways off of first base.
Yeah.
And Naylor awkwardly twisting his body and hopefully not having another back spasm.
Yeah. Picturing a ball off Naylor's thigh. Remember that one?
Yeah.
That was fun. Okay, well, when we play that song, that means the Mariners lost. We actually hadn't heard it in a while, and it was pretty nice hearing
Yeah.
the winning song. The Mariners did lose to the Mets 7-1 yesterday. The only run scored by the Mariners was a J.P. Crawford home run, which, you know, J.P., that's what we always think of him. He's our home run hitter.
Lita, I mean, how many times did he let off a game? He's let off the game like 2 or 3 times this year, right?
I know, but he is. It's just funny because he's not supposed to be this power hitter, right? And we talk about how he swings for the fences and oh gosh, what's he doing? And then he connects on these, and it's like, well, gosh, maybe we should consider him more of a home run threat. But
10. He's got 10 this season.
He's
He's got 10 bombs. Perfect example of what I was talking about last segment. I was probably 3 minutes late to turn on the game.
okay,
Turned it on. Already 1-0. We did not score again after I turned it on.
oh man. Oh, man.
brutal.
It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Well, yeah, Mets did open up the scoring in the first inning, and it was.
That's right.
We'll just say it was ugly.
I missed that one, too.
Yeah.
I missed that first run, too.
Yeah, it was ugly.
On the ground, Naylor. Over to Crawford, a wide throw into left field. And with that, Bichette comes around to score. It was set up to end the inning. Instead, a run is in, and the inning continues for the Mets.
And that is the one thing we continue to say. That's Mariners TV, by the way, on the highlight, Aaron Goldsmith. That's one thing we continue to say. You cannot give the other team extra at-bats, right? And here's a place where we should have been out. Instead, they go up 1-0. And I just felt like when you're starting a game off that way, that's ominous. Like, that doesn't make me feel good. I feel like with this team, you can kind of tell what kind of game you're going to get real early on. And when that happens, you're like, oh, all right.
Do they realize that there's a baseball game today or not? And like I said earlier, there's 2 games a week that they don't realize there's a baseball game.
Yeah, and yesterday, I guess I'm glad it was the day game. I spend less time watching day games because of nap, and so it's like more catching up. So I'm like, well, at least it was the day game. That was the game they decided.
Well, I was appreciative that they made sure the game was over before our show started at 3.
Yes.
Because it was like already 6-1. I'm like, cool, don't need to watch the rest of this.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to watch like 7th, 8th, 9th innings.
And that, again, you know what kind of game you're going to get, right? Because you've got these games where it's like the Mariners might be down, but you're like, they're not out of this one. I can tell by the way we're playing today. And then you get games like yesterday, and
they're done.
when it was like 3-1, you're like, well, this game was great.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I always feel bad for the fans that like that's their one game they go to.
I know,
Right,
Isn't that the
because
worst?
we
Such
have a
dud.
stinker every week or so, and if that's the one. That was my last year. I went to a game, and it was right in the middle of a win streak, and it was the one game we lost, and it would like we literally one of those games we did not have a chance the entire game, and that was the one game in like 3 weeks or 4 weeks that I went to. I was like, this is fabulous.
Stop
Well, yeah.
watching
I know
games.
exactly. I was
We're-
like,
we're
it's,
sensing a theme
it's
here.
Me.
Yeah, clearly. But yeah, that would be frustrating to go yesterday when you've just had 8 games that were all wins and some that were extra innings and some that were just
walk-offs.
nail biters and so exciting. And then you go to yesterday and you're like, okay, that's what we did.
Drink lots of beer.
Yes, exactly. George Kirby was the starting pitcher yesterday. Not a great game for George. He went only 4 innings, giving up 9 hits and 5 runs, and only struck out 5. My favorite thing about George, though, is when he has a bad outing, he's the one that's most irritated about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's really annoying. I haven't really been getting ahead well. Yeah, just got to find ways to, get some more swing and miss.
What is the next step in trying to be able to do that?
I think I just got to get ahead. That's first off. I've been really bad with it the last couple weeks. That'll allow me to, get some opportunities to really go for that swing and miss once I get 2 strikes. So I think that's kind of the biggest focus right now.
Talked about getting ahead. I think it was your first 14 pitches of the game today were fastballs, either the sinker or the four-seamer. Was that the goal with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just what we went with. It wasn't to make me throw more strikes or anything. It just kind of was, it's what happened.
George Kirby, you can just hear the irritation in his voice, and I just love when he starts out. Yeah, that was annoying, because he has definitely learned to control the anger that we saw from him last year.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that he doesn't mince words. He's like, no, that was dumb. I shouldn't have done that. I'm better than that. And right now he does have the second highest ERA on the team of any of the starting pitchers. Luis Castillo obviously has the highest, but even that's going down since he started the piggyback. So we'll see how that works in the 6-man rotation. But we're not getting as many impressive outings from George, but we are still getting some pretty darn impressive outings. We got a text on the Tacoma Dodge text line saying, like, well, should George be the one sent to the bullpen? Absolutely not. You're getting the most innings out of George Kirby. He should not be coming out of the bullpen. He's the one you can rely on, at least usually, most of the time, to go 7 innings, and even longer if they'll let him. And yesterday was an anomaly with the 4 innings, I think. So that's probably what pissed George off even more.
Yeah, we were discussing it yesterday afternoon, and Softy was, I'm not going to say he was in panic mode, but he was in worried about George Kirby mode. And I kind of let him go, and I was like, all right, I could either push back on him and say there's nothing to worry about George Kirby. And then I'm like, okay, while he was ranting, I'm like, oh, let's go through the numbers and see if there's something that you can find. And the one stat that I found that is concerning is strikeout to walk ratio. Because remember, George Kirby, when he came into the league, first couple of years, we're like, he's got this elite strikeout to walk ratio. 2023, it was 9-1. 9 strikeouts for every walk.
That is good.
2024, 7.8.
Okay.
2025, 4.7.
Oh.
Noticing a trend?
Yep.
2026, 3.6.
No, that's gone down a lot.
So, I mean, it is a straight 45-degree angle line down on the graph. So I think that is something that we should just keep an eye on. Like I told Softy, don't panic.
Yeah, it's definitely not panic time.
But keep an eye on the strikeout to walk ratio for the rest of the year. Can he bump that back up towards 5, where it's trending back up again, or is it going to stay in the 3s? Because if it stays in the 3s, I mean, that's very mundane, average.
Yeah, you are not a top tier pitcher at that
type
point.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, so bringing that up, this is an interesting conversation then, because so many people were so irritated, not just with the word piggyback, but with the idea of piggyback, right? Oh, why are we doing this? This is stupid. This is an unserious team, unserious baseball. This is the perfect reason of why you're doing what you're doing right now, because you don't know who it is that is going to just step out and be the most reliable starting pitchers in this rotation right now, because it is kind of all over the place. We are still getting the reliability from Brian Wu. We are still getting the good outings from Emerson Hancock, but then you've got Logan has kind of been up and down. Kirby's had his up and down moments. Castillo, and then Bryce Miller, I would put in that more solid category. But you've got 3 guys that are kind of all over the place a little bit this year.
Yeah.
And so by doing the piggyback, you can experiment with who would be better coming out of the bullpen. And it gives you that flexibility to do it, and then to be able to use the 6-man rotation when you need to, and then to be able to go back. You're keeping everybody loose. You're keeping everybody lengthened. And again, long season, you wait and see how it plays out versus trying to rush it and make a decision you can't reverse.
Right. And I think the schedule kind of breaks out, and we were talking about this to Larry Stone yesterday, and I asked him, I was like, Larry, do you think they'll just bounce between the piggyback and the 6-man rotation based upon how many days off there are? Because if you look at the Mariners' schedule, they got a day off today.
Yeah.
Then they have 9 games in a row.
Right.
Perfect opportunity for the 6-man rotation because there's no days off. But then you have a day off on the 15th and another day off on the 22nd. So you go back to the piggyback because you don't want too many days off for these guys. And he thought that was probably what they were going to end up doing, is just if it's a long stretch of games, 6-man rotation. If it's a 1 day off a week, It's 5-man rotation with the piggyback. And we'll see if, maybe they carry that the entire season doing that.
And if it's working, okay, at least until you get into those clutch moments at the end of the season where you really have to figure things out.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's helping your team, those last two piggyback games were exactly what you did the piggyback for. Those were ideal situations. So I just think, you look at an outing like what George had yesterday, and we talked about this a bit the other day. It shouldn't have to be married, though, to Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo. So I do think I would like to see maybe them experiment a little bit with trying Castillo and Gilbert or Castillo and Kirby. Something just to mix it up, see what happens, and see if that also elevates Kirby and Gilbert's games. Because it's done really well for Castillo.
Well, yeah, and the only reason it was done for Miller was the injury
right
thing. But now you figure, okay, Bryce
he's
is
good.
back.
Yeah.
Like, he's not injured
He's not
anymore.
limited on his pitches
So, yeah,
anymore.
so what is the reason that he's piggybacking to Miller other than the fact that it's worked?
Yeah.
That's probably the only reason.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and you're not going to upset the cart. The
apple cart?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, the apple cart.
Yeah. But, okay, and so
I've
in
never
that...
seen an apple cart.
I haven't either, but I would assume you don't want to upset it.
No, because that would be a big mess.
Yeah, but apples don't get angry. I just think, the way you had it, you had to keep doing it because that's how the rotation was, and you're still trying to give Luis his days off, and you're trying to give Bryce his days off. But now that you're going to the 6-man rotation, it might give you some flexibility coming out of that, going back into the piggyback if that's the route they decide. And I would be intrigued to see if they do end up trying this with different pitchers. I don't know.
Back to the piggyback. Can you, it's just a term that we have never heard of. And if you would have turned the radio on and you hadn't listened, let's say you were in France the last 2 months and you came back home and you just turned on the radio and you're just like, yeah, back to the piggyback. And everybody knows what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the person in France would have had no idea.
No clue. They would have been like, what the F is this piggyback thing? And then we'd be back to square one where everyone's pissed about the word again. Well, why don't you call it something else? It's like, because that's what it's called. Whether you like the word or not, that's what it's called. If we call it something else, then every time we have to explain to you we're calling it that because no one likes piggyback. And that's more annoying. I promise you.
That's right.
I promise you. All right. Well, the Mariners do have the day off today before they head out on a long road trip. They will be in Detroit tomorrow. That game time, 3:40, I believe. Yes. And we will see our old friend Framber Valdez on the mound against Brian Wu tomorrow. I dislike Framber Valdez immensely.
Yes.
Immensely.
Former Astro.
Anybody with ties to that Trastros team.
Yeah, he's a real turd. A real turd.
Can he pitch anymore?
Actually, he's been pretty good.
I haven't taken a look
except
what he's
that
done.
the only thing he's really made news for is the whole fight he started between the Tigers and I don't remember who they were playing, but the bench is clear and they were all angry because he hit. Oh, it was the Red Sox, I think. Yeah. I don't know. Then I was like, oh, Framber Valdez up to his Valdesian ways. All right. Well, we are going to get back to our question of the day. That is what we want your thoughts on the text line, the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. So when we come back, we will ask the question of the day. We'll talk a little bit about it because I have to remember what it was. I wrote it down somewhere, but it's not here.
You do handwritten notes like Softy?
No, just this because,
okay.
I have all my other stuff on here. So now I got to go
gotcha.
through the 19 pages on Word that I've got somewhere to find the question of the day.
He is so funny watching him. It's like 1982 all over again. He's got all these notes in front of him. It's like,
I can't
put it on a computer, man.
I can't do handwritten notes because I'd write them too fast and then I wouldn't be able to read them. But yes, I do like to write things down in a calendar. I do that.
Oh, yeah, I do. I still have the
paper calendar always.
Absolutely.
I have my phone one too, but that way I don't miss anything.
Gotta have the paper.
I still miss a lot.
It's not official in our family unless it's on the paper calendar.
Well, see, then we have a wall calendar that's a dry erase calendar. So there's a lot of calendars. You'd be surprised how much crap gets missed. It's concerning. All right, we'll be back with more at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I know we're new to this YouTube thing, but we've got the news on in here right now. And I'm like, gosh, I just told Dick, news people just look too put together. Like, everything's too perfect about them. And then you've got us, we're like, all right, let's go in our hoodies and
yeah, exactly,
and sit. And I'm just like, I don't feel. It's one thing when you've got like sports on or something, but when you've got news people who are on TV, and then you're like, oh, I'm sorry, YouTube, that this is the product we're delivering.
Well, maybe Theron Zahn's just wearing shorts underneath.
That's what I like to think.
Right?
That's what I like to think. Business up top.
Yeah, that's a party in the bottom.
Yeah, beach day on the bottom.
Exactly.
There you go.
I only wear suits for storm games. You will not find me in a suit if I'm not doing a storm game or an auction.
Yeah, I only wear jeans when I have to go out.
Your dress jeans, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Chuck and Buck in the morning. Chuck and Buck both out. Bucky still on medical leave. Chuck out taking a couple days off. You need days to like prepare for your 55th birthday. Today is his 55th birthday, so he probably is going to wake up and have to pee. He probably woke up and had to pee like 55 times in the middle of the night, and then he needs time to recover from that because getting old is hard.
Yes. Is he in town or did he go back?
He's here. He's hanging out, chilling.
See, I'm not a staycation
guy. I
guy.
love a staycation.
Really?
Yes.
I get very antsy and bored on a staycation.
I feel like I never have enough time. I finally, I'm taking a couple days off. I'm going to get stuff done, and then there's always too much to get done.
Well, but how is that a vacation? You're just working the whole time.
I just feel, I just feel better afterwards, though.
Okay.
But I haven't done that.
Matters, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if it works for you.
And you still get to sleep in and do things like that. I mean, that's the thing. As a staycation, you have to remember for us, we're not waking up at 4 a.m.
Yes.
So that's really it doesn't matter what I do after that.
I'm going to pretend today's a staycation because I get done with work at 10 a.m.
Yeah, and then you get to take a nap.
And I get to take a nap.
Yeah, naps are really great.
Yes, they are.
They really are great. So it is Ashley Ryan, Dick Fain, and Travis Moger in this morning, and it is time for our question of the day. So we want input from you. You can hit us up on the YouTube. You can hit us up on X or on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. The question of the day, does the Rams adding Myles Garrett change your outlook on the 2026 Seahawks season? How do you feel about that, Dick?
Well, I mean, I was already leaning towards the Rams being the more talented team of the two, and now obviously they've taken another step towards that. But, I mean, as we saw last year, and I thought the Rams might have been the more talented team last year than the Seahawks, but every game is blade of the knife. I think every game they play this year, the 2 games they play this year and maybe the 3rd in the playoffs, that'll be blade of the knife too. And, yeah, Myles Garrett helps them. I don't think there's any question about that. But in the long term, as a Seahawks fan, I'm glad that the Rams are punting on the future.
Yeah, they're clearly terrified of us now and wanting to beat us real bad.
Yes. And so I'm like, okay, go beat us because your window's really, really short to beat us.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be good for a long time because we have good young talent, massive amount of draft picks, and you have really neither of those things.
Right. You
have good old talent and no draft picks. So, hey, go for it. You better get us now because you're not going to get us later.
Yeah, I will say I have all the confidence in the world in the Seahawks, but it did make me more nervous when they added Myles Garrett. I thought, oh, gosh, that's not what – we don't need that in our division. But that would have been if he was going to the 49ers. Okay, not the Cardinals. It would have been like he was still on the Browns. But
can you imagine him going from the Browns to the Cardinals?
Yeah,
like,
God,
what?
Why do you guys hate me? So that would be the only one where I wouldn't be worried. But, I mean, yeah, you don't want that guy in your division, period. It doesn't matter who he's going to, and then the fact that he's going to a team that is already talented, yeah, that adds to my nerves, but that already makes me, that rivalry between the Rams and us makes me nervous because those games are stressful. They are close. They are fantastic to watch. They're everything you kind of dream about as a sports fan to watch when you want to see 2 teams really just compete at the highest level. And now the Rams have stepped it up a notch. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that the Seahawks are not going to step it up a notch. And the fact that we're playing them late in the season, that gives Mike McDonald a lot of tape to watch. And so I think, yeah, we got our 2 games. The first one's on Christmas Day and the second one's after that. So I think, well, a lot can happen in those first 15 weeks. And we're going to get a really good view of who those Rams are by the time we're playing them.
If these 2 teams are as good as we think they're going to be, how easy is it or how hard is it for us to gear up for that game like we've been literally just hanging out with our family for like 2 straight days.
Yeah.
Eating in our jammies for 12 hours in a row.
I do love jammies.
Drinking spiked eggnog.
Yeah.
Watching football, and then all of a sudden, I got to shower. I got to change. I got to get up and go to the game. I mean, I got for the biggest game of this. Like, are we going to be able to ramp up like that on Christmas Day?
I think Christmas is going to get the half-assed efforts.
Oh,
I think most
see.
people are going to be like, all right, Christmas is at the tailgate. Let's effing go.
Okay.
That's what I think.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
that's what I think is going to happen. Okay, Travis, I'm going to get your thoughts, but when we come back, when we do question of the day follow-up, so we're going to take all our texts and everything at 9:30. That's when I want to know how you feel about this, all
Sounds
right?
good.
Because we've got to get to headlines and Greg Bell coming up. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Chuck and Buck in the morning with no Chuck, no Buck today. Bucky's still out on medical leave. Chuck out taking a couple days off, also celebrating his 55th birthday. Happy birthday to Chuck if he's listening. Also, if you're listening, you should still be sleeping. All right, time for our Frost Brewed Coors Light headlines. Choose chill. The Mariners fell to the Mets in yesterday's series finale, snapping their 8-game win streak. 7-1 loss for Seattle. That was behind just 4 innings of work from George Kirby. He gave up 9 hits, 5 runs, only struck out 5. Mariners offense only managed 6 hits compared to 14 for the Mets. 4 of those came from Bo Bichette, and I hate that name. It's an off day for the Mariners today as they head out on a pretty long road trip. First up, they are in Detroit tomorrow at 3:40 with Brian Wu on the mound versus Framber Valdez. The Knicks took game 1 in the NBA Finals last night in San Antonio. It was a 105-95 win for New York behind a double-double from Karl Anthony Towns. Jalen Brunson scored 30, although if you listened to anyone on the radio this morning, you would have thought Jalen Brunson had the worst game of his entire life.
Was that right?
Yeah, they were like, oh, just a terrible game for Brunson. He made up for it in the end, but I'm like, I mean, yeah, it wasn't his best game, but it's
kind of always
Brunson.
Does that.
Yeah.
He's a fourth quarter player.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It was funny. Wemby put up 26 in the losing effort for the Spurs. Those two teams meet again tomorrow night in Game 2. The Storm fell to 3-8 after a 72-68 loss to the Mercury last night. Dick, you were there. You know something about that.
I was there.
Next up, they head to Minnesota to face the Lynx on Saturday. You don't have to go to Minnesota, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. The NHL is shaking things up. Not sure if you guys heard about this. All-Star Weekend going to be a little different next year. The 2027 Midseason Classic will feature teams representing Canada, Finland, Sweden, the U.S., and then a world team made up of international players outside of those 4 teams. This, of course, follows the success of the Four Nations Face-Off and then the Winter Olympics. Each team is going to have 9 skaters and 2 goalies that will compete in a 3-on-3 round-robin exhibition tournament. Winning team gets a $2 million prize. I like that the NHL keeps trying to evolve their all-star break with the Four Nations. Obviously, the Olympics wasn't the NHL's choice.
Right.
But I like that they're doing something different each time. And now that they're going to have a true all-star game, they're going to make it more interesting because I think everybody, especially you can't go from Four Nations to the Olympics to skills challenge.
Exactly. No,
it just doesn't have the same effect. Doesn't have the same effect. Although they will still have a skills competition, but that's going to focus on the next generation of stars with 10 players, 25 or younger, competing across 8 events. So they're making everything a little different for the next All-Star game. And the Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight. Game 2 in Carolina at 5 Eastern as the Hurricanes try to even that series with the Vegas
Real
Golden
quick,
Knights.
you mentioned Bo Bichette there.
Yeah, because I hate that. He just torments us.
Well, the dude makes $42 million a year. His combined WAR for the last 3 seasons is only 2.4.
Well,
combined. And he makes $42 million a year.
And that's just because he helped them win games againt the Mariners. That's it. That's where it comes from.
He's just not a very good player.
No, he's not. But for some reason, I don't know. Maybe it's just because of Bo Bichette of old drove me so crazy, and now I can't get him out of my mind. And oh gosh, I'm sick of that guy. Sick of that guy.
That's a typical Mets signing right there.
It is.
Like, what are you doing?
You know who I'm not sick of though? I'm not sick of Greg Bell. We should chat with him.
Let's do it.
Greg?
Good morning. I'm glad you're not sick of me. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
It's a low bar. It's a low bar, I guess.
Well, it's just Bo Bichette right now. That's it. So you're safe.
Well, I'm above Bo Bichette. I appreciate that.
Yeah, until tomorrow. Then I'm also sick of Framber Valdez, and that's who we're facing tomorrow. So talk to me on Saturday. I'll add more people to my list.
Greg's WAR is way higher than both those
you're at like a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, your WAR is out of control right now.
Explain to my wife what WAR is, and then we'll see if she agrees.
Oh, I got
you.
WAR is.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lower WAR in your own household. That's always gonna be the case.
No question.
That's for sure.
That's always the case. All right. Well, Greg, you were out at OTAs yesterday, and of course, big news coming out of Renton. I almost said VMAC, which we're not supposed to say. Big news coming out of Renton was that the Seahawks signed Derek Hall to an extension. He met with the media afterwards, and I thought it was interesting. I saw you post that he said, I know I could have taken more money. I could have waited for free agency, but I chose to stay here. So what is it about this team that is so special? And do you think it just takes a special kind of player to make the decision that Hall did and not just go for the money?
It does, and it also takes a culture. The culture that Mike McDonald has made in 2 years, this is the price tag you can put on culture. To keep players here, to have Derek Hall say, well, yeah, I know what the market is. I know Boye Mafe made $6 million more a year than the Seahawks are offering me. I can wait till free agency and go find my market. I'm 2 years younger than Mafe. I play better than Mafe. I can hold the run and set an edge better. He fits McDonald's defense better, which is why the Seahawks chose him and not Mafe, because of his run stopping primarily on top of pressuring quarterbacks. But he said, you know what? Culture to me is more important than money. He actually said that when I had talked to him. Why didn't you wait? I just asked him, why didn't you wait till you know what the market was? You saw what Mafe got. Why didn't you wait? And I knew he was going to say what he said. And he said that he loves coming to work, guys razzing him. And yesterday, I mean, the second he stepped on the practice field, Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon were all over him, and they stayed on him the whole time. The practice ended, and Witherspoon was still ripping him for this and razzing him for that. And it was the roast Derek Hall day because he got a new deal. Love says that no one on the team talks more crap, except he didn't say crap, and no one on the team gets more crap, except he didn't say crap, talked at him, than Derek Hall. He said Derek Hall's actually louder than is Devin Witherspoon, which is saying something. They love him. Love calls him the most violent player on the team, and that's the name of the game. Blow up on defense, blow up the guy in front of you and get to the ball carrier, and that's what Derek Hall does. That's what Mike McDonald loves. So they knew that. The Seahawks knew that, and they offered him a lower than market value contract early in the process of doing this, and he signs it. So there's something to be said. Not every guy chases every dollar. Now, you can go on the flip side of that and say, when you're 25 years old in the NFL and nothing's guaranteed beyond the year you're in, you should probably get everything you can when you can. Mm-hmm. And that's what agents tell you. And he did the opposite of that.
How about Dante Fowler added to this rotation? What type of impact do you think he'll make? What has he got left?
Well, they're going to find that out, Dick, because I think as of right now, he's shaping up to be a situational third down guy, a pass rush specialist. They thought maybe they would have that in DeMarcus Lawrence. They weren't sure this time last year all that Lawrence would give him, and they certainly didn't expect all that Lawrence gave him at age 33 in his 12th NFL season. And now he's back for 13 at age 34, looking exactly the same. I can't think that they're going to expect that Fowler's going to give him what Lawrence did. Lawrence gave him a Pro Bowl, almost all-pro season last year. So I would think it's more of a third down, limited 30% of snaps in a game on defense until he proves he could do more than that. But his pedigree, his MO has been rush the quarterback, straight up field, and that's where he's made his money. And they, of course, Mike McDonald, of course, wants a run stuffer, edge setter that can do more than just rush the quarterback, which is why it looks like Fowler will have at least a limited specialized role for now.
Greg Bell is with us from the Tacoma News Tribune, and of course 10-1 here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR as well. Of course, I think one of the things that we've talked about a lot, they signed JSN to his extension, and now they've re-signed Derek Hall. Everyone is just waiting. When is this going to happen with Devin Witherspoon? Are you surprised at all that they extended Derek Hall before they extended Witherspoon?
No, because Hall took less than market value, and Witherspoon's going to be the top of the market, probably the highest paid cornerback in the league, probably higher than Trent McDuffie at $31 million a year. And when you get into that type of money, the devil's in the details of when does the guaranteed money come due, how much is guaranteed at signing, how much is guaranteed against injury, what's the spread across the entire length of the contract look like for your salary cap. All that takes time. Typically, these type of big ticket deals for their true foundation guys come in the first days of training camp. So I have been all along expecting for Witherspoon to sign on or around July 25th when they start training camp, and it's not an alarm that he's not signed yet because Hall was willing to take less money and not really drive them hard at the bargaining table. This got done easily. Jackson Smith and Jigba's was an anomaly. For as large as that contract was, he also made it relatively easy on the Seahawks negotiation-wise and took their offer, which it wasn't peanuts. It was $168 million, the richest contract for a wide receiver in NFL history. Witherspoon's going to get done, but in the meantime, he's not practicing. He's there. He's stretching. He's doing the initial stuff with his teammates. But when they start drilling and scrimmaging, he's just standing out. And that's like the mini hold-in way of saying, I'm not getting hurt. My agent's telling me don't even risk an injury until you sign this new deal. And it's June. You have a Super Bowl champion defense that's ranked number 1 in the league last year. They don't need him practicing in June.
What was the scuttlebutt over there yesterday about the Myles Garrett signing? Or trade, rather?
Okay, the Rams are coming to get us. Bring it on. That's basically their mentality. We've reloaded. We've got 49 of 53 players on our Super Bowl roster from last year. We have 20 of 22 starters returning on both sides of the ball. We have the number 1 defense. We won the Super Bowl last year. Come get us. No one's saying that outwardly, but that's they are very confident. And Julian Love, talked about this a little bit yesterday. Where they are mentality-wise, on the field, X's and O's wise, installing-wise, they're so far ahead of even last year, which last year they were so far ahead of the year before because the year before was Mike McDonald's first season. But the veterans, the Julian Love, Devin Witherspoon, DeMarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Ernest Jones, they are so far ahead because they saw McDonald's system work to win a Super Bowl last year. And it's like there's nothing that this team doesn't believe in Mike McDonald. McDonald, in fact, is now switching up a little bit. He's doing a little different fronts. He's changing up some blitz packages. He's got a counter to the counter that the Rams in the league are going to have for the Seahawks this year. But the evolution of this program, they are quantum leaps ahead of where they were this time last year because now it's been proven to the veterans that this works. The buy-in is off the charts. So the Rams, I mean, they could bring in Joe Montana and Ronnie Lott, and they could bring in the greatest players of the last generation, and the Seahawks attitude would still be the same. The other thing they have been talking about is we don't play the Rams until Christmas for the first time. So we have a lot of other things to worry about and do until we get to the Rams. They're not the only thing on the Seahawks' minds.
Yeah, that is true. That is what I think is the benefit. Plus, you get a lot of tape to watch of the Rams by the time you're actually playing them. Greg, something else happened yesterday with a former Seahawk. Russell Wilson announced his retirement. I was actually personally looking forward to seeing him back up Geno. I just felt like that was really a full circle opportunity there. He, of course, didn't actually say the words, "I'm retiring." He just said, "Thank you, football," and really hinted that he's done. We know how he ranks as far as Seahawks quarterbacks go and Seahawks players go, but as far as the NFL and Hall of Fame, do you think that he's a Hall of Fame worthy player?
He's close. He might be 1 yard close. The discriminator for quarterbacks between winning 1 Super Bowl and 2 is large as far as Canton goes. And that's the rub with him. It's easy to have recency bias and say, well, he was a failure. No, he wasn't.
Right.
For 10 years, he was the best quarterback the Seahawks have ever had. He's one of the best athletes and people Seattle sports has ever had. And anyone who's lived in Seattle beyond a day knows that. No matter how he ended it, no matter how he forced his way out, at his best in his prime during those 10 years, there was no one better that Seattle's ever had in any sport, Ken Griffey Jr. included. But people don't remember that. So when a couple years from now, a couple decades from now, they'll look back and realize that Russell Wilson was the best who ever did it here in Seattle. Got him their first Super Bowl championship. The thing I wrote about this morning, the News Tribune, is it's something that Wilson touched on in his video saying goodbye to football. His truest legacy, guys, isn't even on the field here. Mm-hmm. What he was best at doing was he elevated people around him. He used the platform of football to make people better, to make Seattle Children's, for instance. I could go on and on about my wife works at Seattle Children's. She saw firsthand how he transformed families there and how they had Blue Tuesdays instead of Blue Fridays with the patients and the patients' families waiting for Russell Wilson to show up. Wilson, by the way, the very first Tuesday he was ever here in 2012 in the spring after the Seahawks drafted him in the 3rd round out of Wisconsin, the very first Tuesday he was here for rookie minicamp, he showed up unannounced at Seattle Children's. And he went to the front desk, the visitor's desk. He said, "Hi, I'm Russell Wilson." And the guard said, "Who are you?" We don't know who you are. And from that point, he wanted to go see the kids. And from that point on, every Tuesday for 10 years, in season and off and out of season, he was there. And for those that worked there, those who happened to be inside Children's Hospital, families impacted by the life-changing, life-challenging events that happen inside that hospital for young kids, he changed their lives. And if you can take sports and have that impact beyond sports, you're transcendent. I could go on and on about how much I think Russell Wilson means to this community still. And I think it's a shame how his legacy got tarnished by how it ended and then what happened with Denver and Pittsburgh and the Giants. On a football sense, to answer your question again, I think he's very close, but I don't think right now he would be a Hall of Fame player. He could be someone who ended up getting up in a senior committee, a second go-around type thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's going to be tough on a modern era ballot for him to get in.
Well, it's interesting that you brought up 1 yard away because I'm not going to pound the table for Russell Wilson to make the Hall of Fame, but if that play goes differently, I don't think there's any question in anybody's mind. So it's like, how do we go from, hell, I don't know, to one play going different that really wasn't his fault for him being a shoo-in? I mean, that seems, there's got to be some nuance in there instead of just a no or a yes based upon one play.
Well, it's perception. A two-time Super Bowl champion versus a Trent Dilfer, no, he's better than Trent Dilfer was, but you get my point. Right. You get my point. A quarterback who won one Super Bowl with a great defense. But that's the perception. And then voters' minds, sometimes that's what matters. You're right. It's a pretty fine hair to split. I would take a little exception that he did throw the ball, and he did throw the ball to Ricardo Lockett, which is one of maybe fifth receiver on the option.
Yeah.
But that was the play call, yes, but he threw the ball. Yeah. So there's culpability there. But I get it. Everything else up to that point says he could be a Hall of Famer if he completes that pass. Yeah, I think that is true. Mm-hmm. And that's what makes his case so intriguing and difficult for me. But I mean, if I was a Hall of Fame voter, which is a very select group of only 50, I would probably vote him in for how big he was to the sport and the franchise in the Pacific Northwest. And he won the first Super Bowl. But then you get into the comparisons of other quarterbacks who aren't in, and then his legacy his candidacy gets a little more clouded than that.
Interesting. It's going to be a debate that we're going to have for, I'm sure, years and years and years of whether or not he's worthy. I was listening to Softy and Dick and Jackson yesterday, and Jackson bringing up the idea that maybe he's heading to CBS to help improve his Hall of Fame chances.
Yeah, I agree with
it worked for Bill Cowher.
Yeah, yes. That's what they brought up. I don't know.
And that's a possibility. And he's nothing if he's not aware of perceptions and how to. And I mean, for instance, he made sure he was on every Pro Bowl team, even when he was an alternate, even when he probably shouldn't have been there, even when the season was too long. He took the alternate selection so that he can say he was a 10-time Pro Bowl player. But okay, so what? He still is what he was for the Seahawks. He still is what he was for this community. I would argue you have, and this is always a litmus test for many about Hall of Fame. I would argue you can't mention his generation of NFL football without mentioning Russell Wilson. If you talk about the NFL from 2010 to 2025, Russell Wilson has to be in that conversation somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that usually is the defining trait for a Hall of Famer. That's why this is it is an interesting argument, and it's back and forth. But I will tell you, I had an absolute pleasure of covering him, of getting to know him on and off the field, seeing him at Children's Hospital firsthand when I go pick up my wife. You're talking the wrong guy to try to knock Russell Wilson. I think he is. I think he's transcendent as far as an athlete who made people better, and I saw him change lives. So he will always be at the top rank for me.
There you go. I like the positive spin. I mean, again, what he did here was fantastic. It's just unfortunately the way he left, and I think a lot of that his own doing. Unfortunately, had it been he just left, okay, nobody would have a problem. But it was the stuff, kind of the stuff that happened prior to that. That is I don't know, tarnished a lot of people here. Not about his skills, just about the way it ended. Greg, I appreciate
No,
you.
he absolutely engineered his way out of here, for sure.
Yeah.
And the way it ended absolutely tarnishes his legacy. But I'm just saying, I think you can look back as a whole.
Yes, there was a lot of positives that he did before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg, thank you so much for joining us this morning. You are on 10 to 1 today. What's on your show?
We'll talk NBA Finals. We'll talk with a writer who was there last night in the building about Jalen Brunson just taking over the fourth quarter. I'll talk more about this Russell Wilson and what his true legacy was, and we'll talk about Derek Hall. We'll talk about what I saw on the field yesterday, who didn't practice, Devin Witherspoon's stance, which really isn't that big a deal. I'll talk about everything I saw at practice yesterday, too. Thanks.
Perfect. All right, that is Greg Bell. He will be on your airwaves 10 to noon, right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Oh, Greg is gone. He said thanks. I could hear it.
He's out.
Yeah, he's out. He is done.
He's got to get ready for a show in 2.5 hours.
I've had enough of you fools. All right, we are going to be back to talk a little bit more Mariners with the ABCs coming up at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
For the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. All simple as slow, make me. ABC, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, girl.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is time for the ABCs. Ashley, Ryan, Dick Fain, and Travis Moger in for Chuck and Buck. Chuck just taking a couple days off. Bucky's still out on medical leave. I have to keep repeating that because despite the fact that Bucky's been gone for a couple months, we still get texts every day, where's Bucky? So we got to make sure we say it enough so that people don't get mad that they don't know where Bucky is. He's still out on medical leave. He's doing fine. He's
Good.
Great.
Okay.
He's good.
Awesome.
He is good. But the ABCs of the M's, it is a daily segment. It doesn't always, fall in line with what happened in the game the night before. Today's is going to fall in line with what happened in the the game the night before, just because the alphabet I'm at the mercy of the alphabet. I don't make this stuff up,
Aren't we
right?
all?
Yeah, we all are. It's true. Think about that all the time, Travis. I think about that all the time. It is brought to you by Sunset Chevrolet, and if I had the copy, I'd read the whole thing, but I will tell you that Sunset Chevrolet is great, and people do like it. I know
think
that
that's
part.
their tagline.
That's their tagline, so I know I got that part. All right, well, I got half of it. We're going to start at the letter J because that is where we left off yesterday. J is for Josh, as in Naylor.
Oh, boy.
I think we can all agree we love Josh Naylor. Great addition to the team. We are happy he's here. But we can also agree we aren't seeing that same exceptional defense that we saw when he got here last year and throughout the playoffs. I did go back and look. So his WAR right now, minus 0.2 overall. So that's taking into account his offense and his defense. It was 2.2 when he was with the Mariners last year. So second half of the season. It's actually 0.07 or 0.7. No, minus 0.7. Minus 0.7 when you look at just his defense. That was 0.3 defensively for the Mariners. So he did have a positive WAR defensively in the second half of last year when he was with the Mariners.
He was picking everything.
It was actually his best defensive performance that he's had in his career. So when we say it was we weren't expecting to get that good of a first baseman and we got him.
Oh, there was a reason.
It was because that was unexpected.
Because I just remember him, everything coming at him, he was grabbing. Wild throws, stretching out. I was like, wow, you're like Gumby, even though you're 5-0.
I felt like he was Spider-Man. Things just stuck to him. I was like, I don't know what's happening. This is incredible. This guy's amazing. He does the splits at first base like every other throw to him. I don't know if it's that now we've got, he had Cole Young there last year, but I wonder if, there's just been some changes to the infield, if that's what it is, if it's that because, JP's arm isn't what it used to be. And we've seen improvements in Cole Young, but that's not necessarily falling on Josh Naylor, but
some of those throws from Crawford, Wemby couldn't get to.
Right. Oh, and then there was the throw from Colt Emerson that hit him in the thigh. He's ready for it out here, and it's just beans him in the side of the thigh. So it's there's certain things that are out of his control. But last year, Josh Naylor would have made all of those guys look like superstars because he was, as you said, picking everything.
Yes. Could you imagine Wemby at first?
He'd be I don't know.
A 15-foot radius. You just have to throw the ball somewhere in this 15-foot radius, and it's going to be an out.
I'd say actually it would be either the best or the worst thing ever, right? Because he'd either just catch it all, but you have to think those. Granted, he'd have a glove. The glove would be huge.
How big would the
glove would be huge. Jose Altuve could sleep in it.
Yeah.
Or it would be the worst because he's just so long. I don't know.
They're just presuming that he could catch.
Yeah,
if he could catch like a big league first baseman and he had the arms of Wemby.
Now I want to see it.
That would be awesome.
Now I want to see it. We got to get Wemby in a celebrity softball game at first base. Someone make him a glove. Someone make him a glove. So I don't know. I just hope we can find some of that magic. I don't expect Naylor to be as nails as he was last year.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, thank you. Because obviously looking at his career, that's just not the kind of first baseman he is. But I also don't expect what we're getting from him right now.
I agree.
So hopefully we can
I think the whole defensive team is going to just kind of lock in a little bit more and make it look more like it did last year during the end of the season than it has in the first couple months.
They have to, right? If we're going to get to the playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah, because that would All right, K. See, again, this is the alphabet. This is not for me, but it is in line with game last night. K is for Kirby. George threw 4 innings last night, giving up 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, so 1 unearned, and only striking out 5. So we aren't seeing that fully dominant Kirby that we are used to seeing, but I feel like we never really see him just start to finish dominate, right? He does have some of those blow-up games. We do see angry George at times. We have seen some of the flashes of the dominant George we've seen. And so I'm torn because we're having this whole conversation about the 6-man rotation versus the piggyback versus all these things. I mean, we've got people suggesting George go to the bullpen, which I disagree with. But he has tended to be our most reliable pitcher as far as going length in a game. But he also has the highest ERA. So I think I wouldn't mind seeing the piggyback next time we come around, if we do, with Kirby and Castillo. How would you guys feel about that?
I'd be okay bouncing Castillo around to different guys. I don't know if I just necessarily say I want Kirby to be the next one. No, but that would be the next.
Yeah,
okay.
I would. Yeah, bouncing him around, but I wouldn't mind seeing Kirby in that role because it has. I mean, I think it could help.
Yeah, no, I think. I mean, it's worked for Miller and Castillo thus far. I'm not angry about what George has done this year.
No.
But I'm curious what I did there.
Yes, I do. That was good.
I am curious to see. We talked earlier about the strikeout to walk ratio that has been plummeting for George Kirby over the last few years. And what's different about this year is the games are kind of clunky. They're not blow up games for Kirby. They're just kind of clunky going through. Whereas last year he was nails, 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 nails. Absolutely horrible.
Right.
Nails, 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 nails. Absolutely. I kind of rather have that George Kirby where I know that 4 out of 5 times.
Yeah.
You're probably going to win.
Yeah.
And you knew because he's so good.
You knew if you got the one bad one, that wasn't going to be repeated the next game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this year he's kind of stacked them a little bit, especially lately.
Would you feel comfortable doing piggyback with, not you personally piggybacking with Kirby, but Castillo and Kirby?
It would not be a good strategy for the Mariners.
That would not work out well.
I think it's a good idea personally. I'm kind of worried about what it would do to the clubhouse or to the mental state of George because of what we saw happen with Castillo. Although in the end, it did light a fire under his ass and he started pitching lights out. So I'm for it. I don't necessarily think they're going to keep messing with the rotation like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and I will say that's the thing, especially because we have seen George have some trouble with his emotions and things like that. He's gotten so much better at being able to control them, but I wonder if that would be more difficult. But I just think in the spirit of competition, right? Let's to quote the great Pete Carroll, always compete.
Yes. Can you imagine, though, what the fan base would do if Dan came out and said, yeah, we're going to piggyback Castillo with Kirby now?
Yeah.
The fan base would be like, are you just trying to screw everybody up? Yeah. I mean, that's at least that would be the perception.
Right. But
it
then
may work,
but you have to look at what's actually happened with it and what happened with Castillo when he was forced into that role. And so then you kind of have to at least be curious about it.
There you go.
Oh, God. I didn't even mean to do that one.
Ding, ding.
All right. We'll go quickly through L. L is for L. The Mariners got their first L in 9 games yesterday.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was hard, wasn't it? They needed all of those W's to get the ship righted after an ugly start to the season. So now, after the 8-game win streak and the L, they are 33-30. I think I got that right. 3 games over 500 and first place in the AL West, 2 games ahead of the A's, and where we actually feel like they should be and where they should have been a month ago. So let's keep this train rolling on the road trip. There you go. That's the ABCs of the M's. A daily segment, a daily Mariner segment, not always in relation to the game, but today it just worked out to kind of flow that way. One other thing happened yesterday. I mean, there were a lot of things that happened yesterday, but one other big thing happened yesterday, and that was the NBA Finals Game 1. We're going to talk a little bit about it coming up at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
The 12th Man, brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is Ashley Ryan, Dick Fane, and Travis Moger in this morning for Chuck and Buck. Yes, both Chuck and Buck are fine. Chuck is just taking a couple days off. Bucky still out on medical leave. And we had game one of the NBA Finals last night in San Antonio. I really thought San Antonio was going to get the game one win, and maybe that was just because that's who I wanted to get the game one win. Although at the same time, I don't know that I really care now that Oklahoma City's out of it. If I care who wins, I'm like, as long as it's AB OKC, anyone but OKC, and that has happened. So we've got the Spurs and the Knicks matching up in game one, and the Knicks was it their 12th win in a row?
Yes.
12th win in a row?
They're going to go 43 days without a loss.
So that's been the big thing. Can the Knicks keep up playing how they had been playing? And apparently they could, at least for one more game. What were your thoughts on watching that game? Are you surprised the Spurs lost? Are you surprised the Knicks were able to continue that win streak?
You know, I thought the Knicks would get one in San Antonio. I have got San Antonio in 7, but I think the Knicks match up really well with San Antonio because they can throw so many different bigs. Mm-hmm. They can throw Anunoby at Wemby. They can throw Mitchell Robinson at Wemby. They can throw Cat at Wemby.
Yeah,
they got 3 guys
yeah.
that they can throw, and it really wore him down. And so the adjustment's going to be on the load of Mitch Johnson on how they can get him more free. And because I thought Wemby also looked tired. Mm-hmm. He looked fatigued. There was a play in the third quarter. There was a long rebound. Wemby was on the wing, and I thought it was one of those where Wemby, I thought, was going to sprint ahead of the ball, take the ball at the 3-point line, make one dribble and dunk it, and he just kind of downshifted and just kind of floated to the corner and didn't run the floor on. I was like, that looks like a guy that is used to playing 25 minutes a game, that has been forced to go 7 games against OKC, one of the games playing 51 minutes, turning around in 72 hours and coming back and playing a game one here. And it didn't look like the same guy. And so the question is, are we going to get that same guy back, or is he going to have to watch his fatigue level the entire series? Because if that's the case, then the Spurs are in trouble. Yeah,
well, and it is interesting because we've seen Wemby struggle. This isn't the first game that he struggled in the playoffs, right? We've seen, he threw elbows and got in trouble earlier in the playoffs because he was so frustrated with how he was being guarded. But the Spurs obviously were able to figure that out, and they were able to, counteract, and he has had a great rest of his playoffs. So I'm just curious, who's going to win that battle more? Is it going to be Mitch Johnson coming up with a plan and Wemby coming up with a plan to allow him to be Wemby? Or is it going to be that the Knicks have figured out this formula that apparently nobody else could figure out all year?
Yeah, and I think another thing that was interesting was how poorly Jalen Brunson played, and then he was unbelievable. He was Jalen Brunson in the fourth quarter. Yeah. I remember watching a game it was in February, and I was down in California with my son, and we went to a sports bar to have a burger, right? Mm-hmm. And the Knicks game was on, and we were watching the third quarter of the Knicks game. My son was like, Brunson looks terrible. And I go, dude, wait till the fourth. Yeah. Because that's when he turned, and that's just what he does. And he ended up with 14 points in that fourth quarter, and they came back and won. And this is what Jalen Brunson does. He is going to be a 2-for-9 guy, and then the fourth quarter is going to come, and he's going to score 12 points and dish out 3 assists, and he's going to pull them out of the fire. Mm-hmm. He is whatever Jalen Brunson is now in New York, which is already legend status. Yeah. He's already being talked about as the greatest Knick of all time right now without a championship. Greater than Patrick Ewing. Wow. That's what they're talking about in New York. If he wins a championship, he's going to be a sports god in New York City.
Well, and okay, so that is a good question, or that brings up a question, because he obviously left the game last night when he got hit in the knee, and then had even the small ankle scare. Are the Knicks, if he's out, if something happens and he's out, do they have any chance? Because it seems like they're so reliant on him. Yeah, they've got great supportive players. Cat is a star on his own, but
Yeah. No, he's the straw that stirs the drink.
Yeah.
I mean, if Wemby is not nearly 100% Wemby, they're going to lose. And if Jalen Brunson is not nearly 100% Brunson, they're going to lose.
Which is, that's how you want it in a championship,
It's kind of
right?
typical.
Yeah.
I mean, you play the way your superstars play. The interesting thing is that Jalen Brunson is not thought of nationally as, and he wasn't voted first team All-NBA either. He was second team All-NBA. He's not, when you think of, okay, quick, name the best players in the NBA. I mean, you're probably down to 10 or more before you get to Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
So that's what's unusual about if the Knicks were to win this championship. I'm not going to call him a superstarless team because I would still kind of qualify him as a superstar and Cat as a star level player, almost a superstar. But so it's not like the 04 Pistons or whatever with truly no superstars. But it would be the least amount of true superstars that have won a championship in a long, long time. And so they're going to have to overcome that. Meanwhile, the Spurs have to overcome their youth. I mean, guys don't win championships as the number one overall player at 22 years of age. That just doesn't happen.
And coaches don't win championships in their first full year of coaching.
That's right. So you've got these huge hurdles that both these teams are trying to overcome. And the Knicks' additional hurdle is the fact that they played nobody for 3 weeks in the playoffs, a month and a half, or I guess it was. They played nobody. They skated through, and I think I was one that thought, okay, the strength of schedules now. It's cool that you're beating the Cardinals and the Browns, and now you get the Seahawks and the Rams, and we'll see how you do. And so far, they passed the first test.
Yeah, so far they did. We did get a text on the Tacoma Dodge text line that said, "I want New York because I want San Antonio to be hungry to beat OKC again." I do like that theory.
There you go.
But I think they'll always be hungry for more. Even if they win it this year.
I think OKC's days are over.
I would.
Because of San Antonio.
I mean, that was just like the most beautiful thing that you've ever said.
I mean, I did not think it was going to be this year.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be one more year that OKC did it, but San Antonio showed that they are the better team than OKC, and they're only getting better.
You brought tears to my eyes, Dick Payne. What a glorious morning. What a glorious morning. All right, well, we got a big, big sporting event happening here in North America, here in town, and it is only a week away. We are going to talk World Cup with Anders coming up at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. We're going to give some money. We're going to talk about Tulalip because those are the things that are on my list for 8 o'clock. First off, your cash keyword, because to celebrate America's 250th birthday, we are bringing you the $250K USA giveaway, your chance at a share of $250,000. That means you could win $2,500 just for listening. Your keyword this hour is Liberty. I probably have to spell it because that's long. Liberty. Do not text it in. Enter it on the website, 933KJR.com. Again, your keyword is Liberty. You will get another one at 11, 2, and 5 today, and you could win $2,500. Thanks, America.
America.
Also, this is going to be a really organic way to do this. You should go to Tulalip Resort Casino. See, I don't normally do these live reads. Chuck does it. But if you are looking for something fun to do tonight, Colin Ray is putting on a country music concert in honor of Chuck's birthday. No, Chuck will not be there. It's just that anything that happens today is because
I was a
Chuck's
Colin Ray
birthday.
fan back in the day.
Well, you know what? You should head out to
I've
Tulalip
got some
Resort Casino.
CDs somewhere in the basement from like 1997.
There you go. Yeah, you Love Me, In This Life, Little Rock. I mean, he is like real deal 90s country legend.
He was.
So if you're looking for something fun to do tonight, it's a Thursday. You got to get a little wild. Head on up to Tulalip Resort Casino. It is one of those shows where you're going to know more songs than you think. Tickets are up at everythingtulalip.com. Again, Colin Ray there tonight. Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. And let's be honest, guys. Don't we want everything?
Yes, we do. Bring it.
Who's like, nah, I only want some of the stuff.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Just give me a smidgen, and then we'll see. No, you want everything. And that is what you get at Tulalip Resort
Speaking
Casino.
of everything.
Speaking of everything, it just walked in.
Anders Hurst with a U.S. soccer hat on. He's flying the flag.
Yeah, he is. He's
Here we
ready.
go for that mediocre soccer team we're going to talk about here.
He says he wouldn't call it mediocre.
All right,
well,
we'll find out.
You know what? I'm going to start off with just one question. We're a week away from a World Cup.
Yes, we are.
Is your World Cup hype, like, what's your level? 1 to 10. Are you like, is your bucket full or you got a ways to go?
Well, I'm a little, I don't want to say biased because it's a different way of putting it, but I'm in a little different category than most fans because we're doing a lot of stuff for it. And it's just in the last few days started to ramp up like big time. So along with that goes the hype for me. But I'm also seeing a lot of stuff like, I posted something on Twitter yesterday where all the Argentina fans are flooding New York City right now, and it's like they're chanting everything. So you can tell that the hype is starting to build a little bit more. I'd say on a scale from 1 to 10, it's at about like a 6 or 7.
All right, well,
now.
that's good.
So how do we watch? What's the Anders Hurst World Cup primer to get us, so how we watch these games and what is important to follow and what's kind of
like ahead of time before it starts?
Yeah, but before it starts, and then also maybe in the before the knockout round, because I think a lot of American fans really only start paying attention to it when the brackets start. You get the knockout round.
Yeah, well, I would recommend watching. I mean, obviously, that's when it does get more exciting, but watching everything is important because there's a chance. I mean, I'm not. I think the U.S. will move on, but because of how the World Cup, pans out, you might not even make it to the knockout round, right? Mm-hmm. So you got to get past group play first. So the way it works is you play against the other 3 teams in your group, and first and second place move on automatically to the knockout round, and they actually have a couple wild cards this year because it's 48 teams instead of just 32. So there will be. A pretty good chance that U.S. moves on. I think they're probably either 1 or 2 in their group. But you never know with just playing 3 games. It's not like a 162 game season in baseball. So it's going to be one of those situations where there's urgency off the rip, and that's one of the reasons why I like it. So in terms of what to look for, I think the U.S. getting a result in that first game is going to be huge.
What is that first game?
I believe it's June 16th. I want to double check.
I think it's June 15th, but who are they playing?
Oh, sorry, Panama. Paraguay. I get those 2 mixed up all the time.
So, because Group D, U.S., Paraguay, Australia, Turkey.
Yeah.
Who should we be most concerned about?
Turkey, for sure. It's U.S. and Turkey. There are 2 kind of top ends. A lot of people think Turkey could be number 1, U.S. number 2. U.S. could be number 1, Turkey's number 2. I think you could go either way with those. And there's ways that it can play out that's a little bit different, depending on what happens in the first couple games. If U.S. wins versus Paraguay and then beats Australia, they've already moved on. They've clinched moving on. So then maybe that third game for Turkey, they don't necessarily need to play all their starters and stuff like that. So there's just so much going on, and I also would recommend not just watching the U.S. games if you want to maybe dip your toe into it a little bit more. There's a ton of superstar talent. Like you guys, I heard you talking about the NBA last segment, and it's kind of soccer's in a very similar place as the NBA is, because you're kind of retiring all these, like Messi, Ronaldo, Neymar are all playing in their last World Cup this time. We all thought that was going to be 2022.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say, wait a minute.
They still end up being here in 2026, but there's a ton of kind of up and coming talent that hasn't yet established itself as like full on superstars. So I think this is like a big opportunity that a lot of players end up doing that. So there's always one player that no one's ever heard of that kind of comes out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden they turn into a superstar because of 7 games in a World Cup. So
okay, so I do have a question. Well, I guess it's not really a question, but my thought, most of the time when we're watching the World Cup, it's being played in a completely different part of the country, in a completely different time zone. You're waking up at all hours of the night to try to watch if you're a U.S. fan.
That is part of the experience.
Right. But this year, I love that we get to watch it in, I mean, not only our own time zone, obviously it'd be on the East Coast as well, but we get to watch it in like time zones we can operate with.
Yeah.
How much of a difference do you think that's going to make just for U.S. soccer fans or casual fans?
Well, I'm like you. I've only watched it where it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. You have to wake up. Like, I remember during the 2014 World Cup, I was in Hawaii, so it was extra early. So watching that one, thankfully it was just in Brazil. It wasn't all the way in Qatar, so the timelines were as different. But yeah, I think it'll be great because it's more like the time of day where American sports fans are watching sports, right? But it's also one of the things I kind of like about it. I equate it a little bit to the kind of NCAA tournament basketball, because there's games going on at all parts of the day for the first, week, 2 weeks of the tournament. So you can kind of dip your foot in, kind of like, oh, let's see what World Cup game is on today, right? And then there's like the studio shows that bounce back and forth between all the stuff, and there's always something on. So that's one of the reasons why everyone kind of sinks their teeth into it a little bit more.
Is there anybody other than the U.S. that's coming to Seattle that's any good?
Belgium is, and Belgium's the team that knocked out the U.S. in 2014. They're a good team. I would say I think the U.S. is probably still better than them. I'm pretty high on the U.S. going into this tournament, to be honest. I like their coach. I like their kind of talent level is just at the right age, right? In 2022, they were really young, and now they're kind of all in their prime. But Belgium, in terms of their timeline, they had their quote unquote golden generation in like 2018 and a lot of those same players are still there. So they're just kind of one last ride sort of thing, and a lot of that stuff. But they're still a good, talented team, but they're definitely not as good as they were maybe like 7 or 8 years ago.
Obviously, we talked about U.S. being in Pool D, but what other pools, if you're looking at it, like, again, for a casual fan or someone who just watches during World Cup, like I am not a massive soccer fan, but I will watch World Cup. I love World Cup. So what other, I'm looking at like Group A, Mexico, South Africa, South Korea, Czechia. Like, would that be, I guess I don't know, every 4 years, which teams are as good as they were last time.
Yeah, there really isn't a quote unquote group of death, which is what you kind of hear a lot.
Yeah.
Except, well, nah, not really. I'm looking at, there's always there's not really a group of death.
Or what about Group L, England, Croatia, Ghana, Panama? That one looks pretty tough.
That's a tough one. I mean, Ghana's always good. England's one of the favorites. Croatia could be very hit or miss. Very similar to Belgium. They are just finishing their golden generation, but they could still have one last ride in them. I'm looking at maybe Group I. France is one of the favorites. Senegal, the U.S. just played in their build-up. And then Norway has one of the best players in the world, but their team around him is like, it's good, but it's not like World Cup winning caliber, I would say. But, he could carry them to some wins here and there. So you never know what can happen there. Then I'm looking at Netherlands, Japan, Sweden, Tunisia in Group F. There's a possibility that's a really good group. And then honestly, Group C, Brazil, Morocco, and Scotland are 3 decent teams. They did a good job this year of not really group. I mean, obviously it's a lottery situation where you're picking the names.
But it didn't get loaded.
Exactly, right? And then in years past, there's been like, there's 3 teams that can win the World Cup in one group, right? There's none of those this year.
That's
where
good.
I think you're going to have probably the best teams move on. And a lot of that comes with adding 12 teams to the World, or 16 teams to the World Cup, going from 32 to 48. So it kind of spreads out the talent a little bit.
Well,
more.
and we know, too, you can't rig a lottery, so.
Never.
No. Unless you ask Chuck.
Yeah.
And then Chuck definitely
I
thinks
think you can definitely
rig
rig a lottery.
So the U.S., you're more optimistic than some on the U.S. because I know that, after we came out of the last World Cup, everybody's like, 2026, this is the year, man. This is where we're all going to be good, and they're going to make the Final 8 or beyond, blah, blah, blah. What has happened in the last 4 years to dampen many Americans' hopes of their chances this year?
Yeah, so the way it works is the international soccer calendar. Every 4 years, obviously, is the World Cup. But then in between that, usually 4 years is what's called the Copa America, which is kind of the second biggest tournament. And the U.S. was, and usually that's just South America, but they added North America teams as part of the Copa America. So it was a good build-up test for the U.S. national team before this World Cup. This is 2 years ago. And they stunk out loud in that tournament. They looked like they were completely outmatched, and it subsequently made them fire their coach. And that the coach that led them in their last World Cup, Greg Berhalter, left, and then they hired the current coach, Mauricio Pochettino. And he's
Argentinian, right?
He is Argentinian, yes.
Look at me with stuff.
Well done. Well done. And it's interesting because a lot of people had questions about this. Number one, he's not American, which, the U.S. have had non-American coaches before. Jurgen Klinsmann in 2014 worked out okay. But the biggest thing is he has a ton of European club experience, and he's a very successful coach in the club level. This is the first time the U.S. has really dipped their toes into the big name coaches market, kind of just bringing in the best guy for the job. And he's known for developing younger talent and getting kind of a group and good in tournament play, right? So there's 2 different types of soccer schedules during the club season. There's your regular league, who is if you're really good at, playing in the regular season, think regular season versus playoffs for baseball. There's a regular season, there's a good regular season coach, and then there's a good playoffs coach, right? He's known for being a good cup coach, which is playoffs. So couple games, but just rallying and doing exactly what you need to do to win that specific game, I think he's good at. Plus, the players themselves, Christian Pulisic's obviously the biggest star. He has been very hit or miss in his last couple of years with his club seasons. So that's kind of the first thing you follow. And then there was just a lot of, I don't want to say turmoil, but where's this going to go? Because with all of the, everything leading up to the firing of Greg Berhalter, Mauricio Pochettino only got 2 years, maybe a year and a half to set everything up for this. And this is it's so much to do in so little time, and when you're not seeing your players every day like a club coach is, then there's sometimes it doesn't work out. And a lot of people thought that would be the case, and I honestly, before the last maybe month or so, I think that I was very skeptical. I was man, there's a lot of hope on this tournament, and the U.S., it just doesn't seem like things are clicking. They never really had in their regular international friendlies that they would do sporadically throughout the year. They never had their best 11 players. So then they finally, in their first World Cup build-up game against Senegal, the one I mentioned, it was on Tuesday or maybe Saturday, actually. They had their best 11 players, and they have their whole World Cup squad that they announced, and they looked really good. And I'm whoa. And there were a couple quotes leading up to that the players themselves were this is the most together we've ever been. We're as confident as we've ever been. And especially being at home. It's a huge World Cup, and we're ready to kind of, to get things going here. And I was like, okay, well, then show me. And then they showed me in that. And I know it's just one game, but I've always been a fan of, and I thought the U.S., what was holding them back, this is going to sound familiar, what was holding them back in 2022 was their coach and their tactical decisions. Mariners.
I picked up on that.
And I'm not saying they would have won the World Cup with a different coach, but they could have achieved more. And I'm a big fan of this coach, so I think he's going to come in and kind of get that extra little 10% out of them that previous coaches couldn't.
So we all know about your Argentinas, your Germanys, your Frances.
Right.
I want to know who your dark horse candidate in this World Cup is.
So it's funny because Ian asked me that when we were talking some sports betting. And I think a good value bet for those who like that kind of stuff is Portugal. Okay. And that hurts me to say.
Let me open my Kelsey app.
Yeah, because they honestly might. I think they've actually trended up a little bit, to be honest. So it's interesting because, I'm a U.S. fan, number one. My wife's from Argentina, so I root for them as well. And then that obviously makes me loyal to Messi. There's a big Messi versus Ronaldo rivalry. And
that sounds messy.
Yeah, it does sound messy. It is very messy. Good one.
Thank you.
There was all this GOAT talk with them, too. And then when Messi won in 2022, it was like, okay, now he's the GOAT. It's not even close. And then if Portugal were to win this year, it would be like, oh, the talk's back on,
No.
So
right.
Not exactly that I'm, rooting for that, but I do think they have a really good team this year. And it's one of those situations where I don't think there's actually a huge favorite. I think France is flawed, to answer your question, Travis. I think England is flawed. I think Spain is flawed. Usually in the last maybe 10, 15, 20 years, going into a World Cup, there's a powerhouse team that I felt like, okay, it's their tournament to lose. I don't have that feeling this year. I think you can point out aspects of teams. France's attack is fantastic, but they're kind of lacking in the midfield and defense a little bit. And their coach is pretty old. He might not adapt. Spain are kind of up and coming, but they're very young. They have a really good defense, really good midfield, and they have one really good player in attack, but they don't have the goal scorer, the pure goal scorer that you need to win tournaments like this. I think Brazil could be good because they're everyone loves Brazil going into these tournaments, but it's probably their worst and least talented team that I've seen in my lifetime. But they have the best coach that they've ever had. So this is another one of those situations where you never know that he could get the most out of them. So, and then Portugal kind of is a very good in all areas, not elite in any. And I think that's going to be a good team moving forward. In terms of dark horse, I mean, to win it, or are we just talking to make a run here, Travis?
Just to make a run. Make it interesting.
U.S.
All right.
I think we can get to the semifinals.
Nice.
And we've got a sounder on the U.S. team.
Semifinals. Wow.
Yeah.
And we've got a sounder on the
Christian,
U.S.
well done.
team. That's a big deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the expectation should be to make the quarterfinals because that's something that we haven't done since '94, I want to say.
Do we know what group we would play in the round of 16? I guess it's not even the round of 16.
I think we play
but the first knockout.
I think we'd play Belgium.
Okay.
So I think we can beat Belgium.
Okay.
So, and that would be a little revenge for 2014 because that's what we played in the round of 16 in 2014 as well. Right. Yeah, I think you play in the round of 32 and then you play in the round of 16. By the way, if the U.S. get to the round of 16, they play in Seattle. So
okay. Well, and that was, I mean, obviously we've got this going on the big North American stage, but we've also got it going on here in Seattle locally. I mean, there is a ton of crap going on for the World Cup. We're going to have Pioneer Square closed, every match day so that it can be a pedestrian only zone. Actually, I think it's closed. Is it closed the whole time?
I think just during
game days.
Yeah.
They're building a barge out in Elliott Bay that's going to have. I kind of was confused at first. I thought it was have soccer matches played on it, but then I think it's just a big party barge.
No,
to watch.
there's a field on it.
Oh, there is a field. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't.
No, I lost the ball.
Yeah, what happens?
Jump in and get it.
Yeah.
What happens?
I don't think so.
So the whole city is just.
It's going to explode.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot
of
of talk about, does it feel like there's a ton of hype around this World Cup? I'm telling you, as soon as that first U.S. game plays, maybe even the first game, you will see it absolutely explode, especially if they win. And even if maybe the U.S. is worse than I expected them to be this year, and they kind of flame out a little bit. Whatever, you'll still see people from all over the world coming in and just absolutely soaking all of this up. You'll find yourself tuning into it just at random times because at that time of the year there's not really much else going on besides baseball, and it's going to be a ton of fun, and I highly recommend. I know there's a lot of people that are like, oh yeah. And whenever I mention that I'm a soccer fan, I'm like, yeah, I don't really watch a ton of soccer, but I will during the World Cup, and there's a reason for that.
That's me.
Yeah,
me too.
Exactly, and it's just such a good time. And I'm pretty hyped. I'm also very not nervous, but anxious about everything that we're doing here at KJR.
Well, and that was going to be my next question. Why don't you fill us in? Because obviously we're going to be like the home of World Cup. We got a lot going on. Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, so I don't know if we've actually had an official announcement, but I guess this is it. So
Purple Sheet's running in now.
Yeah, I mean, we have promos playing.
Yeah, we're a week away.
We're fine. We're fine. We're going to be hosting and the pregame, the halftime, and the postgame of 44 matches during the World Cup. It's going to be playing across the iHeart country here in Seattle. We got a ton of really good analysts, good hosts, and it's going to be a huge a celebration. I always call it the month-long festival of football.
I like that.
And it's going to be a ton of fun. Jackson and I are going to be the kind of two main hosts, and then we obviously got a ton of really good soccer experience coming in the analyst role. You'll hear us in pregame, halftime, and postgame, and then you'll be able to listen to. I got to get the wording right on this. You'll be able to listen to every single game on the iHeart app, but 44 of the games will be played either on 93.3 or 950. So anytime you're out and about doing stuff during the World Cup, or maybe you just want to hear our voices, you can hear us having some World Cup coverage for the entirety of the tournament.
I love that. And I think, for people saying like, oh, I'm not really seeing the hype. I mean, World Cup is a week away, but the first game here is not till June 15th.
Right.
So we're like a week and a half away from that. And when Belgium and Egypt, that's a noon game. I mean, it's going to be madness down there. And you're going to really start to feel the energy. I think just the weekend before that as everyone's coming into town.
Well, and it's not just the big names, too. I think a lot of people look at the teams that are coming to Seattle and was like kind of what you asked, is there a good team that's coming here? Is that, and it's not just about that with the World Cup. There's always these kind of countries that barely sneak in and that just are happy to be there. You know what I mean? It's the 16 seed or the 12 seed in the NCAA tournament, right? And their fans always have this amazing story, and then there's always one Cinderella, right? And everyone kind of follows them like, oh, what are Florida Gulf Coast going to do this time? You know what I mean? And there's one of those every single time. Morocco made it to the semifinals in 2022, right? That was a huge run for them. So there's always those types of stories that you can get behind as well. So while maybe the U.S.-centric or the superstar-centric side of things, it's like, okay, where's this excitement that I was expecting to see with this huge tournament? It's gonna be there in all ways when the games start. And there has been a lot of talk about stuff going on with the city and FIFA, and there's a lot of controversy with people getting in and stuff like that.
Prices and hotels.
Yeah, and it's just that all that will go away.
Yeah.
I mean, this unfortunately, I'm not one to advocate for that because I think it's a big deal to, voice concerns when there is stuff like that. But once the games start, that's what's going to be the main focus.
Right. Because there's no games right now, so they got to focus on something.
Exactly.
So let's focus on complaining about other stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the build up to it.
Yeah, I can get 10-1 on Portugal right now.
There you go. That's pretty good.
You like that? 10-1.
I like that. What ranking are they in the odds?
They are France is at 17%.
Yeah.
Spain is at 16%.
Okay.
England at 10.
Yeah.
And then Argentina, Portugal at 9%.
I'd probably say that's a good ranking. I think Argentina and Portugal are better than England. So those are good values there. For a while, Brazil was trading higher than
Brazil's at 8.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
And then there's a fairly decent gap to Germany and Netherlands.
Yeah, and that's kind of where it falls off to the teams I don't think can win it. But you never know; it could make a run. And you can also, if you're into that kind of stuff, we'll talk about this with Ian on Friday because he'll be at the casino. You can also do different stuff like to make the quarterfinal. Like I placed a small wager on the U.S. making the semifinal. He goes,
Nice.
I was just like, hey,
Why
let's
not?
make a run.
What kind of odds are they getting for that?
Like
5 to 1
I'd
or
have to
something
look.
like that?
I'd have to look. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Because U.S. is one. I can put $1 on the U.S. and win $100.
Yeah, to win
the whole thing.
To win the whole thing.
I mean, why not?
I don't think they're gonna win the tournament, but I do think there's a small chance that they end up going to the. Okay, so I got a 10% chance on them. So I got them
10 to 1. So you got 9 to 1 or something like that.
Yeah, plus 842 or something like that. So
All right.
not too bad.
It's like talking about taxes. My eyes just glazed over. All right. Well, thank you, Anders. I'm feeling the hype a little bit more than I was, so I appreciate you coming in and talking to us about it. It's very exciting. 1 week away.
Yeah, I know. And I know I'm biased as a soccer fan, and this is kind of my time of year, or my once every 4 years, I should say. But just embrace it for those of you who might be skeptical of it. Have some fun with it. And hey, if it's not your thing, that's okay too.
And also, go USA.
Go USA.
All right. Thank you very much. We are going to come back with our one series and an out-of-town guest at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is Chuck and Buck in the morning. No Chuck, no Buck. Chuck taking a couple days off. Bucky's still out on medical leave. So instead, you got Ashley Ryan, Dick Fain, and Travis Moger in on this Thursday. Don't worry, just because Chuck is gone doesn't mean we don't continue. That was a lot of negatives. We're still continuing with the one series. That's what I'm trying to say there. And on Thursdays, we go out of town so we can chat with someone who might have a little bit more experience than us with the newcomers. Today, we are heading to Dallas. We are chatting with Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News. Good morning, Joseph.
Yeah, good morning. How you guys doing?
We are great. Thank you so much for joining us. We've tasked you today with helping us learn more about Seahawks newcomer Dante Fowler Jr. You think you're up for the task?
I think I'm up for the task.
All right. Good. I was reading just kind of, trying to learn a little bit more about Dante Fowler before our conversation. And I saw an old Sports Illustrated article that said that the Seahawks struck gold on signing Dante Fowler Jr., a lot of it having to do with his contract and his salary at $2.5 million, worth up to $5 million. So what are we getting? Did we, in fact, strike gold by getting Dante Fowler Jr.?
I mean, hey, if it works out anyway, like your last Cowboys to Seahawks acquisition worked out with DeMarcus Lawrence, I think it would be striking gold. But I'll be honest, I think that's a little bullish, if we're being completely honest, about the current state of Dante Fowler. I think one thing that's worth noting when it comes to Dante Fowler and kind of what happened, not only last year with the Cowboys, but in previous iterations with the Cowboys, is that, he's someone that flashes, right? He's got a lot of talent. Obviously, he was a third overall pick for a reason, had the torn ACL pretty quickly and then bounced back. But he's had, some ups and downs, right? If you go look at, his 2024 season in Washington, this was someone who, he followed Dan Quinn there after being with the Cowboys for a little bit, had double-digit sacks. He looked like the, flashy, juicy edge rusher that you kind of would hope that he would be. And then, he kind of came to the Cowboys and they gave him a decent amount of money to come back and they had high expectations and it kind of just wasn't, there last year. The juice definitely wasn't as evident as, some might have hoped. And I'll say this, when it comes to the Cowboys defense last year, I kind of put a little bit of an asterisk on everyone because it was so bad. In terms of EPA allowed, they had the, worst EPA allowed per play in the NFL in the last 5 seasons. Obviously, most points allowed in the NFL last year. So was it one person? Definitely not, right? But I don't think that they got the, impact that they were hoping in the return of Dante Fowler last year.
Well, Joseph, I'm sure you watched quite a bit of Seahawks football since they had a lot of games that were very big last year. So I can ask you this question versus if it was kind of a team that nobody ever saw on national TV. How and where do you think he fits with the Mike McDonald defense?
Yeah, and I think, you kind of got to go specifically to Aden Durde, too, as someone that, knows him pretty well. Yeah. And even when it comes to last season, his son is a scout here for the Cowboys, right? So in terms of, hey, what went wrong, quote unquote, right, or what went right, or what should they look for in terms of evaluating him? He's got a pretty good, voice there in his own family to kind of get a look at what happened with Dante Fowler and the Cowboys last year. And I think in terms of what he would do in a Mike McDonald defense, I think of it this way, with some of these teams that, strike gold and win a Super Bowl, they're really trying to just, round off the edges a little bit, right? They're trying to get guys that can come in and do specific roles. And I think if you get Dante Fowler, especially, off a season where he might be a little bit more motivated to make some plays and, excited to kind of try to replicate his 2024 status, I think if you bring him in as a rotational pass rusher and someone that can flash kind of a little bit of that speed off the edge, like that's something I think you would kind of hope for, with a Mike McDonald defense in the Seahawks in 2026. He's got the ability, and I think when you've seen it work out, not as consistent as you might have hoped for, right? But when it has worked out for Dante Fowler, it's been really effective. And I think if you're a Seahawks fan, that's what you're kind of hoping for, is that all the math works out, that Dante Fowler can kind of replicate what he did in Washington in 2024.
And okay, so yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned obviously he's 2 years removed from double-digit sacks. The Seahawks defense isn't known for just racking up sack numbers, but I think if we were to try to put a quantitative number on, if Seahawks fans said, okay, what do you think I'm going to get out of him number-wise? How many tackles what should I consider a success, or what should I consider a successful season for Dante Fowler in his first year with the Seahawks? Where do you think we should realistically land there?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. And I think if we're talking kind of the high-end optimistic angle, and this, Seahawks fans might be like, wait, what? That's it? I think genuinely, if you got like 7 sacks out of him, 6-7 sacks out of him, but those sacks came on, third downs, in like pivotal situations, whether it's against, the Rams or the Niners or any other team that's contending kind of the NFC, like in a win or go home type game, like that's the kind of Dante Fowler juice you want. It might not be the consistent every down player anymore, but if you can get someone who can come off the edge, and he's got a knack for forcing fumbles too, in kind of the backside of quarterbacks. I think if you could get something like that's the high end, and I think if you can get that, Seahawks fans should be thrilled at what he could bring.
Can he stop the run at all, or is he just going to be a 3rd and 7 guy?
I mean, he could stop the run a little bit, but like I think in terms of, and you guys obviously know the Seahawks more than me, but when I think of like what the Seahawks have already and what they might be looking for, and when you think about what he's done and the money that they're giving him, I would look at him more as just a guy that can bring some pass rush. Maybe a sub package type of guy that can come in and flash some speed. When I think about Dante Fowler's just kind of time with the Cowboys, and I didn't really see this last year, but when go back to 2023 and some of the seasons before that, I kind of said sometimes that he's got like a wrecking ball Miley Cyrus mentality, where like all of a sudden you would just see him just sprint in and fly in and kind of a little bit almost chicken with a head cut off a little bit type of running in there. And I think if you get that version of him in sub packages and someone who can get after the quarterback, that's pretty much the ideal, I think, for what he could do in 2026.
All right. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, with us talking about Dante Fowler Jr. And before we let you go, I just have one more question for you. Obviously, DeMarcus Lawrence had a huge impact on the Seahawks last year. We've heard that DeMarcus Lawrence is the reason that Dante Fowler Jr. is here. And we know that the Seahawks really value the chemistry that they've got going on in the locker room and as a team. So chemistry-wise, locker room-wise, teammate-wise, what are we getting from Dante Fowler?
Yeah, Dante's, if you talk to him, he's a really chill guy. He's someone that, like, I think he can kind of, blend in with a lot of different cultures. I think the fact that also that if DeMarcus Lawrence being a kind of a selling card for him to kind of come there, I think is interesting. And that means that he flows with what DeMarcus Lawrence wants to do. I think ultimately at the end of, DeMarcus Lawrence's time with the Cowboys, they had Micah Parsons there too. Like there was a little bit of like, okay, there's 2 different types of cultures kind of developing on the defensive side of the ball. And it was, which side are you on a little bit? I think the fact that if Dante is enticed by DeMarcus Lawrence's mentality, I think that's a good sign for what he could do in terms of the overall locker room in Seattle.
All right. See, you were up for the task. You did it. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming
Appreciate
on.
it.
That is Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News. Okay, I feel good. I feel like we've got to, obviously, I think we kind of knew that we weren't getting a superstar, but I think we do have a chance of getting somebody who can still give us, especially in those big moments, give us some key plays.
Yeah, a specific skill set that I don't really think this team has.
Yeah.
Like I can't think of a guy on this team that's just like designated pass rusher. Because most of our guys, and Mike McDonald likes these guys, most of our guys are just well-rounded defensive linemen. They can stop the run, they can rush
do
the
more
pass.
than one. Yeah.
But it's not bad to just have in your back pocket like a guy that's like, go get that guy with the ball right there.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. And it is exciting, too, because then you start thinking, okay, gosh, really, what is going on in that Mike McDonald mind back there as he's like picking these pieces? You're like, oh, yeah, he's got some big plans for 2026.
Absolutely.
If he's just able to kind of be like, no, I need one of these. I need one of these. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited. So thank you again to Joseph.
But wait a second. The season's over already because the Rams got Myles Garrett. Remember? Haven't you heard that the last 48 hours that the season's over and we shouldn't even play because the Rams won the offseason? I just see my banner on Twitter.
Yeah, I did see your banner.
Put the banner up for the Rams. Congratulations. They won the offseason.
How does that counter, though? Because when the schedule came out, I had the Seahawks winning every game. So the season was over for me then.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, we're definitely going to lose twice to the Rams,
We're gonna
if
have a
not
battle.
3 times, because they're way better than us now.
We've got a real battle. 2 14-0 teams, as one of our listeners pointed out on the text line, could be meeting up on Christmas Day. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. All right. Thank you again to Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News. That was our Seahawks 1 series. I don't know if we'll be doing it tomorrow, but we'll find out because I don't really know what's happening on the show yet tomorrow. Oh, the joy. We're going to go from a new Seahawk to an old Seahawk and talk about Russell Wilson and what is next for him coming up at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
And Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is Ashley Ryan, Dick Fain, Travis Moger in for Chuck and Buck in the morning. Chuck taking a couple days off, and happy birthday, Chuck, if you are listening. Bucky still out on medical leave, and that's the only update I have on that, so don't ask me anymore. Dang it.
Other than he's good.
He's good. Yes, he's good. He's out. I don't know when he's coming back. Bucky, if you're listening, we miss you, buddy. There you go. All right. See, everyone, he does still work here. Just telling you. Okay, so something big happened yesterday, and Seahawks fans definitely had to take notice. Russell Wilson submitted a 3.5-minute video to social media announcing his retirement without actually saying he was retiring. So I think what we'll do is we'll listen to some of it first, and then we'll chat about it.
Okay.
All right.
I remember the moment I fell in love with football. Waking up before sunrise with my dad and brother. Deep post routes and moon balls. Yeah. That's where it all began. But somewhere along the way, my love for football turned to more than just passion. It was an obsession. You've been my joy, my peace, my safe place. You taught me discipline, faith, and resilience. How to keep believing no matter the circumstances. You've given me purpose and opportunity. Opportunity to inspire others and create change. To continue to evolve the game, not just for me, but for the next generation of ballers. You've also given me the greatest gift of all, family. To every coach who believed in me, you helped shape me into the man I am today. To Coach Carroll, thanks for taking a chance on a young 5'11" black kid from Richmond, Virginia that was told he was too small to ever make it in the NFL. We knew what winning was like. And to every teammate I've had the privilege of sharing the locker room with, thank you for the sacrifices, the brotherhood, the memories. None of this is possible without you. To every fan who supported me, through the highs and the lows, your belief, your energy, and your passion meant more than you'll ever know. To Seattle, you raised me. Not just all the wins and crazy loud games, but also the forever memories after we won the Super Bowl.
Your Seahawks, Super Bowl 48 champion.
But even more important, the kids at Seattle Children's Hospital, you gave me hope and belief in a better tomorrow. And hopefully, I did the same for you.
This is actually happening. This is awesome.
That was the coolest part of the video, I will say. Like the little kid that's like, this is actually happening. I love that part. And as Greg was saying earlier, just, I mean, what Russell Wilson did for Seattle Children's Hospital in his time here was incredible. I mean, it was a weekly visit and donations and fundraisers. I mean, just giving those kids the attention. I mean, well done. Now, as for the video, what were your thoughts when you saw the video, heard the video?
Yeah, you know, we ran it. It came out right during our show yesterday, and I had a different thought. And when Softy came out and, you know, kind of ripped it a little bit, you know, said it was Russell being, you know, corny, whatever. And I get that. It is. Yeah. I get that side of it, but for me, it's just like, that's exactly Russ.
Yes.
Like what we heard there was Russ. We heard multiple voices. You know, we heard, you know, just the dramatics. We heard they overproduced, all that sort of stuff. I mean, we get everything of Russ in that 3-minute video.
I would agree with that.
The good, the bad, the indifferent, whatever. And so I think when we think back at the Russell Wilson era, we're going to have all of that, right? We're going to have the great. I mean, he was my favorite Seahawk for a long, long time.
It was a lot of people's.
You know, for a long time. And then he became the guy like, okay, you're not fitting in very well. You're trying to get the coach fired. Fortunately, we were able to make an unbelievable deal to get you the heck out of here.
Thanks, Denver.
And you failed miserably ever since you left. So I think we had the ups, and then we had the down, and then we had the back up again because it was really fun for me to watch Russell struggle his ass off the last 5 years.
I would agree.
And now I can root for him again because he's out of the league.
Okay, yeah. Travis, did you see the video? Or I mean, obviously you heard that. Were you a Russell Wilson fan?
I was.
Okay.
I was kind of ambivalent at the end. I think like a lot of people were. But I mean, brought us our first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
How could you not love him for that?
Yeah.
Right. And
But-
then, his demise was kind of his own.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he's a cornball.
Yes. And I do agree. Yeah. I don't think I could have pictured any other retirement announcement from him. It was quintessentially him. The one thing I did have an issue with during like the news of the day, everybody kind of, giving their well wishes to him for his retirement. CBS, which granted, I know he's going to CBS, so this is probably why they did it, but they said, congratulations on a legendary career. Would you use the word legendary to describe Russell Wilson's career?
Yes.
You would?
I would, because I think
I would not.
I agree with Greg Bell when he was on with us at 7:00. I think he put it very, very well. You cannot talk about the history of the NFL in that 2012 to 2020-ish run. You can't talk about the NFL. Like if you were to do a documentary of the last 30 years in the NFL, Russell Wilson is 100% in that documentary.
Yeah, and I think he had an exceptional career. I just think legendary is like, that's Tom Brady, that's Peyton Manning, that's a first ballot Hall of Famer if you have a legendary career. You can have a great career, you can have an exceptional career, you can have a fantastic career, you can be potential into the Hall of Fame, but if your Hall of Fame entrance is questionable, I don't know how you can have a legendary career.
That's semantics
Yeah,
and your
it is.
definition of legendary versus, you could be a Seahawk legend. He certainly
He
is
is a Seahawks legend. Yes, 100%.
Yes, it depends on what you mean for by NFL legend. If you're only talking about the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks as legends or the Mount Rushmore of pick your position, then yes, he's not that.
Yeah.
But he's, you look at these numbers that he had put up, and I was really surprised to see how high he was. 12th in passing touchdowns, 5th in passer rating, 4th in yards per attempt, 9th in interception rate, 9th in fourth quarter comebacks, 4th in rushing yards for a quarterback. Those are top 10, top 12 in major quarterback categories, and everybody ahead of him is either already in the NFL, already in the Hall of Fame, or a lock Hall of Famer. So I think he's going to end up getting in at some point.
Yeah, and he probably will, as Greg said, even if it's on the second go around as like the.
Right.
I'm sure that will happen, especially as more time goes and people forget kind of about how the career ended and fizzled out and what happened in his last 4
Right,
years.
because they'll just think of Russell Wilson talking on television for the next 10 years.
Instead of the fact, that everything else that happened. I don't know. Big day. We'll see. I'm intrigued to see how he's going to do on CBS, and I was really hoping that he was going to be Gino's backup, but there you go. It is what it is. More interesting topics, because that was an interesting topic from yesterday. We also had another interesting topic that was Nick Saban and Teresa Gold talking to the Senate about the future of college football. And I feel like this got a lot of attention on social media, but needs to get some attention on the air as well. We'll be back with that at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ashley Ryan, Dick Fain, Travis Moger in for Chuck and Buck in the morning. Happy birthday to Chuck Powell, who has taken a couple days off. Bucky is out on medical leave still. It is possible that the two of them, I suppose, are meeting up at Tulalip Resort Casino tonight to see Colin Ray and a good old country music fest.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would be something.
Show up and, hey, look, there's Chuck and Buck.
Hey, they didn't go to work today, but look, they're enjoying 90s country music at its finest. Chuck looks great in that cowboy hat. That's how I picture it going. You can still see Colin Ray tonight. He will be at the Orca Ballroom at Tulalip Resort Casino. Lots of great country hits. In fact, so many you probably didn't even realize those are all Colin Ray. That's the fun kind of concert when you're like, oh my God, this song? Oh, this one? That's what you could get there. You can also see George Thorogood and the Destroyers August 6th at the Tulalip Amphitheater. You know him. He is bad to the bone. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. Get details online at everythingtulalip.com. All right. Well, yesterday, social media was abuzz with videos of Nick Saban and quotes from Nick Saban. He was in front of Senate to talk about the state of college sports, basically. It is the, what is it called? Protect College Sports Act. He spoke for about 11 minutes in front of the Senate on why he believes in this, why he is supporting this, and what he thinks really is wrong with the state of college football. So similar to what we did with Russell's announcement, we're going to listen to a couple minutes from Nick Saban, and then we're going to chat about it.
All right.
I really want everybody here to know that I'm not here to represent a conference or a team, but to preserve college athletics as a whole. You know, I think we all have to ask ourselves a question: what is our guiding principles for the future of college athletics, including Olympic, women, and non-revenue sports? You know, I've spent my adult life in college athletics. I believe in it. I've seen people come, young people come in the program, need structure, need discipline, need coaching, need academic support, need accountability, and I've seen them leave with a degree, a career, a family, and a better chance to be successful in life. I think the current system that we have in college athletics right now makes it more and more difficult to do these things. We've moved away from development to focusing on money and not life skills. So to put this in perspective, if you had the biggest, baddest Ferrari that you could ever have and it was going 150 miles an hour toward the Grand Canyon, somebody needs to tap the brakes. And I think that's what we all need to do here. And I'm going to veer a little away from my testimony and just give you some examples of, you know, things that I think people may not know that are happening in college football that are huge problems. First of all, I think student athletes should profit from name, image, and likeness as long as those things are authentic endorsements. They create branding for themselves. They sign with the company. They do promotions. I think these things are
that
all
was my
healthy
dog
for
when I
their
was recording
education
it.
as well as their quality of life. I think name, image, and likeness has become pay for play. You know, I said 5 or 6 years ago when a school that I'm not going to mention who didn't do anything wrong had what is called a collective. A collective is an organization that raises money basically from alumni to be able to pay players and disguise it as marketing opportunities. When a school did that, the first school that did it, I said, is this what we want college football to become? And I got really criticized for that. But it has become that. And it's become pay for play. And we've also extended the opportunities now to funnel money from operations, which come to the universities as marketing opportunities from the university standpoint, to funnel that money out of operations into paying players. So now if you take that $20 million or whatever it is, you could fund 5 or 6 Olympic and women's sports. So these are things that I think need to be addressed, and I think this bill takes a big step forward in doing that. So I think this bill also creates a competitive balance. You know, the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, they all have some kind of rules that govern how they compete. It creates parity. It creates, you know, something that gives you the opportunity to have a framework to build a fair play system in, which I think is really, really important. And I think this bill does that. Right now in college football, we have no rules. We have state laws. We have different in every state. We have litigation. The NCAA cannot enforce their own rules because every time they try to enforce the rule, there's a lawsuit. I mean, an example would be Ole Miss's quarterback. They say he can't play next year. He's playing next year because of litigation. So, but this is just the way it is. It's become an arm race. Who spends the most has got the best chance to win. But I think it's a race to the bottom because if you don't spend to win, you lose your fan base and you don't have any revenue. So how do you manage the other sports? So the one thing that I think this bill does, sort of enhance the enforcement of the House settlement, which to me is a start, which sort of creates a revenue share, kind of a cap, and also controls some of the name, image, and likeness things that this bill tries to control. So transferring, I think transferring is a good thing. I don't think a player should be trapped in a bad situation, but I also think multiple transfers have a negative effect. I think there can be legitimate circumstances where you can transfer more than once. I think if you graduate, you should be able to transfer again because you might have a fifth year where you can have more success someplace else. But unlimited transfers creates free agency. Free agency with a collective, now you're talking about bidding war for players. And then you've got agents out there that are not certified, that are enhancing players or encouraging players to get in the portal. I can get you more money. So now we have this unbelievable number of players that get in a portal every year, and we have nothing to control agents. We have nothing to control tampering. So these kinds of things going on in college football are absolutely not what any of us signed up for relative to the educational institutions that, we've all tried to represent.
He also said along the lines of, you've got players playing for 9 years in college football, or it seems like, I don't know the exact number he used, and you've got players who are entering the NFL who are older than some, players who have been in the NFL for 2 years already because they've been able to play college football for so long. And I mean, I think all of the points that Nick Saban brought up were right on. I mean, these are all the problems with college football. I think my problem comes from the fact that you're just speaking up about it now. College football has been getting out of control for 4 years, and I feel like Nick Saban has had an opportunity to change things or speak up or say something for a long time. And I think, the fact that he didn't and other coaches didn't and they let it get to this is why it's this way, because nobody spoke up.
Yeah, I don't know if he had the power to do that until now. I mean, he's been on College Game Day the last couple of years, basically giving the same stump speech.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is now where it goes to the government. For me, it's kind of, there's two separate issues. There's how do you fix college football, which is what this is all about and this bill is all about. And then how do you maximize the revenue for the teams that are actually generating the revenue? And that's why I think, Pete Bavak was part of this meeting, the Notre Dame AD. And I thought it was very funny how he put this. He said, if you truly want to maximize the media value around the largest sport in terms of eyeballs, which is college football, I think the best way to do it is a super league. And I certainly don't want a super league. I'm not sure anybody necessarily wants a super league. But if you want to maximize media value around college football, I think you take 24 to 30 teams, create unbelievably competitive scheduling where a team like Notre Dame would play Alabama, Georgia, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, and start to get to a number that more closely resembles the NFL number. I mean, I think he doesn't want it, and yet he's absolutely right. And so what I think we're going to end up with is we're going to end up with litigation like what's being proposed. It's not going to be exactly what's being proposed, but it's going to be in place for teams 33 through 100. And teams 1 through 32 are going to be in NFL Junior.
Yeah.
And there's going to be collective bargaining. They're going to be full-time employees. There's going to be that's the way I see it going, is that this will fix college football minus the top 32 or whatever teams. And those are the ones that have the collective bargaining and they become employees.
Okay. Do those players go to school?
I don't think they will necessarily have to go to school.
So Chuck has brought this up for a couple of years now on Reckless at Breakfast, and it used to sound like such a crazy idea, and now it's like, oh, well, you're not far off. You're not far off. And I find it funny, though, that we have gotten so past what college football used to be all about, or college athletics really used to be all about, and now the NC2A kind of let it go out of control, much like it seems like Major League Baseball is doing with the Dodgers, right? Let it go out of control, and then we can try to reel it back in. But in college football, I feel like it's almost done damage to the sport. Yes, it's still popular. People still watch, but the people who are, losing in this are the fans, the people who have been loyal to college football teams for decades and things like that. And they're watching this product that they don't really recognize because they don't have the players that they, get to know and they feel like are part of their team and all of these things, and that loyalty of college sports, which was always to me like the most important part of college sports. The fact that you had that bond kind of with someone who chose to go to your school and, something like that, or chose to go to the team that your dad went to and you rooted for growing up. It was that thing that it just felt special. And now you've got it where it's just out of control, and you've got players that are transferring left and right. And I do agree there should be some limit on that. There should be I don't think that they should have to sit out for a year, and that was unfair when you had coaches who could leave and do whatever they wanted. But I think coaches shouldn't be able to just leave and go from program to program and hop around all the time either, because you've got these kids that are just looking for the next best thing and the next best thing. And what are we really teaching them about life? Because it's not going to work that way. It's not even going to work that way in the NFL. You sign a contract. You owe it to a team to play there for however long that contract is. And yes, there are times where that contract can be broken or you could be traded. Things can happen. But the point is there's at least some sort of outline that says this is how you have to conduct yourself. This is how your time here is going to actually go. And at this point, it's like you're just teaching them that you can chase the next best thing and chase the next best thing. And, we saw it right here with Damon Williams Jr., who signed with UW and then days later was somehow going to LSU, and then the enforcement that UW had to do to kind of say, no, you can't do that. Right. I mean, I don't know. I am worried about college football for the sport that I grew up loving, not for the profitability of what college football will continue to have, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I think when we do separate, I do believe there will be separation between two football leagues.
Yeah.
I just don't know when it's going to be. Is it going to be short term, or are we going to have to wait 10 years for it? But I think there will be some schools that are left out that are going to want to be in the Super League. I think there's also going to be some teams that are in the Super League that turn out to be consistently the 24th to 32nd best teams in the Super League. There'll be like, God, I kind of wish I was back in the regular college football, and maybe we see that promotion relegation option there. But I think what's going to end up happening is that whatever the old league 33 through 100, it'll be more like Major League Baseball, right? We watch our team in Major League Baseball. I don't. Some people watch. Chuck watches Major League Baseball. Most of us watch the Mariners.
Right.
We don't watch Major League Baseball games on a Wednesday night,
I do
right?
not.
So I think that's going to be Cougar fans will watch Cougar games and still have the pride and all that sort of stuff. And I think this Super League will be more like the NFL, where everybody in the country watches those games.
Yeah.
Whereas you watch your team and then you watch the Super League. That's kind of how I feel it's going to break down.
Yeah, I could see that.
There's a problem when Congress comes together in a bipartisan fashion to do something about it. That's when there's something wrong, because that never happens.
You mean when
days.
Maria Cantwell and Ted Cruz come together on a bill?
They're on the same
it's like,
side.
What?
I know. It is crazy. And even Nick Saban pointed out, he's like, it shouldn't even be bipartisan. It should be nonpartisan. Like there's zero, like parties just don't freaking matter. And they don't, because something does have to be fixed. I did find there were a couple moments where I laughed to myself. Like he doesn't want to call out one team, but then he wants to call out Ole Miss, and he called out somebody else in the SEC.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
I don't want to name this team, but the Ole Miss quarterback's coming back for the 14th year.
Yeah, and then he called out somebody else too, and then and then he talked about parity, which I thought was funny, because I was like, well, you want parity now. You didn't care about parity when Alabama was winning championship after championship after championship, and you didn't care about how much money Alabama might have been getting over other people. But now that things have evened out in that way, it's a problem.
That's right.
So I don't know. I listened to all 11 minutes. It was interesting. I'm glad they're finally doing something about it. But as I said, I just wish this would have been on I wish we wouldn't have had to go out of control to try to figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, other interesting things, which I think we've all probably thought was going to happen, and you guys obviously speak for yourselves, but they're talking about going back to regional conferences. It's like, well, yeah, you should have done, because apparently travel's real hard when USC has to go to Rutgers. Oh, no bleep, you think? Is that hard for teams to have to do, especially for Olympic teams and things like that who are traveling across the country for, multiple games and things like that? It's funny that it seems like with college football, with their system especially, it's got to be like, let's break it all.
Yes.
And then we'll try to fix it.
Well, I do believe they're going back to, in every sport other than football, I believe they're going back to regional conferences. There's no question in my mind. And when we end up with the Super League, I think that'll be the only national conference that there is. And even then it'll be broken down. The old Pac-8 will be the Western division of the Super Conference.
I was going to say, you're still going to have divisions within the whole big thing, like the NFL. You've still got the NFC West. And, it's, again, why did we have to go break it all to fix this? Why couldn't we have said, okay, let's just wait. We've got all these ideas. Let's see how we can make them all work, and then we'll slowly implement them versus just let it go, run wild, and then try to rein it back in. I'm like, only in college sports would they go full backwards.
Well, I guess the Pac-8 included the Cougars and the Beavers, so they wouldn't necessarily be in the. But it would be Washington and Oregon and USC and UCLA. I mean, they're going to be part of Cal, Stanford, maybe. I mean, they're going to
Arizona State.
Maybe they'll be part of a Western division.
Yeah,
just like they have in the NFL.
And I hope that we can get some sort of just hold on this, grasp on this. I hope that there can be some way to get people, fans especially, to go back to feeling that loyalty and feeling that reward of cheering on your team. I mean, in the NFL...
Have we lost it, though?
I think a lot of people have.
I mean, I noticed zero difference at Husky games now than I did 10 years ago.
I just got rid of my Husky season tickets. And I know, and so did our good friends who we went to all the games with. But
I don't notice a difference in the stadium. I don't know. I mean, it's just as full. It's just as rabid. The television numbers are higher than they used to be.
But I'm saying, like, as far as people watching, I know people are watching, but I feel like as far as your fan experience and what you're getting and what you're hoping for from your team, I think that is lost. I think a lot of that has been lost over these last 5 years. It's not a Washington problem at all. It is a college football problem. You've got... but to use the Huskies as an example, you have Kalen DeBoer here coaching this team. You've got these players that you're attached to, you're enjoying watching. They go to a national championship, and then he leaves for the next big thing, and everything falls apart. So at some point there, it felt even extra elevated because of that particular situation. But I mean, I remember growing up, and you were attached to the players that you were seeing at least multiple years, and knew they were going to be there multiple years.
I think we're going to get that again, because I think we're going to get multi-year contracts.
Right, and that's what I just want that to go back, because that's the thing that I think gets lost. Because you don't, as I said, you don't even have that in the NFL, that people are just up and leaving whenever they want.
Correct.
And so I think it's a sad state when we're saying that professional sports are more loyal than college sports. I don't know.
Just because they're forced to be.
Right. But that's fine.
But
I don't care what the reasoning is.
If there were only 1 year contracts in the NFL, it'd be just like college.
I'm sure it would, but the NFL knows that wouldn't be a good way to conduct business, and they're all about money and business, and you want fans to buy those jerseys and love those players and all of these things that, the NFL takes advantage of, and college football is losing some of that. Granted, I know their product monetarily isn't hurting, but you can't stay in a place where you continue to ask fans for money so that you can pay players who are there for 1 year and then leaving, and all of the things that have been going on.
The product in the field, I think, is better, though.
Yeah.
College football players now, I think, are way better than college football players
I would agree.
10 years ago.
I would agree that the skill and everything, yes.
Which would improve attendance, improve eyeballs. I mean...
It should, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking here. It says college football attendance has generally been trending upward in recent seasons, though the overall growth is highly uneven across different conferences and events. There was a consecutive seasons of attendance decline, and now in the last couple of years, which is interesting, kind of coinciding with NIL.
Well, yeah, but it was the start of when the transfer. Probably when the start of when the transfer portal went to anyone can transfer was when it went down.
Maybe,
potentially.
Maybe, but it's coming back up again.
Well,
so
and that's good for them.
maybe people are getting used to it.
Maybe and complacent about it. Like
I'm
it's just
certainly
the way
getting
it is.
used to it. Like I've always told myself, okay, I can bitch about this and fight it.
Mm-hmm.
What good? Or I can just be like, I'm just going to be a Husky fan like I've been a Husky fan for 50 years. And I've just decided to go on that side. And for me, it's no different than it was before.
Well, and that's good. And I think, for me, I used to prioritize all those things, but like going to the games and all of that stuff. But then once schedules changed and it was like now 6 days out, we don't know what time games are at. Yeah. And
it's been like that on the Pac. It was like that on Pac-12 too.
It wasn't as bad. It wasn't
not as many
bad.
games.
Well, and I mean, but night games and things. But you knew before 6 days out when the games were for the most part. And now you have multiple times where you don't know that. And for families with kids and things like that, where you're trying to plan and trying to schedule. I mean, that's again, it wasn't anti-Husky why we got rid of our tickets. It was because we can't plan any of this stuff, and my passion for it kind of dwindled a bit.
Yeah.
And so it was like, well, is this worth us trying to figure things out last minute all the time and then pay for even if we're only able to go to 2 or 3 games a year just to keep doing it? At this point, no. But I might come back.
Yeah.
And I'll still watch on TV, but I don't know. I'm just glad they're starting to do something about it. I wish it would have been done before it all went to hell in a handbasket.
I hear that.
Or handbag, as Softy would say.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are going to be back with our question of the day, which, by the way, I should remind you before we leave to go. Question of the day, does the Rams adding Myles Garrett change your outlook on the 2026 Seahawks season? Text that to 49451, not the question, your answers. We'll get to those and other texts coming up at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Chuck and Buck in the morning with no Chuck, no Buck today. Instead, you got Ashley Ryan, Dick Fain, and Travis Moger. And it is time for our question of the day. We asked a question earlier in the show. We have been taking texts, and we also have to get Travis's thoughts on this as well. The question of the day, does the Rams adding Myles Garrett change your outlook on the 2026 Seahawks season? Travis, what do you think?
No.
No. All right, good. That's good.
Quick,
Thank you.
concise.
All right. Well done,
to the
Travis.
point.
Thanks for coming today. We appreciate you.
He's not the best color man in America for nothing, folks.
That's right.
Are you still feeling as confident, or were you not confident in the first place?
I think it puts a lot more pressure on the O-line, but our offensive line is bringing back all 11 players that played a snap last season, and John Benton is back because there was talk that he might go to Vegas. With Kubiak.
That's right.
And our O-line was the best it's been in as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
And that was always an issue with the team, as many fans.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately remember. And then we drafted Bo Stevens, and that was a steal in the 5th round. So I think that, if anything, it's putting a little more pressure on the O-line to have to shut them down when we play the Rams. But in the end, I think the goal is the same. I think the outcome is the same.
All right. I like that. So, yeah, you're still, and I like that you're basing it on the confidence that you have in the O-line, because when was the last time we could say that? It has been a long time. All right. So we're going to go to our Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. We'll still take your answers right now. I just got to scroll through here. All right. From the 253, the Rams additions do not bother me. Garrett and Stafford are old. The odds of them making it through the season unscathed are small. We will still make some moves and be better than we were last year. We are still the team to beat. I like that. That's just, I think we'd be lying if we said we didn't think the same thing, right? Stafford last year, you didn't even know if he was going to start the season because of his back issues. And it was kind of a miracle he made it through the season, and an extra miracle that he was the MVP and played as well as he did, given that you didn't know how many back injections he was getting.
That's right. I just think there's a handful of teams that can win it every year, right? And last year was a total anomaly.
Yeah.
Because you had two teams that one was 60-1, one was 80-1 at the beginning of the season. So let's throw that out for a second. Most years, you got to be about 12-1. I think it was like 10 years in a row that the Super Bowl champion came from a group of teams that were like 12-1 at the beginning of the year or less. 12, right,
1.
Exactly. Having said that, only 3 times since 99 has the preseason favorite actually won the Super Bowl. 3 times.
Okay.
And the quarterbacks were Tom Brady, and Patrick Mahomes.
I've heard of them.
So, there are a lot of people, to steal a term, crowning their ass right now, which I think is just hysterical, because the odds say that the Rams won't win the Super Bowl. 3 teams in the last 27 years have won the Super Bowl, being the preseason favorite. Now, the group of teams, which includes the Rams and the Seahawks and 5 or 6 other teams, one of those teams is likely going to win the Super Bowl, but I don't necessarily think the odds. I would way more put my money on those teams that are 10, 11, 12-1 than the Rams at 5-1, because it's all it's a blade of a knife. It's a fumbled punt here. It's a punt return there, a 2-point conversion that you just decide to pick up for no particular reason there. That's what determines who gets home field. That's what determines who plays in the Super Bowl. Not because your roster is 3% more talented and you add Myles Garrett, so now it's 6% more talented. That's not what's going to win the Super Bowl for them, I don't think.
Right. And it does rely on coaching and things like that, game plans, all of that kind of stuff, and then the actual play on the field. You never know what's going to happen. From the 425, we've got plain and simple, we do not care.
I love
to quote the great
We do
Mike
not
McDonald.
care.
We do not care. Oh, gosh. Let's see. 360 says, remember, Myles Garrett got more than half of his 3 sacks in 3 games. Okay, so, Myles Garrett's, though, still really good. Like, he's still Rex Crab, to quote Curtis Crabtree. So
what's our over under for sacks? It ain't 23. I'll tell you that.
No, I don't think so. Especially because, I mean, I think, yeah, they even kept him in games and like blowouts just to pump up his numbers. So I'd go 16. I think that's a good place to set it at.
Teens, sure.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
yeah, and I think he could go 17 or 18. So I'd say the slight over.
Yeah, he had 5 against New England. He had 4 against Baltimore. He had 3 against Vegas. There's 12 sacks right there in 3 games.
All right. Well, thank you, 360, for pointing that out. We appreciate it. Let's see. James says the Rams are one Matthew Stafford backache away from starting Jimmy G, Stetson Bennett, or Simpson. I'm not worried about them.
Well, see, and that's another thing I was talking about is it got to be from those group of teams, not necessarily the favorite, because what happens if you do lose your quarterback for 3 or 4 weeks? If
Just
you lose your quarterback for
so that we don't lose ours.
That's right. You lose your quarterback for 3 or 4 weeks, you probably go 2-2 or 1-3, and guess what? You're not the number 1 seed, and you're not going to get home field advantage. And for the Seahawks, that would be a bad thing.
Yeah,
because
it's a big deal.
As far as I can remember, we are 0 for when we don't have the number 1 seed.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. Okay, 425 says adding Miles does make the Rams better, but it's still going to be close between them and the Hawks. Can you imagine the small possibility of 2 14-0 teams meeting on Christmas Day? I referenced that text just a little earlier because I was like, ooh, that would be the kind of things Christmas dreams are made of, wouldn't it?
That's right.
2 14-0 teams playing at Lumen Field, because it will be back to Lumen Field by then, not Seattle Stadium.
It won't be Seattle Stadium or just Field, which is what it says right now.
Oh, is that all it
It
says?
just says Field.
Just Field. Palmer was like, well, Mom, how are they going to change it? Are they just putting a blanket on it? I was like, well,
pretty much.
Yeah, basically. Basically. 206 says it wasn't the defense that doomed the Rams last year. It was their special teams play, and that hasn't improved at all.
That's true.
Valid point,
Yes.
206. And what has ours done? Improved, because they are actually making moves to add to our special teams because Mike McDonald values it.
We traded a 7th-round pick for a gunner.
Yeah, for literally someone who just plays special teams.
That's how important special teams is. We're going to trade a draft pick for a dude that all he does is run down the field and tackle somebody 3 times a game.
Well, and that's what we were talking about with when we finished up with Joseph Hoyt earlier, and you know the ability that the Seahawks have now with their additions to just pick these small little pieces that are going to play that specific role in a game is a pretty special place to be in. I can't wait to see how Mike McDonald orchestrates it all.
You know you're in a good spot when you're trading draft picks for gunners.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Last one here from the 253. I love that the spotlight and pressure have been squarely placed on the Rams, and the Hawks now have a chip on their shoulder to carry this season as they are the defending Super Bowl champs. I wouldn't say the Hawks have a chip on their shoulder, but I do think it's always great when we're kind of we're not being overlooked. Let's be honest. The Seahawks are still very high up there in terms of Super Bowl favorites. But when you're not the favorite and it's like, yeah, there you go. Just give us a little doubt.
A little disrespect.
Yeah, and in our own division, okay, we're good with that.
I love it because you can actually. How often does the Super Bowl champs can they legitimately say the nobody believes in us card?
I mean, they can't. If you talk to the Georgia Bulldogs, they'll play it.
Yeah.
Nobody believed in us. Actually, everybody did, Georgia. Every single person did. But yeah, you're right. Not many people can say that. So it would be great. I don't know. I'm excited. I wish the football season could start today. It's things like this that get me so pumped up. I'm ready.
This has been as good a June, though, as we've had. I mean, I can't remember an early June where you had this many sports topics.
Yeah.
You know, between the Mariners being maddening and good at the same time.
Yeah, they gave us just topic after topic after
forever.
topic for 2 straight weeks.
World Cup's coming here, Sonics news, an NBA Finals that everybody actually cares about, you know, and Western Conference Finals that they actually care about. Like, this has been an awesome May and June.
It's pretty fun. Yeah, and then you add in the Melinda Gates stuff and what that could mean. I mean, yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. All right, well, we are almost done with the show. Not quite done. We've still got time for one last thing. That is coming up next at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is Chuck and Buck in the morning without Chuck or Buck. And you've got Ashley Ryan, Dick Fain, and Travis Moger in today. Just one more time, one update. Chuck just taking a couple days off to relax and hang out around town. It is his birthday today. So if you see him around town, tell him happy birthday.
Chuckles.
Yeah, buy him a glass of wine or something. And Bucky's still on medical leave, but he is doing well. There we go. All right, it is time for one last thing. So, Dick, what do you got?
I've got kind of a rant and a rave. It's kind of like a 1A and a 1B.
Oh, I like this. All right, I'm ready.
Departments, our departments in the state of Washington. We'll start with the rant. Washington State Department of Transportation.
Okay.
Can we please update the sign going into the 99 tunnel as you're heading from the south that says every single day there's a game at 6:40 tonight, expect delays? It doesn't matter if the Mariners are in town, out of town,
doesn't matter
playing
if it's
at
a day
110,
game.
6:40. I drove by. I mean, it's been on my mind for like a couple weeks, and I kind of snapped yesterday when I was literally driving past the stadium full of people.
Yeah, with people in it.
At 1 o'clock, and it said, game at 6:40 tonight, expect delays.
Because there are a lot of people that don't follow a Mariners schedule and don't actually know when they're playing.
So they're
and
like,
use
oh,
that.
it's literally, I drive by every day.
Oh,
it's
gosh.
literally not changed for like a month in a row.
Oh.
So WSDOT, let's get on that.
Yeah, and
please.
if you can't go change it every day, just make it something generic, like Mariners game today, or check the Mariners schedule.
Exactly.
Like, make it generic.
So that's the rave. I will say the rave though, and this department does not get many raves.
Oh.
The Department of Motor Vehicles.
Oh wow.
Like there is no department that gets more crap than the Department of Motor Vehicles, right? So I needed to get a new driver's license before my birthday. Right?
Okay.
And I'm looking on the department, and I have to go in because every once in a while you have to actually go in physically and get a new one.
You gotta check your
eyes.
eyes.
This is one of the
Take a
years
new
that
photo.
I had to do that. And so I'm looking online and I'm like, crap, they're like a month out. Like every single and my
appointments.
birthday's next week.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have an expired license for like 3 weeks, right? I'm just going to be driving with expired license for 3 weeks. And so I called him up. I was like, all right. First of all, I call him up and a human answers in like 30 seconds,
never
which
happens.
was stunning. And I'm talking to the guy who's super nice. He's like, hey, here's what you need to do. Every single morning, we put up individual times for that day.
Oh, okay.
So just go on in the morning and sign up for that particular day. And I did that a couple days. I didn't give up early enough. And then one day I was up early. I was like, oh, I'm going to do it. And I get up, and the Kent station by my house there was a 1 o'clock. I was like, perfect.
Yeah.
Done. Signed up at 1 o'clock. I walked into that place at 12:59, got my little ticket. You're A12. Go ahead and sit down. Grab my ticket, walk to the front row, about ready to sit on the chair.
Yeah.
And A12 pops up on the screen. I literally did not sit on the chair.
Wow.
And I walked up. She said, take your picture, put your head here, do your eyes. I was out the door at 1:04. So,
well done,
kudos,
DMV.
Department of Motor Vehicles. I will not say a bad thing about you until the next time when it doesn't go
until
that
it's
smoothly.
miserable.
So, if you need an appointment, get up early in the morning, get your appointment for that day.
That's a great tip. That's good to know. I like that. I need to get one of those enhanced things too.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't have to do it right now, but I should. So, that's good to know. That's
I had a similar experience. I just had my birthday. My license expired. I walked in to the Shoreline branch.
Oh, just a walk-in, not even an appointment.
And I was out of there in 10 minutes.
What?
It was
Awesome.
the middle of the day on a weekday.
But that's a good time to go.
That's a good time to go.
But yeah, I said, screw the appointments. I didn't see any available.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just going to go walk in.
Perfect.
It was great.
When's your birthday?
May 18th.
And when's your birthday, Dick?
June 11th.
Okay. Well, there you go. Happy
May 18th. You're Mount St. Helens Day, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
How
that's
about
right.
that?
Good for you for
Before I
knowing
was
that off
born.
the top of your head. I forget. I used to think it was in April.
I lived through it. So.
Well, I was alive, but I don't remember it. I was barely alive. Barely alive.
I do remember it. I remember the sound.
Oh gosh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Travis, you got one last thing?
Yeah. So recently I was with my family, 2 kids, 5 and 8, looking for a movie to watch for all of us. And we went on Disney Plus, and there was The Sandlot.
Oh, I love
classic.
that.
Classic movie. And I was like, will it hold up though? I probably haven't seen it in maybe like 20 years, but obviously loved it as a child.
Yeah.
And that movie holds up to this day. It is still amazing. My wife loved it. My 5-year-old daughter, who's not like a big sports fan yet, loved it. So many quotable lines, so many great scenes. It was amazing. Cool. And then I was thinking about all the great baseball movies that I had when I was a kid, like Rookie of the Year, Little Big League, where the Mariners are the bad guys in that movie.
That's right.
Angels in the Outfield.
Yep.
There was just a whole host of baseball movies when I was a kid in the 90s that I always remember fondly.
Yeah, that's funny. I heard somebody talk about Sandlot the other day, and I even had that thought. I think I need to watch that movie again. I wonder if Palmer would like it. So now now that I've got your endorsement,
it's so good.
It's going on the watch list.
My daughter was dropping the S-bomb a little bit because they do swear.
Yeah.
It's like a 90s PG where they like can swear a couple times, you know?
Yeah.
So she
loved it.
Saying shoot around the house a bit, but
see, and then she felt cool. All right, well, before we go, my quick one last thing. We have the TV on and the news is on, and earlier I saw a story, so I went on to Como's website just to check it out, and I thought it was very cool. They have this running group that helps visually impaired runners. So you get these volunteers who are runners, and then they pair up with a visually impaired runner, and they guide them on a run.
Cool.
They do it around Green Lake, I think is where they do it. But it's called Free to Fly or Born to Fly. And I just thought that was Free to Fly Run Club. And I just thought, that's a really neat idea.
Cool.
And I saw the story a couple times. So shout out to Free to Fly Run Club.
Very good.
Keep up the good work. All right. Well, that'll do it for us. Thank you guys both for being here. We've got Greg Bell and Christopher Kidd coming up next at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
before they head to Detroit for a 3-game set over the weekend. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today as the Seahawks OTAs continue. They'll start up here in about 30 minutes from now. Jalen Sindell expected to join us in the 2 o'clock hour after practice, starting center for your Seattle Seahawks, your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. NFL, Packers Christian Watson, wide receiver, agreed to a 4-year, $110 million extension, $31 million signing bonus for Christian Watson?
Yeah, that's kind of my response too. Really?
Really? The Steelers and tight end Darnell Washington, the world's largest tight end, agree on a 4-year, $42 million extension. That's a $21 million guarantee. And dudes are getting paid. NBA, Knicks win game 1 of the NBA Finals in San Antonio. Jalen Brunson had 30, and Wemby was not good in that game. And if he's not good, guess what happens? The Spurs don't win.
That's correct.
Don't care at this point. Really don't care. Whatever.
They already did their job.
You did your job. You did it well. Thank you very much for coming. Storm lose the Mercury last night. What did the guy...
The struggling Storm versus the middling Mercury or something like that?
So, yeah, the struggling Storm lost to the middling Mercury last night. They're now 3-8 on the season. College sports, Ohio State University agreed Wednesday to pay approximately $100 million to settle legal claims from hundreds of former student athletes who said they were sexually abused decades ago by a doctor at the university. What the hell is going on in the Big Ten with doctors and sexual abuse at Michigan State things? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Get your blank together, Big Ten. Here we go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, here we go. We're here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks OTAs continue. Seahawk headquarters, the headquarters of your Super Bowl champion, Seattle Seahawks. By the way, I got to remind myself to tell David Softy Mahler later today. He asked me last time we were out here last Tuesday if they have the second Lombardi Trophy in the lobby.
Oh yeah,
and they do.
Nice.
I took a picture. I'll post it here.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's actually damn cool. It's really cool. Yeah, because you look at I always think trophies in sports, MLB's kind of cool, but it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't do much for it. The little pennants thing sticking up, but it's all right. The flags, the Larry O'Brien Trophy, right in the NBA, the big basketball,
iconic.
Yeah, I think it's a good one.
Yeah,
Lombardi Trophy, pretty good.
Just classic, super classic.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking today. There's one that stands above them all.
Yeah,
it's not even. It's like it's they're in a class by themselves.
There's two for me.
Which ones?
So Stanley Cup,
okay,
and the World Cup. The gold of the World Cup with it.
You know what was a damn cool trophy was they brought that Club World Cup trophy last year to the studio.
That was really cool.
I mean, the Club World Cup is a kind of a whatever.
It's a meh thing, yeah.
It's very meh, but the trophy itself was cool.
It was cool.
Yeah, we could have that little conversation today with people if you want. 49451.
Best trophy in sports.
I would just say this. If you could get your picture taken holding one of the trophies. Now, the cup you're not supposed to touch unless you want it.
Right. Same with the World Cup, by the way.
Is it same with the World Cup?
Yep.
We were lucky enough in training camp of 2014 with the Seahawks. 2014? Yeah, training camp of 2014 because we won it in February 2014. So that training camp, that following summer, we were lucky enough on the set when we were doing training camp shows for Fox 13, Aaron Levine, myself, and a guy by the name of Dave Wyman. I don't know what he's up to.
Never heard of him.
Used to play football.
Oh, okay.
We were doing the show. We had they call it a Versa desk, like an anchor desk there.
Yeah.
We were sitting at, and I got a picture of it somewhere. They brought the Lombardi Trophy out there, and we had it on the set the whole time.
Wow.
For like the first show of training camp,
That's cool.
It was damn cool. I'll be honest with you. It was really. I mean, the coolest thing I've seen and held. Hannah Bilka from the Torrent brought her gold medal to a pregame show with us this year.
Good one.
For the
Olympics.
Kraken. Yeah. So right after she won it, she was on set with Allison, Brett, and I, and she brought and it's funny because one of the things I was going to ask her, I was going to say, hey, where's the gold medal? You know, like what do you do with it? Is it, you know, do you have it like in your permanent home? Your parents have it because she's like 21,
right?
You know, I mean, I can't imagine it sitting in a studio apartment in Queen Anne or something, you know. And I was going to ask her that, and she comes walking in and she pulls it out of her bag or pulls it out of her purse and puts it on, and she goes, "Hey, you guys want to hold it?" And she starts passing it around. I'm like, "Oh,
that's
okay,
so cool."
Well, now you answer the question, where is it?
Yeah.
But it's an Olympic gold medal is just amazing. Like it's heavy, it's thick. I mean, it's everything you would want it to be.
Yeah.
Like honest, like in terms of there's nothing cheap about it.
Right.
But yeah, if you get your picture taken, you want to be holding one trophy: Lombardi, Larry O'Brien, MLB, Stanley Cup, World Cup. What would it be? 49451. We're gonna have a little fun with that.
That's
today.
a good one. I like that.
Yeah, and so for you, it'd be the World Cup, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many iconic, and I know people can say this for any trophy, obviously, that's a championship, but there's so many iconic pictures of like the best players throughout the last 50, 60 years that are holding that thing. And I like how it's a little bit smaller, personally. That it's like, so you can kind of hold it in one hand and really like fully, encapsulate everything. And then it's the complete opposite with the Stanley Cup, right? It's the biggest one.
It's just
giant.
an iconic thing. Yeah. And the thing with the Stanley Cup is it's you want your name engraved on it.
Right.
You know, like it's you want your name engraved on it, and so it stays there for probably the rest of your lifetime. They have different cylinders they've replaced over the years, and the rest of them are in the hockey Hall of Fame. But yeah, you want it on there. You want to the way they treat the trophy afterwards. You take it. You know, every player on the winning team and coach gets to take it for a day somewhere. Over the off season, so these guys are bringing it back to small towns, Saskatchewan or Manitoba, or up north in Prince George, British Columbia, or someplace, and they're just getting after it, drinking out of it, partying with it, taking it to it. I know when the Devils won it years ago, Turner Stevenson played junior hockey here for the Thunderbirds, and he was on the New Jersey Devils team that won it with Marty Brodeur and all those guys.
Right.
I think Claude Lemieux might have been on that team too. But they were he took it. Turner took it. They had a huge bash out at Sahalee Country Club for a bunch of family and friends and some longtime supporters and stuff, like billet families and stuff like that, old teammates. It was just really cool. So yeah, let's bring it on, baby. Like I like the Stanley Cup. I think if I was to take a number two, because I've been around that a few times, had a couple pictures taken with guys that won it. It's been forever. It was when I was in Salt Lake. The World Cup would be cool to see. I'll tell you this. Larry O'Brien trophy, for some reason, doesn't do anything for me. It's not my anti-NBA sentiment right now. It's just
the trophy itself you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just a basketball. Baseball's is weird because I don't know what it is with that one. It's just it's the World Series. I think it's more about the pennant hanging in your building. I think that's the banner that means more.
Right.
Like I think that's what means more. But yeah, 49451, your favorite along the way. So we can get some thoughts on that. Mariners lose yesterday. Final game of the series to the Mets. 8-game winning streak comes to an end. At least there was no doubt about it. They got smoked, but that was bound to happen. So, some porous defense, it sounds like, behind Kirby. He actually, there's a number out there guys are talking about today a little bit that his defensive support is not very good. So did he get banged around a little bit yesterday? It sounds like it, but there were also some things that were like exit velo of 60 that kind of hurt him. So I think my worry meter for George Kirby is probably about a 1, maybe a 2.
Yeah, I'd say it's a little higher just because it's been a multiple in a row. But if you look at,
well, I know Softy had the stat was like the last 4 games his ERA is over 7 or something. But,
yeah. So I mean, but that's going to happen. We saw that happen with Brian Wu. Look what's going on with Brian Wu lately. He's been absolutely dominant, right? But
Brian Wu had a couple blips on the radar screen, and is just an absolute. By the way, he's got to be your game 1 starter. In the playoffs, doesn't he?
For me, he is. Like if you're talking, who are you feel most confident with on the mound right now in a game 1 playoff situation? I'm going Brian Wu. And
who's number 2?
Honestly, Bryce Miller. Honestly, I'm being completely combined with how he looked in the playoffs last year, and he was your best starting pitcher in the playoffs last year, and with his beginning of the season this year, if he stays healthy the rest of this year, then I'm going Bryce Miller with game 2.
How crazy is it that we're talking about? Well, first of all, that we're talking about this, and we can't. I don't care what. Anybody else who you do you. I'm talking about this. I think they're in first place the rest of the year. I've said that before. I said that when they were 5 games under 500. I didn't care. It's nuts, though, that we're talking about something like that, and the names Castillo, Gilbert, and Kirby are not the ones we mentioned.
Right. I know. The three elder statesmen of the starting rotation.
I mean, it's definitely Wu, number one, maybe Miller, two.
So the question is, who's three? Right now, if you're going by this year, it's Emerson Hancock.
It's Hancock.
Right?
It's Hancock.
Which is crazy.
I don't think you're going to trust your number 6 starter necessarily in a, I don't know, a lot of baseball to be played.
There is. Obviously.
Here's the thing. It's a damn good problem to have.
Great problem to have.
If your problem is deciding whether or not George Kirby, through his recent scuffles, is a guy that's going to be in a playoff rotation, that's a pretty damn good. That's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
That's a really good problem to have.
Yeah, and then obviously if we're talking playoffs at this point, which we obviously
we are
June 4th.
Hey, Anders.
Yeah,
we are.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Lean into it, right? Then you have an even deeper bullpen because you're moving those guys into the bullpen. So those are 2, 3 more arms, and that's not even mentioning Kate Anderson, who I still believe is going to be some sort of a factor in this at some point this year. That's 2, 3 more arms that you feel comfortable with come playoff time.
Well, they've been lucky because by and large, outside of Miller, slow start of the year and coming off the injured list, but they've been healthy. Right. So that's the good thing. We're going to talk a little bit about that with Eno Saris at 1:20 today. The health of the Mariner pitch, or the health of pitchers and just baseball players as a whole around. They wrote a really good story in The Athletic. The correlation in some ways is reflective of how much your payroll is in terms of how healthy you are. And it may not be what you think. And we'll explain that coming up a little bit. Mariners actually, by the way, are fairly, and this is organization wide, like top to bottom, major leagues down to Arizona, instructional league. They're a pretty healthy team. Or a pretty healthy organization. They've done a pretty good job, which is wild because I think we're like, why'd they wait so long to put Cal on the injured list? Or why are we doing this? And why are we doing that?
Right.
But they've been a pretty healthy organization. We'll talk to Eno about that, among other things, at 1:20. Jalen Sindell is scheduled to join us today right after practice. That's probably coming up around 2:20 again. So we'll take your text before then, 49451. Love to get some talkbacks as well. iHeartRadio app, red microphone, away you go. Speak into that for 30 seconds or less. Yeah, I'm going to go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back out and look at the Lombardi Trophy while we're going to a break. and then we'll come back and we'll check in with Johnny Forsland, the voice of the Kraken. He's also the voice of the Stanley Cup Finals right here on 93.3 KJR FM, courtesy of Sports USA, along with some guy you might know named Eddie Olczyk. Hey, by the way, can you get the little drop ready?
Oh yeah,
I gotta play.
Plums on the table. Yeah,
I gotta play that for Johnny and see what he says about his partner.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. Johnny Forsland coming up next. back music. Well done. Well done. Welcome back. Ian Furness with you. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks OTAs continue. They'll be on the field here in about 10 or 15 minutes' time. We'll check in with center Jalen Sundell coming up later after practice around 2:25 today. So stick around for that. Lots more to come. But listen, joining us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, you can hear him tonight on the call, national radio call, and we're carrying all the games here on the home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM, as well as your voice on the television side of the Seattle Kraken. John Forsland with us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. John, how are you, my friend?
Same to you, Ian. How are you? It's great to be with you, and that music gives me chills. It's a wake-up call here. Yeah.
I hear it every day. We do the daily power play every day at 1:45. I hear it, and I'm expecting to hear Scott Malone's voice in my ear or something any second now as we
Congratulations on your Emmy Award, and you and Scott,
and
Allison, the whole crew, Brett. Yeah, well done, Stu, everybody.
Yeah,
great work.
Yeah. And you as well. You know what was nice to see a little clean sweep, the pregame show and the in-game show. You and Ryan Shaber and JT Piper, the great crew. Some guy named Edzo, also part of that. When you can do, despite it all.
I'll see him in a few hours. Don't remind me.
I thoroughly enjoyed, as I'm driving home and listening to KJR the other day, I thoroughly enjoyed Gary Bettman, the commissioner of the NHL. He went right after Edzo. Like, he was pulling no punches, right? He was having none of it. I love that.
Yeah, I got to him first in the hallway before he went in the booth. Yeah.
That's fantastic. I want to talk crack.
Yes,
I want to talk Kraken in a second, John. Let's first start about the game. Again, all the games on the radio side, John and Edzo, Billy Jaffe will have them here for you. We'll have them on KJR. But you didn't even have a chance to settle in. 25 seconds in, it's 1-0 Carolina. Pretty soon it's 2-0, and we're thinking about, this is the route could be on. What's going to happen here? Carter Hart makes a save on a breakaway, and lo and behold, we have one of the most epic game ones ever. What was your read on what we saw on Tuesday and how that may translate to the rest of the series?
Well, you have to be ready, especially with Carolina. Drop of the puck. Don't be, trying to set the scene or anything, because anything's possible. I mean, the first game of the Eastern Conference Final, Seth Jarvis scored 33 seconds in, and this goal by Nikolai Ehlers bested that, and it's just it's how they play, right? And so they're great front runners, and what I mean by that is they're great in front of the game. The Hurricanes, they can manufacture leads, and when they do, they're tough to come back against. And here come the Golden Knights, and that, to me, is what was so impressive about game one, is the fact that Vegas, who's been a terrific third period team all year, great at comebacks all season, great at comebacks in the playoffs, was able to do it against that team. And the Hurricanes were machine-like in the Eastern Conference Final. They just overpowered and dominated Montreal side from the first game. And so it sets up a very interesting game too, because you have to think, the confidence and the great feel is in that Vegas locker room, and now we'll see if the Hurricanes can be better, fix some of their self-infliction, which caused them troubles. But most importantly, throw their best game at the Golden Knights and see where it goes. I think it's going to be a long series. I just think tonight's game might determine a lot of that.
The first game with Montreal in the Eastern Conference Finals, Carolina also lost at home. But a lot of people are saying this one felt different on Tuesday. Do you think it was different than the Montreal game one?
Yeah, far different, because the Hurricanes were just bad, and they hadn't been bad in months. And they were coming off an 11-day layoff, and they scored first, and then that was it. It was 4-1 before you could take a second look at things, and they got steamrolled. And they looked at video the next day, and Rod Brindamore said 10 of our guys had their worst game of the season. So I think for an elite team, they can throw that in the bin and move on, and they did, and they proved that. But for me, what they did the other night was play pretty well. Not great, but pretty well. And Vegas played pretty well, not great. Vegas gave away 3 goals just on blatant turnovers going east-west with the puck, and they got burned for it. So, they'll clean that up. The Hurricanes will clean it up, and then we'll get down to the contrasting styles of the way the two teams play and who's going to be successful. And I think there's not only a ton of talent with the Golden Knights, but there's goaltending that's been very strong. Anderson's had a career playoff. There's no question about it. But, right now, Carter Hart's holding serve against him. And the heaviness of the Golden Knights is something Carolina hasn't faced in the playoffs at all, and doesn't face a lot in the Eastern Conference. Don't get me wrong, they're a great team, but this is a different animal. And that's why I think tonight's game will be really, something to see, and it will also be a look at where we're going with the entire series.
Yeah, I can't wait. John Forsland joining us. We'll have that game for you with John, Edzo, Billy Jaffe on the call, 5 o'clock right here on 93.3 KJR FM tonight. So if you're out and about driving home, and make sure you tune in. And don't miss a second, because early goals have been the story, certainly in Game 1 and kind of in the playoffs so far. You mentioned Carter Hart and Frederik Andersen. I'll before we get to the Kraken, Carter Hart gives up a couple goals early, makes a save on a breakaway, John, that was just sensational. Could have been 3-0. I thought that was kind of the turning point in the game. Who do you think has the advantage in goal? Is it Andersen or is it Carter Hart?
I think it's Hart, only because he's faced a slew of teams that can play with speed and have a ton of skill. They might not be record-wise as great as Carolina, but Utah, Anaheim, and certainly Colorado. All being said, with Cale Makar being injured, and that was a huge loss, but it's still Colorado. To play as he did, and you look at all their wins in the postseason, he's among the 3 stars in virtually every one of those wins, including some big games where he was first or second star. The breakaway save on Logan Stankoven, I'm with you, that was incredible. And, that's the one you mark and you keep in your memory bank as the series goes along. Anderson, is playing behind a wonderful system for him. He's been able to get rid of the doubters, because there was a debate as to whether or not he should even get the net in Game 1 of the first round, but he hasn't looked back. He's gone through a personal tragedy, the loss of his dear friend and agent, Claude Lemieux, that terrible tragedy last week, so he's dealing with that. He's trying to put that in a compartment and play in the Stanley Cup final, which good for him, and everybody's pulling for him. But I will say this, I think Vegas will crowd him more than he's seen in the playoffs, and I think Vegas will get to second and third chances more than he's used to. First save, if Anderson's on his game, first save, he's so technically sound. He's always been a great goalie that way. He's had a share of injuries and some playoff failures, but it's a 17-year career. It's a very good career. And, he has been sound to this point. And I think there were a couple cracks in the seal the other night. And again, in the second game of the series, we're at that teetering point.
John Forsland joining us. Crowded in front of the net. That's code for, I can hear it in the background right now, a guy like net front presence, Johnny. We need net front presence. Yes. That's our favorite term, isn't it, Anders, on this show?
Put
net
your plums on the table mentality.
Oh, there's your guy. I had him on last week, John. I asked him about the Kraken, and this was his answer, what they have to do in the offseason. Play it.
Put your plums on the table mentality.
Put your plums on the table. Only he could get away with that. Well, I'll ask you, John. Audits.
Takes one to know one. Yeah.
There's an audit going on. There's a new investor in Melinda French Gates in the organization, but outside of that, it's been rather quiet. Let's just start with a general overview, John. In the first 5 years of this franchise, we've watched this franchise grow. We watched them get to the playoffs in the second year, but it has not been that successful since on the ice. Off the ice, everything is, top shelf, but on the ice, they need to get better. When people around the league, you're going to these games and you're doing playoffs, and they say, what must the Kraken do? I'm going to ask you that exact same question, John. What must the Kraken do, and how important is this offseason for them?
Well, I think I'm with everyone I'm around and have been around for weeks here. They're very interested to see what the next move is. When you publicly go out and state that you're going to have an internal audit from an outside agency, look at your hockey operations. What are the findings and what are they going to do? Are they going to come public with it? I don't know. But it gets people thinking and gets people very curious as to what the identity of the team is and what it will be. So every team in the NHL, Ian, goes through the battle of perception and reality, right? And so when you don't make the playoffs, the fan perception is sour. And when you don't make the playoffs and you're teased with it in the second year, I think it's fair to say that the ownership level gets sour because they've been teased by it and they want to get back there. And the team we're watching here, the other expansion team from 2017, look what they've done. And that's still something that haunts the Kraken, I believe. It's different circumstances, but it's 5 years into the program. So the time is now to, A, articulate what the plan is, and B, be as aggressive as you possibly can. I mean, if you're going to use words like that, you're going to have to get to it. So I don't know. I mean, I'm flabbergasted by something I just saw, online this afternoon, that apparently, according to Elliot Friedman, who's as inside as anybody can be in the NHL, he has reported that Dylan Larkin has requested a trade from Detroit. Okay, so if that's the case, I would think the Kraken are going to be on that, and they should be. What it is, what the package would be, would Larkin come? He has a full no trade clause and all that, all those restrictions are in place. But apparently, until he comments, Yzerman comments, this is out there. And Elliot's pretty bang on. He wouldn't publish it unless he has really good information. So there's finally a number one center that appears to be tangible, that you're not just trying to pry out of somebody. There's Matt Barzal, there's Dylan Larkin, there's a couple of those. There's no question they need that. They need a prime center. They need more scoring. Everybody knows that. But again, they're going to have to be careful with how they do it, because I do believe there's probably more to the puzzle than we see. Because I do believe after the 5 years, they've done a pretty good job with their prospects, and they've done a pretty good job, stockpiling some players that are pretty close. But that one instance, that one player, if they can make a big move, if they can go blockbuster and something like that, then maybe that makes sense. As far as Bobby McMahon, I'm surprised if there is keen interest. He's not signed yet. I got to think that they're probably in some real good conversations with he and his agent. But, we're into June now. And I got to think, with July right around the corner, McMahon, unless something's going to happen very soon, is probably, maybe he's going to hit the market. I don't know. That'll be interesting to see. But the Kraken really with him are in a catch-22, in my opinion, because you want to be fair with what you give him, but you don't want to really completely overpay. And so be careful with that. But the other situation, like Eddie said, if you can do that, if you can be brash and take a step, that's going to make a difference, because the Kraken have to get back to some type of identity that's been lacking here for a long time. I think the coach is great. I think the coach will get it. I think he needs better players. And then I think their pro scouting is going to be put to a test. There's not much on the free agent market this summer. So, there doesn't have to be blockbusters too. There can be minor trades that can make a big difference. So they got to be better that way too, and fill in some pieces and move on from some guys that have been probably with the Kraken too long. There's time to turn this thing over and bring a different group in next season. I think that's what I'd be looking for.
Yeah, John Forsman with us. I'm with you. It's pro sports. Like, you can't let your emotions tie you to a player. The jerseys you see people wearing in the stands, that's not what it's about. It's about winning games. And, I think the fan base here deserves to see the very best product. You mentioned the no trade clause, and I saw that Dylan Larkin story that just did break. He was a 30-plus goal guy last year, number one center. There's no doubt about that. If with the no trades and with, where Seattle's perceived, what is the perception around the league of Seattle? Because it feels like players, and this happens in a lot of sports, John, you know this, the NBA, nobody necessarily wants to go to Utah or Portland or Charlotte, but they all want to go to Miami or LA, etc. In our league, it feels like Vegas is the destination now, or if your wife's in the fashion industry, LA Kings, whatever it might be. Seattle's kind of this little place up in the Northwest, maybe closer to Alaska than people think. I don't know. There's a weird perception, yet I look at the facilities. I look at ownership with Samantha Holloway and Todd Lewicki and now Melinda French Gates. I look at the building itself and how they treat players. I would think this would be a place people want to come to. I asked Brandon Montour about that. He said, yeah, they're trying to do as much recruiting and getting that word out to other players around the league. But what do you hear about Seattle? Because I think we both know Seattle's on a lot of no-trade lists.
Yeah, I think because of where the team's at. When you have, two general managers, 3 coaches in 5 years, it's too much, and I understand all the reasons, and we're not going to rehash all of that, right? I understand. I understand why these moves were made with great intention, but, you can't have that. So anytime you have that, I would believe that, the word gets around and players are very keen on it. Agents are keen on it. So they keep an eye on all these things. And all of a sudden that happens. I'm just going to tell you that in 20 minutes, I'm going to get in a car and I'm going to drive to my old barn here in Raleigh, right? And, as you know, I was in the Raleigh market, still have a home here, but for almost 25 years. And in that time, this was a barren wasteland for players. This was on everybody's no chance am I going there, because the team was failing. They went 10 years without making the playoffs. And they had to start drafting and being smarter with the development of young players to build it up to where it is, so that when this new ownership came in and some changes managerial wise, bingo, the trend was there. They were cycling back to relevancy and they took advantage of it. And now all of a sudden, they're like a 3-year cycle here of consecutive sellouts. It's the loudest house in the NHL. And now when you couple the area of the triangle, the Raleigh-Durham area in North Carolina, with the weather and the conditions and the lifestyle, and there's not a lot of media pressure, all of a sudden, Carolina's this great place to play. Wasn't always the case. Seattle's a great place to play. A great place to play. I've been around long enough. I've been in a lot of markets. I know how great a sports town it is. I know how communal the people are. I know how supportive the people are. Look at the support the Kraken get for what they've given so far. When that starts to become a regular thing, when we're talking every year about how deep they're going into the playoffs, and we're disappointed if they get ousted in a conference final someday, we're going to see what that support means, because it already exists with other teams in Seattle. So the players will completely buy into it. They just have to be in an environment where they think if they're mid-range in their career or later in their career, that they have a legitimate chance to get in and win. So that's why, if there's an opportunity to make a huge deal right now and get the team positioned that way and get a little juice around the league, all of a sudden it's a no-brainer, right? Talk to every player. You do, I do. Everybody loves it there. Okay. And that's when we have what we have in the wintertime, where there's a lot of gray and there's some rain. Who cares? It's still beautiful. All right. And so I think everything is there. It just there has to be an awakening as to why you want to go there. That's all it is. And it's very simple. They will, so that's what we're seeing, around the league. I'm not a big believer in these tax situations. I don't want to get involved in any of those things. I think the prime concern for any athlete is to go win. And the guys who came in the last few years, the Chandler Stevensons and the Brandon Montours, they came to win. They didn't come to get some retirement project and, put their feet up. Monty's burning to get back into this situation, in the first round, he texted Eddie and I during one of the games. He was watching the game. It was all about how exciting the playoffs are. And that's what he said. Good luck, guys. You sound great. And I can't wait to get back there. So listen, if they can fix that, then it's all set. It's a turnkey situation. There's absolutely nothing wrong except the wins and losses over 5 years that haven't been jiving with everybody. That's all it is.
Everything else has been first class. I'll wrap it up with this. John Forsland, you mentioned this a minute ago. It starts with Jason Botterill, and it goes through the pro personnel, player personnel on that side, not the amateur scouts, that side. This is a make it or break it time for them. And you can turn a franchise around. You can make significant moves. You just have to be aggressive. Now, it takes two to tango. We all understand that. But this isn't about, hey, we hope we have a good draft again and we develop guys that are 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road. This is about now. How important, John, how important are the next 4 or 5 weeks as we get through the first week in July for this organization moving forward?
They're vital. I mean, this is a turning point, and I do think there are things in the cupboard now too. There are players, there are assets in the cupboard. So that's not what it was in year 2, even year 3. You hadn't had these players in the system yet. You haven't developed them. They haven't been scouted by other organizations. So I'm not going to give you the exact solutions because I don't know. It's not my job. But I will tell you that I think they're positioned well to get creative and do it. And they've already said that they're going to be aggressive, and it was already said the past off season, and a couple of moves were made, and a couple of those were good, and the Marchment situation and all of that. It's kind of a mixed review on everything that happened last off season. This is a different story. This is where you've done just about everything you can do. You've cleared the deck. You've got a new type of organization, a new direction. You've had an internal audit of your doings. How are you going to make it better? So yeah, I'm with you. I can't wait. I was speaking with somebody over at the rink this morning. This is nice. We're going through the final. There's nothing like it. But at the back end of the final is the resumption of business for all the teams. I just can't wait. Maybe this Larkin thing is the first thing, right? It's exciting. It's exciting for the fans. So you got to dig in and watch, see what happens through the draft. But most importantly, I think this is one of these years where the draft can be a mechanism to something else. Let's see if it happens.
Johnny, great to have your voice on this show. It'll be great to hear your voice on KJR along with Edzo and Billy Jaffe later on tonight at 5 o'clock and throughout the finals. I'm assuming it'll be at least a 6 or 7 game stint that we're going to hear you here on KJR. So have a great call tonight. Get some rest. Say hi to Edzo for us, and we'll talk soon. Thank you for doing this today on a game day. I appreciate it.
Anytime, Ian. Take care and keep up the great work. Okay, buddy?
Thanks, you too. That is the great John Forsland, the voice of your Seattle Kraken, with some pretty strong words there. We'll comment on what he had to say on the other side, get you back to some Seahawk football in the 1 o'clock hour, Mariners baseball as well. We're here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, 93.3 KJR FM.
Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
And welcome back, Virginia Mason Athletics Center today on a Thursday afternoon. Andrews, I was driving in today to the old VMAC here.
Yep.
And I was thinking, man, I don't know why. It's just the end of the week. Weather kind of turned a little sour, right?
Yeah.
Trying to find some energy. And I said to myself, you know what? It's the unofficial start of the weekend.
Yeah, it is.
It's a Thursday. It's
Something we have to get Brandon on?
What's that?
Something we have to get Brandon on?
Well, I don't.
Normally.
No, Brandon spent 10 minutes trashing me last time he
That's
was
true.
on. He's on probation right now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
just sitting there mocking the host of said program. So no, it was like, this is unofficial start of the weekend, man. It's a Thursday. Let's go. Good stuff from John Forreston. We'll revisit a little bit of what he had to say at 1:45 today. A special little announcement coming up at 1 o'clock. I can say that, right? Kind of a special little announcement here coming up at 1 o'clock. So stay tuned for that as well. We asked a question earlier. We had some really good stuff coming in. Softy asked me when I was out here last Tuesday, hey, did they add the second Lombardi Trophy to the lobby? And I know that 99% of you have never been out here to the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. When you walk into the main lobby of the building, there's a big trophy case, and it's got a bunch of stuff in there. And they have, of course, the first Lombardi Trophy. And he asked me, is it in there? And I said, Dave, I hadn't even looked. Okay, like it's not. That's a you thing. That's not a me thing necessarily. Right. I'll just go. But I did go check, took a picture. Second Lombardi Trophy's in there. We started talking about the trophies because we had John on talking Stanley Cup. I mean, the Stanley Cup, I feel like is a trophy that people literally they'll die for. Right. Like it's just, and I say that is very much. I'm not being literal, but what you hear about how guys at the end of the Stanley Cup playoffs, the surgeries are going through, the things that were going on with their body and things like it is just such a demanding trophy to win.
Right.
And to get through those 4 7-game series and 16 games and all that, I mean, it is, and every other night, it means so. And the cup itself is cool looking. It's an icon. So we said, hey, Lombardi. I think Lombardi Trophy is number 2, but we're getting a ton of texts 49451 in for other things, which we'll get to in the 2 o'clock hour before we check in with Jalen Sundell. I mean, it is sensational. Like some of the stuff coming in right now. There's other things out there I kind of even forgot about.
Like non-traditional major forward stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the green jacket for the Masters. Like it's just one of those things that every guy in the tour would just, die for. Give me a green jacket.
Right.
But yeah, we'll get into some of that. 49451, some really good things coming in. I think Lombardi Trophy's number 2 for me. If you just look at the 4 main sports, I don't want to say this. People get mad. If you look at the 4 major sports in our country, right?
Right.
NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL, NHL. I think the Stanley Cup is the coolest of the 4 trophies. I think Lombardi's 2. I would probably go Larry O'Brien 3.
Really? Over the World Series?
Yeah, but that's a push. You know what the World Series one looks like? It kind of looks like something you would give to the North Puget Sound League high school baseball champions. Like it just I don't know. It just looks like it's but listen, that's just me. People might to each his own. People may think completely different of that as well. So 49451, we'll get to that as well. I tweeted out the picture of the 2 trophies, the 2 Lombardis in there, so you can check that out. So we'll get that going. Mariners are off today. We were on the air yesterday when they were playing, so we'll get into a little bit more of that with Eno Saris coming up at 1:20 and some other things with the Eno Road. Listen, 8 straight wins, 3 straight series wins. This team's humming along right now, Anders, like we were thinking it would be. And not only that, Cal starts in Everett this weekend and then transitions to AAA Tacoma. So after was a 10-game road trip, right? I believe 10-game road trip.
Yep.
Maybe we'll see him back in the lineup. And so far, so good. The fact that they are where they are, above 500, and I know the division is awful, but above 500 without him. And really, you could probably say, if we're being honest, they're above 500 in first place without Cal all season because the Cal Raleigh we know hasn't played this year.
Well, and when he has played, it's been bad.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. We haven't seen Cal Raleigh.
Right.
We haven't even seen 2024 Cal Raleigh, much less 2025 Cal Raleigh.
Exactly.
So get him back healthy, and let's see what this thing's all about. The only number I care about standings wise right now is 3. They're 3 behind Cleveland. That number 2 seed. That's what you want.
You are eyeing that 2 seed, aren't you?
Well, you're not going to get the 1. I know there's a ton of baseball left. The East, the 2 teams in the East. Can you imagine though? The 2 teams in the AL East, the Yankees and the Rays. That's like playing in the NFC West. Like you're going to have a really good team that doesn't have home field advantage.
Yeah, but Aaron Judge has a mysterious injury supposedly.
I saw that.
He might be going.
Yes, we saw the mysterious injury for Aaron Judge. It's taken New York by storm right now. It actually, I saw the stuff that, God, everything is magnified with them, isn't it?
So
it's
true.
It's so magnified.
Yeah.
It's like, what's really wrong with Aaron Judge? What's happening with Aaron Judge?
So, I could see a reality where, Tampa comes back down to earth, and they've already started to a little bit. And then the Yankees don't have Aaron Judge for a month or 2.
How much time did he miss last year?
It was close to a month. It was close to a month. Yeah.
Yeah. And Seattle schedule's very conducive to going on a heater for a while.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean,
that's the one good thing there.
They've been, just treading water with, like you said, a lot of guys that you would be relying on the IL.
I want to acknowledge one real quick on the text line, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. Okay. Gold Cup. I grew up in the Rainier Beach area, Rainier Valley. What did I just lose this? I'm sorry. My fault. Ian, you're just an idiot. Gold Cup. I grew up in Rainier Valley in the 60s. Get it? I know what the Gold Cup is. That's a hydroplane trophy.
Oh, okay. I was confused because there's a Gold Cup in soccer too.
So the Gold Cup in hydro racing used to be such a huge thing here. Oh my God, it was massive for 60s, 70s, into the 80s, and a little bit into the early 90s. Hydroplane racing was massive on here, Detroit, Madison, San Diego. I mean, it was just massive for us. And it's just unfortunately the adults ruined the sport,
right?
Massively, they just did. But the Gold Cup was a big deal. And the Gold Cup was almost always run in Detroit, which kind of pissed people out here off because we were kind of the hydroplane capital, we thought. Right. But so did Detroit. But yeah, I'll dance with you on the Gold Cup. That's pretty good. All right, 49451. We'll get to that as well. Coming up next up, a little special announcement. Don't want to miss it. Coming up next.
Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
49451, that is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. Your thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. We're talking about the trophies. The Lombardi Trophy, second one's here. Stanley Cup. I think Stanley Cup's one, Lombardi's two, but whatever else. There's another thing called the World Cup Trophy. I heard that's pretty cool. Andrew, is that cool? You like the World Cup
I'm a
trophy?
fan. There are some people who don't think it's that great because it's not very big. It's a little underwhelming. I actually like the fact that it's not very big. You can hold it in one hand. I like the gold aspect of it too. Not many trophies are gold; they're mostly silver. And just the design of it, it's a bunch of people holding up the world, so it's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's a segue, by the way.
Yeah.
Into something I'll tell you about in just a couple of seconds. Here we go. First of all, we're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Ian Furness with you. We're hanging out here today. Jalen Sundell is expected to join us after practice in about an hour and a half or so. They're on the field. Give you some thoughts on that as well. Sarah's coming up at 1:20 today. Your thoughts, comments, questions, concerns on the text line. We'll do those at about 2:20 before Jalen Sundell joins us, maybe even at the 2 o'clock hour. But before we go there, speaking of the World Cup, Jackson Feltz is in the studio with Anderson Hurst. We have some very cool news here on 93.3 KJR FM because iHeartRadio is the official home of the World Cup. And my two guys, Anderson Hurst and Jackson Feltz, who wants to go first and tell folks what we're doing here on the station?
I've done it a few times, so Jackson, go ahead.
Jackson, fire away.
Well, we are going to have all matches on the iHeartRadio app. We are going to have the matches both here on 93.3 and on 950 for, about 44 plus games, depending on how far the United States goes. And we're going to have those all United States games here on 93.3 starting next Thursday with South Africa against Mexico.
Ooh, how about that, huh?
And we'll have a 30-minute pregame show for every game and at least 15-minute postgame show for every game here on the KJRs as well.
All right, so you two are going to be like just World Cup immersed, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's gonna be intense, Ian. I tell you what, like I told Anders, I have right now, and this is not, me, I prep for everything. I have 45 pages in Word document text for prep for all of the teams that I'll be doing pre-half post for this entire tournament. It is extensive.
You guys set up, there's a studio set up.
Yes.
That we usually use for taping interviews and things like that.
And you've been kicked out.
We have been. We've all, which is fine because it's set up. So like if someone's tuning into KJR, like during the World Cup, what can they expect to hear? And when will they hear it?
Well, I think you can expect what you're going to have is every single game, whether it's here or on 950, we're going to have 30 minutes before the game kicks off, full in-depth coverage of who these teams are, why this game matters, what's the context related to the tournament as a whole, where the United States stand in every given moment, and then as the tournament progresses, kind of just top storylines, top players. I mean, this right now is what everybody's expecting, the biggest World Cup of all time in terms of number of teams, in terms of, I think, international global viewership, because it's the United States, because you have more teams playing. This is going to be intense, and I'm expecting for the United States team here, just selfishly, locally, Anders, I don't know about you, I'm expecting big things from this squad.
Yeah, I think, I've been pretty bullish on them for a while now for the U.S., just because, I like the coaching change they made a couple years ago. But, seeing what they did against Senegal in that first World Cup tune-up game, it kind of it had me dreaming, Ian. So I'm looking forward to, what's going to happen over the summer. I know there are some talks about the hype maybe not necessarily being to the level that a lot of people might have expected to this point. I promise you, once the games start, everyone will be fully immersed. Yep. And, I mentioned this on the morning show earlier today. Even if you maybe aren't the biggest soccer fan, just check it out. Whether it's a U.S. game, whether it's something else, there's something for everyone. There's this. I kind of compare it a little bit to the NCAA tournament for the casual sports fan because, it kind of goes on all day. so you can kind of have something going on, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, especially now that the time zones line up, obviously, with what's going on here in America. And then the aspect that, yes, there's the favorites, there's the superstars, but then there's also there's always a team that comes out of nowhere, and there's a player that comes out of nowhere that takes a team to the semifinals or something like that, like a Cinderella story. So if you're a NCAA tournament basketball fan, there's a lot of similar aspects to watching the FIFA World Cup as there is to that.
So there's juice involved, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, there's juice involved.
Is Anderson? You guys were talking to Anderson and Jackson about once the things get going. I think back to 2014 in the World Cup, and the U.S. was in with Ghana, Portugal, Germany.
Yep. Yes,
but they got to the knockout. They lost 2-1 to Belgium in extra time, and when you said that, the first thing I thought of is I remember during that World Cup in 2014, Sport Restaurant was still open.
Oh, yeah.
And we went over and we were doing we did a show at Sport Restaurant. In fact,
are you going to talk about how drunk I was there at Sport that day?
No.
Jackson did tell this story literally right before we went on
Ghana
the air.
game. Oh boy.
But we were over there for the Belgium game. We were there I think we were over there and I don't know, it's weird because where was that World Cup held in 2014?
Brazil.
Yeah.
For some reason, maybe the time zones worked out where my show was on. We were carrying the game, I think, but we were on the air. We did like a little viewing party, did something after.
Yeah, I think they're like 3 or 4 hours ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so it worked out, and Sport Restaurant, may it rest in peace, was packed. And people were going nuts in there for that. And it was a great game. They lose to Belgium. I do remember that we got in a little trouble because if people don't know, Belgium, or Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, I don't know if they still are a sponsor for
I'm sure
Team
they
USA.
are. Yeah.
They're a Belgium-owned company.
That's funny.
So we had a little bit of fun with that, like doing like a, hey, we're gonna have like a boycott of all Budweiser products during the game and all that. So
that did not go over well.
Well, yeah. The thing is, Anheuser-Busch, you've got your other issues these days. So unless you're making Busch Light Apple, you got your own problems. But yeah, it was I was like, hey man, we're gonna go all in on this. So you know what? Screw you, Budweiser. You're Belgium. This is not about Belgium. This is about U.S. But Belgium's one of the teams that you guys like, right? We're gonna see them here, correct?
They're actually stationed in Seattle, so they will be like practicing here whenever they don't have games and stuff like that. Are they training at?
They're training
Long
at
Acres?
the Sounders
Yeah.
Long Acres facility. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Awesome.
And then you have Egypt and Spokane as well.
All right. So let's do this. When will you guys be on the air for the first time?
That'll be 11:30 a.m. next Thursday morning ahead of Mexico, South Africa.
Okay, and that'll be on 950?
Yes, next Thursday.
Okay, perfect. And then
Ian's like, wait a second, that would be during my show.
Yeah, can we do that next? Sure you wanna do that?
Ian, there's going to be a few games already, like USA, Australia on June 19th. You get to take that day off, I believe, my friend.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you why I'm happy because I want to watch the damn game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like seriously, I want to watch the game.
That's
so
going to be a huge game.
All right. Well, we'll have. I think the whole schedule's up at 93.3KJR.com.
Yep.
And you know what, you guys. I know you're going to do a great job. I know you got a huge passion for the sport, and I'm excited for the two of you, and for what we're doing with iHeart and KJR as well. So, congrats, boys.
Yeah, and it's not just the games too. Well, there'll be a daily podcast. There's going to be World Cup kind of updates, kind of coming up, similar to the NFL ones you get during that season. So we're going to be immersed into all of it.
All right. Love it. All right, guys. Well, great job. That's
Thanks,
awesome.
Ian.
Jackson, congrats. Let's take a break, come back. Eno Sarah's talking Mariner baseball with us next.
This is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
On your home for the Kraken, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
Daily Power Play, your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. We'll have Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight, right here on 93.3 KJR FM, 5 o'clock face-off. John Forsland, Eddie Olczyk on the call on the national radio broadcast, which we'll have for you here, which was nice to have our guys on the call. Speaking of John Forsland, earlier today he joined me in the noon hour, and asked John what the Kraken need to do in this offseason, how aggressive must they be, and how important the next few weeks are.
I'm not going to give you the exact solutions because I don't know. It's not my job. But I will tell you that I think they're positioned well to get creative and do it. And they've already said that they're going to be aggressive, and it was already said the past off season, and a couple of moves were made, and a couple of those were good, and the Marchment situation and all of that. It's kind of a mixed review on everything that happened last off season. This is a different story. This is where you've done just about everything you can do. You've cleared the deck. You've got a new type of organization, a new direction. You've had an internal audit of your doings. How are you going to make it better? So yeah, I'm with you. I can't wait. I was speaking with somebody over at the rink this morning. This is nice. We're going through the final. There's nothing like it. But at the back end of the final is the resumption of business for all the teams. I just can't wait. Maybe this Larkin thing is the first thing, right? It's exciting. It's exciting for the fans. So you got to dig in and watch, see what happens through the draft. But most importantly, I think this is one of these years where the draft can be a mechanism to something else. Let's see if it happens.
Let's see if it happens. He mentioned that at the start. Last year, you heard some of the same talk. Aggressive offseason. We got all these draft picks you can, use and prospects that you can use. Anders.
Yes.
Last offseason netted you Mason Marchment, Ryan Lindgren, Freddie Gaudreau.
I wouldn't consider that aggressive personally.
Not in the least.
At least the results, right? Because we all know you could try to do something and then it takes two to tango, yada, yada, yada. But in terms of the results, I wouldn't consider that aggressive.
You got a fourth liner in Gaudreau who's a guy that can play up and down the line for you.
Sure. And you got a third pair defenseman.
And you got a third pair defenseman, and you got a guy that didn't want to be here in March. who they, to their credit, they got rid of him
pretty quickly.
I mean, as soon as they could. Probably should never have brought him here in the first place. We can debate that part of it, but they did. When you make a mistake, fix it, and they did. The other two guys were just guys.
Yeah.
So, this has to be a better offseason. And listen, I keep saying that. I'm going to say it again. The fans here deserve it. John said that. Johnny Forsland just said that an hour and a half ago.
Right.
The fans deserve it. And here's the other thing you don't want to have happen. You don't want to get caught in the wake. I'm sitting here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We already tweeted the picture out. There's two Lombardis here. One of them came just a few months ago. And yes, maybe most people think the Rams have already clinched the Super Bowl title, but they got to play it out. This is still a good football team.
We do not care.
We do not care. You know what's funny about that?
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, out on that field, and we talked to Elijah Arroyo yesterday. They don't care.
They do not care.
They don't care, man.
And I love it, man. I love it.
They do not care.
And just talked about how the Mariners are in such a good position this year as well.
That's the other thing. The Mariners are humming, man. I mean, they like I don't know what the odds would be, but you would get really bad odds right now to bet the Mariners making the playoffs because they're going to make the playoffs.
Yes.
So you got to get aggressive in the offseason if you're the hockey team. There you go. That's your daily power play again. 5 o'clock tonight. Game 2. Carolina. Vegas. Johnny Forsland. Eddie Olczyk. Edzo on the call for you right here on 93.3 KJR FM. All right, coming up in the next hour, we'll check some text messages, 49451. That is the Tacoma Dodge text line. Also, Anders will have a word for you, so you can hopefully qualify to win $2,500 cash money. We'll do that as well. We'll also reset a fun topic we did earlier today based on the said an aforementioned Lombardi Trophy. All that coming up. We're live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks OTAs. Jalen Sindell scheduled to join us later on this afternoon as well, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, it's Ian back with you for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, snocasino.com to book that room. Have a great weekend away, maybe even a weekday away. You can enjoy the great dining options, Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood 12 Moons Asian restaurant. Of course, the best prime rib in all the land is at the buffet there, the Falls Buffet. I love Hawks Peak Sports Bar and Grill, 60-plus televisions. You will not miss a second of the action, whether it be the Stanley Cup Finals, the NBA Finals, of course, the World Cup, which is coming up here. Is it 9 days away? Is that what we are, Anders? Where are we at?
7 days away.
7 days away. All the World Cup games there as well. They also have MMA events that you can watch at the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Find out more by going to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Stand by Anders in just a couple seconds. When I'm done with the headlines, I'll give you a code word at 93.3KJR.com to try to win $2,500 cash money. Mariners lose the final game of the series. The Mets snap their 8-game winning streak. Day off today. They head to Detroit. 3-game set over the weekend. NFL Packers. Christian Watson agreed to a 4-year, $110 million extension. That includes a $31 million signing bonus. Steelers tight end Darnell Washington agrees on a 4-year, $42 million extension that includes 21 guaranteed. NBA Knicks win Game 1 of the NBA Finals in San Antonio thanks to Jalen Brunson dropping 30. But again, San Antonio, you've done your job. Whatever happens here is gravy as far as us in Seattle are concerned. Storm lose to the Phoenix Mercury last night, fall to 3-8 on the season as well. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today. Jalen Sindell is going to join us here before the bottom of the hour. In the meantime, Anders, let's give away some cash.
Yeah, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you the $250K USA giveaway for your chance at $2,500. Listen each weekday, 8 a.m., 11 a.m., 2 p.m., and 5 p.m. for the nationwide keyword to enter on our website at 933KJR.com. This hour's keyword is trip. Enter trip at 933KJR.com for your chance at $2,500.
All right, here we go. Hour number 3.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we'll get to some text coming up here in about 10 or 15 minutes. And then Jalen Sindell probably going to join us right around 2:25, 2:30 when practice wraps up. Seahawks starting center. And we'll do that here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today, day 2 for us out here with the OTAs. And then next week, the mandatory minicamp scheduled for 3 days. We'll see if we're here all 3 days. And I not that they won't have us. They're great. They're very accommodating, very great hosts. But I believe last year they turfed day 3 of minicamp. So we'll see. We'll see what Mike McDonald does next week.
Got it. Seemed to work out for them pretty well.
Kind of did.
Yeah.
Let me see. Just double check the list of recent Lombardi winners. Oh,
yeah.
yeah. They won it. Yeah. They won it. It's weird. Everybody's already 2026 NFL champion, Super Bowl champion. This LA Rams already penciled in there.
I guess so.
Yeah. God. Dan Campbell, the Lions coach today, kind of did a little thing on that.
Oh, I love that.
He goes, I guess they already won it. Whatever. It's like,
it's true, though. Like, what is with, like, I get that, power rankings are a thing, and at this time of the year, like, that's what you're going to be talking about, right?
Yeah.
But come on.
They've upgraded their roster.
Sure.
They had already upgraded their roster significantly with the 2 cornerbacks, and then you throw that in. They've done a lot of work, but that's the beautiful thing about the NFL. A lot of stuff has to happen. I wish they were in the AFC.
Yeah, I do too.
That'd be way better. I heard Mike Florio yesterday with Softy and Dick. He's like, yeah, I mean, I think we all believe if they would have been in a different conference, those 2 teams, they would have played in the Super Bowl.
I agree with that.
Right? And then we would have had a lot more compelling Super Bowl, and people wouldn't hate the Seahawks so much.
Well, and
they blame us. They blame Seattle for a bad Super Bowl.
It's true, because we're too good. Our 2 that we've won, have been 2 of the most boring Super Bowls for the neutral. So.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
We'll take it. I don't care.
All I know this, I enjoyed both of them.
Immensely.
We had some fun earlier because the Lombardi Trophy number 2 is here in the lobby. I tweeted that out because Softy wanted to know. We were out talking about some of the trophies you just think are the best and want to be, like if you could just post yourself with a picture, do a selfie with a trophy, would it be me, Stanley Cup? Lombardi would be 2, but we got some good ones coming in on the text line 49451. We'll get to those a little bit later on. Anders, I want to run this by you. If you missed it, an hour ago, we announced KJR is your home for the World Cup.
Yes.
Right? We are totally your home for the World Cup. Games on 950, games here on 93.3 KJR FM, pre- and post-game coverage with Anderson Hurst and Furious Feltz.
Jackson Furious Feltz.
Jackson Feltz. So we're going to be all over the World Cup. This story came out today, and people are losing. You know where I'm going with this?
I don't.
People are losing their mind right now. So FIFA has made a late change to policy. They are now barring fans from bringing refillable water bottles into the tournament's 16 stadiums across North America. So initially, FIFA stadium rules had stated that fans could bring in a transparent, reusable bottle up to 1 liter or for those of us in this country, 33.8 ounce capacity. Okay.
Yeah.
A liter or 33.8 ounces. So that was the initial thing. They just changed that on Thursday morning.
Interesting.
And they updated that. So now they say that there are no longer, for the avoidance of doubt, reusable water bottles may not be brought into stadiums. Well, from England to Belgium to all points in between, fan groups are losing their mind. And here's the thing. So Coca-Cola is a big sponsor.
Sure.
Right? So obviously they want to sell, I know they have a bottled water brand. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
But they do. I want to say.
Yeah, I think it's Dasani. Yeah, I think it's Dasani. Yeah. So that's who gets, they're trying to sell bottles of water.
Yeah.
At God knows what price.
Yeah.
Right? You know, a bottle of water that if you bought in the store, you could get like a 12-pack for $5 is probably $8 just for one bottle.
Right.
But the problem is now, depending on what stadium it is, there's a lot of stadiums that have no shade.
Right.
And you're asking people to, this isn't a third world country, man.
No.
Okay. Like we're not playing in some, this is America, Mexico, and Canada. This is where FIFA, and I know FIFA's kind of that group. They're kind of like the NFL. They're like the Seahawks. We don't care.
We don't care.
We don't care. I can't speak for the other countries, but I think this is one of those things again that hurts the perception in this country. Because the FIFA money grab, which you hear, see, written, talked about all the time, is it's hard, especially in a country here where soccer is not the main game.
Yeah.
And people get upset. Now, I'm with Jackson and you when we talked about this an hour ago. I think once the games start being played, that's the kind of stuff people will forget.
Exactly.
The gouging of the ticket prices, which sounds like they're all coming down anyway.
They are.
Which would really piss you off if you bought them initially. Right?
Yeah.
If you're going to get them for a little less money. But those are the things that just kind of set the whole thing. We're going to cover up Lumen Field with some duct tape. I'm like, God, what are we doing? Come on. But, and I understand it, though, because I saw the same thing in the Olympics when I was in Salt Lake.
Yep,
like,
true.
Now, the Olympics are a little different because they build venues for you. And then they leave venues behind for you.
Yeah.
Right? Like hey, there's a speed skating track. We can now have people come here and train. And,
Yeah.
You know, and, hey, there's a ski jump that's in Park City that we left that behind. Other buildings like the Delta Center, which was the host for figure skating, they had to cover that up.
Right.
So it wasn't the Delta. So that's not just a FIFA.
It's
thing.
not
It
abnormal. Yeah.
No, but this is the kind of things that, like, guys, stop it. Just let people bring a water bottle in and fill it up.
Yeah.
You know, and that was the whole thing because you're already the price. You're making money. You're not. This isn't a minor league operation where you're hoping like, hey, we can sell a few water bottles
Sure.
and make so we break even for tonight's minor league game here with single A base. That's not what it is.
Yeah.
And these are the things that piss people off, and I understand why. I do think that we'll kind of forget about some of it.
Yeah.
When it's all said and done, the way they're shutting down the streets. We were talking about that with Softy yesterday. I mean, it's going to be a pain in the ass around here, but I think in the end it'll be well worth it, and we'll have some fun with it. So
Yeah, I do wonder with this water bottle story how much of it is trying to sell more water bottles versus how much of it is a security thing. Because I do know from internal conversations that is a concern for a lot of people, especially here in Seattle, going into...
Let me stop you right there. Stop you right there because you and Jackson and our station and everybody starts. You guys are all in these planning stages. All you guys are involved with the World Cup coverage, and I know that it seems like there's a meeting to have a meeting every day, right? You guys are doing a ton of organizing, which is awesome. And again, we're gonna have all that stuff here on our stations, whether it be here on 93.3 KJR FM or 950 AM, and then I'm assuming the apps as well. So on the iHeart app, but how is security a massive concern for FIFA?
I think less for FIFA because they kind of leave that up to each individual venue and city to kind of make sure that everything is.
So for here, what do you get the impression of?
I think that there's just a lot of stuff to figure out still, and not just in terms of like obviously bringing in an empty water bottle in and of itself is not going to really change much in security, but you never know, like what you can fill up with that kind of stuff, and like there's the thought that people can throw them onto the field. You've seen that before with like a lot of soccer fans can get pretty rowdy sometimes. I'm not saying that their incentive to doing this wasn't money driven, but there are like other parts to the reasoning behind this. And the big thing is, okay, if this was your plan, just say that from the beginning, right? Instead of changing it last minute, right?
That's the problem I think people have.
Yes.
Is that it was a policy in place and it got changed. What is it, 7 days away?
Yeah.
From the first game?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Stop it.
Yeah.
Just stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it. But, all right. I'm just glad we're carrying the games. I think it's awesome. I think you guys will do a great job, and I can't wait for it along the way. We got a lot of good text coming in today. We also got some text talking about, all of a sudden, you and I went down the path of trying to trade Mariner pitchers.
Yeah.
So people are chiming in on that.
Love it. I love it.
Listen, you have to move somebody. Don't you?
I don't think you have to, but I think they should. They obviously are very reluctant to trade starting pitching. We've been asking them to do that for
Do you
the
think
last
they would
3
move
years.
a position player too?
Yeah, I think it would probably take someone like Dom Canzone, who has some trade value in order, and because you have a logjam there too. Let's be honest, right?
Because we just talked about they got a lot of guys that can sort of play corner outfield,
Sure,
and they got a lot of guys that should be DHs.
Yep.
And then they've got a utility guy that, I don't know, maybe we don't even count on Donovan coming back. I mean, whatever. But I'd be like, but you've got him who's going to be a utility guy.
Sure.
You're not going to, I mean, I think it's safe to say the kid's here, right?
Right.
Whether he's playing third or short, he ain't
Yeah,
going anywhere.
he's here.
he ain't going. Robles is healthy now.
Yeah.
Like maybe, like who Canzone would have some trade value, right?
Yeah.
Who else would have trade? I don't know who else would have trade value, but
I mean,
certainly
maybe
Canzone
Victor
would.
Robles, but I like his defense. I
think you got to have. I don't think you can move him because your defense in the corner is so bad as it is, right? Like, and it's just. I mean, they're married to Randy in left field. It appears, even though he's got like you and I might have a stronger arm than him. But I mean,
his offense is good enough that you can handle that. And at left field, if there is one position
on a better team, on a better team, he should be a DH.
Yeah.
A better defensive team.
Yeah. But I think the big thing is regardless of position, and you can kind of figure it out later. You need someone that can hit left-handed pitching. Period. End of story. And someone like Byron Buxton.
Wait, stop. I'm going to stop you there.
Yeah.
They signed a guy for $6 million.
Well, it isn't working, so you got to find something else. And
how is the hit tracker going between Ref Snyder and Pollock?
I haven't checked Nathan.
Did Johnny Pareda pass him?
He did. He did indeed. And he got another one last night, so he's already 2 past him.
Wait, so Pareda has more hits this year, your third catcher, than Ref Snyder does?
In less than half the games, yes.
God, that's fantastic.
It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah, indeed. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got some good text messages. We'll get to those coming up next. Also hoping to hear from Jalen Sindell. He'll sit down as soon as practice is over, which should happen in the next 5 or 6 minutes. All right here, 93.3 KJR FM.
celebrations in town with the number 50 in it. First, the Mariners will celebrate 50 years with a post-game home run derby with absolute hard hitters Austin Nola and Ryan Roland Smith. If you don't like that, you can mosey on over to Jimmy's on First, where the number 50 is also in celebration, as it'll be 50 days since the last broadcast of Driving with Dave. Good job, Mr. Mahler. Check in later, guys.
Hello, show. The iconic image of the one-arm raised Lombardi trophy will always be iconic. In my mind, I have Tom Brady doing the one arm. I have Russell Wilson doing the one arm. I got John Elway doing the one arm. I got so many guys. I got Eli Manning doing the one arm. It's the one arm up in the air. Hell yeah, I just won the effing Super Bowl.
Listening to John Forslund made me realize something about this group that owns the Kraken. Are they wealthy enough to own a basketball team without being too cheap? I don't care about marketing. I want division champions. I want wins. So that's my concern about this.
Wow, there's a lot to chew on there. There is a lot to chew on. Anders, let's see. Let me start first. I'll work backwards. The first one, if you've been paying attention this week, Melinda French Gates worth $30 billion. That's $30 billion with a B added to the ownership group. The Kraken spend basically to the cap every year with in terms of the salaries. As far as the NBA is concerned, I know there's more money involved there. I don't think that's an issue. I'll give you an example. El Cheapo, Tom Dundon, just bought the team down in Portland, the Trailblazers, and he's worth, I believe, about 1/20th. No, that's less than that. What is it? He's worth like $4 billion or so. He's not worth that much compared to like what the ownership is here. So yes, they're fine. Don't worry about that. Let's see the other one. 50 since driving with Dave. Yeah. Yeah, it's been 50. God, I miss driving with Dave. He got in trouble, though. I think Gina told him no more.
Wow.
I think that's why he's
sucks.
not doing it. Yeah. I like driving with Dave. That's one of my favorite Instagram things. It's only happened once, but I thought I like driving with Dave. I thought it was fun because he gets mad.
Yeah, he does. It's like when he's driving, he's like has that extra level of.
Yeah, but he has to kind of keep it in control because he's driving with Dave. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Driving with Dave along the way.
The Lombardi Trophy one.
Oh, so we've got a lot of good texts. 49451. I like this one. 253. I want to eat spaghetti out of Sir Lord Stanley's cup.
I will say, like, yes, the kind of two hands holding the trophy sideways with the hockey player skating is an iconic image. I do think that in terms of like the picture in my head, I definitely picture the winning quarterback lifting the Lombardi Trophy as number one in terms of American sports. I still put image in my head, the captain of the soccer team lifting the one gold World Cup with the entire team behind them and the fireworks on in the background. That's just etched into my brain. I could see every single one of those, depending on what year it was. So yeah, I think that's a good point about which trophy is better. Which one kind of you picture in your head?
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of really good ones coming in. We'll get back to the text. I know might have another talk back.
We do. We have one more.
Fire away.
Anders, I love this topic. If I were to reset the rotation after the All-Star weekend, I would go Wu, Miller, Hancock, Logan, and then Kirby. So yeah, Wu, Miller, Hancock, Logan, Kirby rounds out my top five. And then I would go with the Killer Kid.
So no Castillo.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people are kind of viewing that as a sixth person in the rotation anyway. Mm-hmm. I still think there's something there, and he's going to give you value for the rest of the regular season, whether that is to give some guys more off days or whatever. But, I mean, yeah, I would agree in terms of with that order. I'd probably swap. I still think Kirby's 3 for me over Hancock. I don't know. It's tough. It's hard to judge.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's got to be a resume piece that kicks in. And, you've done it better longer, right?
Yes.
The odd thing is, if I'm not mistaken, at one point Hancock, wasn't he thought to be the top guy?
Yeah, prospect-wise, yes, he was.
Yeah, like that. Like at one point, he was the guy.
He was their first-round pick. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
in 2020, I believe it was.
Yeah. Right. Let's see. What else we got going on? Stanley Cup is the most iconic, but I think the World Series trophy is the coolest looking trophy. Gold medal trumps them all. That's from John. Yeah, gold medal's just crazy. Masters trophy. I think you mean the green jacket. The green jacket.
Well, there is a trophy too.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. It's like the goal. It's like the clubhouse. It's a giant kind of thing. Just look it up. Masters trophy.
Okay. I should know that, but I don't. That's an Ian problem right there.
Yeah, it's like a kind of metal version of the Augusta National Clubhouse.
Somebody said, "Am I the only one that thinks the World Cup trophy is underwhelming?"
Yeah, I know. I don't think you're the only one to answer your question. It depends on.
That's not me saying that.
No, I know.
That's a texter.
I know.
I show far more respect to the World Cup. A lot of people don't show respect. I'm showing respect.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of
on the home of the World Cup.
Yeah,
93.3 KJR.
There's a lot of texts. We don't care about soccer. Yada yada yada. That's just bound to happen. Yeah. I've accepted that it's not for everyone. All right.
The Ald Mug, commonly known as America's Cup Trophy. That's the sailing thing. Yeah. That's,
really?
Yeah. Oh, now here's sarcasm at its finest, but I'm here for it all day. You're forgetting about the greatest trophy, the Vedder Cup.
Yeah.
Which, if we all know,
it's a guitar.
It's not a trophy. It's a guitar for a guy that's a Chicago Cubs fan. For the Padres and the Mariners. Correct?
Yeah.
Am I right on that?
Yeah.
God, that is the most forced thing in the history of man.
It's so bad,
The Vedder
man.
Cup.
And I get it because MLB does this whole
And it's even worse this year because Seattle got swept.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yeah.
I get it because they're trying to make something because MLB does this rivalry weekend where all the rivals play each other at the same time. And that's just, those two teams just happen to not really have any other big rivalries, or at least their rivals have bigger rivals than that. So they play each other more than anything else, right?
Yeah. No,
so,
it's
I mean,
true.
it just happens to be what it is. But
Our buddy Jeremy, the Mayor's Trophy, not that I'll ever hoist it. Well, there's no trophy for the Mayor. It's medals. We go medals.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, we go medals.
425.
You and Mikey didn't get a medal last
No, we did not. I mean, we set the pace. We didn't win, but we set
you're
the
eligible
pace.
to win. I mean, if you guys can, I don't know, play a little better.
Hey, you know what? Enough slander from myself and Mike Benton.
Hey, sir, let's be honest. It was Ben's fault, right?
Don't say it too loud. 425. I see your text about a certain talkback being left out for the third day in a row.
Oh, we got to check on that. We're doing some. There's some legalities we need to work through.
Yes, we want to make sure we can play it, but we enjoy them. Keep sending them in, even if
might rhyme with Clifford. So we want it back. We just got to work through some.
Even
legalities.
if it's just for my ears, I love it. So keep sending it in.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but the World Cup is the ugliest trophy out there. Is it? No, I don't think so. No.
I mean, again, each to their own. If it's not for you, it's not for you.
Yes.
How much of your I hate soccer is coming out with saying that the World Cup trophy is ugly? Just try and view it as a trophy in itself.
Why is soccer? This is a topic for another day.
Opening a can of worms.
Discussion for another day. Why is it that is the like? I don't. There's sports I'm not a fan of.
Sure.
But I never go and say I hate blank, right? Like why is it okay for people just to say I hate that sport?
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's some sort of American, like the rest of the world likes this, but we're better than that sort of thing. I don't know. Maybe it's the same thing with the metric system.
Hey, listen, you can joke all you want about the metric system. When I was in grade school, so this would have been, Anders, a long time ago.
Okay.
So when I was in grade school, I remember this being when I was at Our Lady of Fatima. So grade school, like probably 6th, 7th grade maybe, there was a big push in our country to go metric.
Yeah.
And the push back was even bigger. But there was a time that we were actually having to do a lot of stuff in class with the metric system.
Yeah, I mean everything in science. If you look at like
right,
everything, any medicine is in milliliters or
right,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All those things come into play. Yeah, there was a big push for that. And I mean, I remember there were some things you could do with it, like like the degrees.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit, it's Celsius, double the number and add 30, and you got kind of it right in there. That's how I cheated when I was at Our Lady of Fatima and did that.
As someone
along
who
the way.
lives with another person from another country, I get a lot of, why do you guys use this random ass system?
We can get back to that in a second because we just had the starting center on the Super Bowl champion, Seattle Seahawks.
How's it going?
Sit down, Jalen Sindell. How are you, man?
Good. You?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm very good. I appreciate you coming in here. How are OTAs treating you guys?
Been good. Yeah, we've been getting after it. It's been nice and cool for the most part. So it's good weather for O-line.
Let me go back a year ago. You were you're coming into your second year. You were playing some guard, a little bit of center, and you had a buddy next to you that was a first-round pick named Gray Zabel, and you're kind of living the dream. Could you ever fathom sharing that with him? What happened in Santa Clara?
Yeah, just beyond our wildest dreams. We played a lot of ball next to each other in college, and then it all kind of coming full circle in the big game. Super exciting, super fun. Such a special moment that we'll share forever.
Have you gone back and watched the game at all? How do you enjoy that? Like, how do you enjoy there's going to be a ring. You can look out here in the lobby. I'm sure probably somewhere else there's a Lombardi trophy and all that. How does a player a few months later just take it all in and maybe kind of put it in perspective? Do you rewatch it, or how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I watched it. I think I had a couple days go by before I watched it. But just spending time with your close friends and family is really the biggest reward, and being able to do that, knowing that you finished the job and being able to take that with you for the next couple months before the next season really starts. It was super exciting and fun to share with family and friends.
Jalen Sindell with us. I mentioned starting center of the Super Bowl team. Guards are the tackles under contract. Gray's there. We'll see. Bradford still the number one guy at the right guard. I mean, in theory, you return all 5 guys, and you return an offensive line coach in John Benton. What kind of advantage does that give you guys going into OTAs, minicamp, training camp, into the season, to have that continuity, which I always hear is the most important thing for an offensive line?
Yeah, it makes our jobs a little bit easier. Being able to have a lot of the same communication and being able to kind of get a jump start on the play, and being able to have things that we can look back on that we've done before together, and being able to recap that moment in time and being able to use that moving forward. There's a lot of little things playing next to each other that you kind of get used to, with the footing, between us and keeping that space. And there's a lot of little things that are kind of subconscious things that, you get used to playing next to a guy. So, it makes it easy to come back and have that.
Jalen Sindell with us. You have a new offensive coordinator, though. How similar is it? He comes from the same system, and there's all those things. How similar, and then how different is the new offense under Brian Fleury?
Yeah, it's been very similar. I mean, we have, different names for things, but, and they're really the same thing. Same technique, a lot of the same technique. Some things we're tweaking and trying to get better, and doing some different things, but a lot of it is the same stuff.
The great line from your coach, "We don't care," last year was used, and I was talking about this earlier, just kind of watching practice. We had Elijah Royal came in yesterday, and we talked to him. The big news in the NFL, Myles Garrett going to the Rams, right? And we got fans going, "Oh my gosh, this, and this," and I wonder what the Seahawks players are thinking. Dan Campbell, who's a Detroit head coach, who he was out there today, and he kind of was joking like, "Oh, I guess we should just hand the trophy over. No one should play," and all those types of things. When big moves like that, though, are made around league, in your division specifically, how much have you guys as an offensive line talked about the best pass rusher in the NFL coming into the division, or do you go with the Mike McDonald, "Hey, we don't care, let's just do our own thing"?
Yeah, I mean that ideology starts from the top, and it trickles down into the players. So I think the we don't care line really gives a good overview of and kind of wraps up the idea of that we're going to focus on our day-to-day process and getting better, and the outcome and whatever else other teams are doing, we could care less. It's about us getting better, and that kind of wraps that all up into one line that we don't care. You could tell us what another team is doing, we don't care. You could tell us we're going to win or lose a game, we don't care. You tell us what the score is, we don't care. We're going to just keep doing what we can do to win the moment.
That's what I mean. I've said that before. I think fans and media probably look at that stuff more than you guys are worried about what goes on inside your building, which is probably why one of the big reasons why you won a Super Bowl last season. Tell us about Mike Macdonald and what he's like. We joke about the we don't care. I remember when he came in, he sat in this little room here, the day he got hired, and they introduced him, and I was like, man, this dude is serious as the day is long. He is all about ball. He is and he's kind of what maybe this organization at the time needed in some ways too, but he came in and just a very impressive guy for us dealing with him, and we've kind of watched him open up a little bit in some of the media news conferences and so forth. What is Mike Macdonald like as a player?
Yeah, he's great. He's wicked smart, and at the same time he gets along well with the guys, and
even the offensive guys,
for sure. Yeah, for sure. No, he sets the direction of where we're going, and he does a great job of being our leader and pointing us in the right direction, and everybody is on board with it. So yeah, he does a great job.
Is it different this year, coming off a Super Bowl? Is there anything different? I know you guys, again, we don't care, but is there anything different? 1 year ago, you were a team that didn't make the playoffs. You missed by literally a whisker, a half a game. You had the same record as a tiebreaker, but you're right on the cusp. A year later, you're the Super Bowl champions. You're the hunted. You're the team everyone's looking to, although maybe people look down at LA. But how much different is it at all in terms of how Mike and you as a team approach things?
We have different faces, but it's the same. We're going to work on our process.
Yeah.
It sounds repetitive.
It is we don't care then.
It is. It sounds
like you're starting over.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, I guess. We're just going to keep getting better and working on the things that we can control day to day.
All right, before I let you go, you got Hard Knocks coming here this year. I know we don't care about that either. I'm going to ask you, though, just for our fans, who are the stars going to be? And I'm going to throw some names at you. A lot of people will say Witherspoon if they put a mic on him because he chirps a lot. I think Derek Hall talks a little bit, right? I'm going to throw one at you. He thinks he's an offensive lineman sometimes. Is A.J. Barner, can that guy be a star for Hard Knocks?
Definitely will be a star. Definitely will be a lot of screen time for him. Hopefully less screen time for the O-line.
So you guys don't want that. You want no part of that stuff, right? It's like offensive linemen like to just kind of even just get an interview with you. Appreciate you coming in here. Like you guys just want to do your thing, hang out with the five of you, and away you go. I bring up him because I know at Kraken game he was there with a bunch of you guys. Like he kind of wants to be like an offensive lineman. That's how tight ends are, right? Like kind of give me a skill guy, but I want to be an offensive lineman. But that's the guy I think that's going to be. If they put a mic on him, I think he's going to have some fun. I think he would be a star, and you're already seeing him develop as a player and become a star as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. North Dakota State, your guy Gray Zabel. I got to ask you this because my kid has just finished college football, small college offensive lineman, and there's a thing that those guys all had. This Busch Light apple. Are you a Busch Light guy like Gray? First of all, no. So you don't worry about that stuff.
No, I'm not into the Busch Light. No.
Better taste is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll take something other than Busch Light. Pretty much anything other.
My respect for you just went through the roof. Well done. So yeah, it's let those other guys, small college guys or the first round pick Zabel, let him deal with that stuff then.
Yeah, he can have all the Busch Light he wants.
I love that. Jalen, great to have you in here. Congratulations on the success. One of the better stories in this locker room. Undrafted free agent a couple 3 years ago, sitting out here probably wide-eyed. Now you're the starting center on the defending Super Bowl champions after a hell of a season, entrenched in that role as well. Great to have you in here. Thank you so much for popping in.
Yeah, thank you.
That is Jalen Sindell. We'll take a quick break. Softy will join us coming up next. Seahawks wrapping up
Jalen
OTAs.
Sundell.
Jalen Sundell.
I ever tell you about my conversation with Mama Sundell last year?
No.
Mama
No, what was
Sundell,
that?
Mama Zabel.
Really?
It was
Where this
before
at?
it was at the Ox Hall,
Mhm.
and it was before the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with the two of them.
Okay.
They had a bunch of folks from is it North Dakota, South
North
Dakota?
North Dakota. Yeah.
The entire county that they lived in was occupying the upper floor of the Ox Hall.
Nice. Okay.
Natty Light, the whole thing, right? Whatever. And
Bush Light. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
all of them were just panicking. What are we going to do if we have to buy Super Bowl tickets? If our sons win this game.
Yeah.
I'll send you a picture. What was the date on that game? Andrews, what was the date of the NFC Championship game last year?
I can tell you. in
Look
2
that up because I'm gonna search on my phone here. By the way,
So they were the whole group.
Yeah, the whole group. They were awesome.
February 6th. January 25th.
What's the question?
January 25th.
Yeah.
January 25th is the answer.
Are you listening, by the way, Andrew?
Nope.
No,
That's
he's
what I
not.
thought.
No.
Jackson Furious Felts is in this.
Is that a
video.
typical thing, by the way?
He's got Furious Felts rolls in there at this time.
Okay.
And they do their own version of crosstalk.
Right.
That's what happens.
They talk about the World Cup. They talk soccer.
Exactly.
It's
Right.
producer crosstalk.
I mean, we can't talk about it on the air.
They
so.
don't give a damn what the hell's going on.
No, you know what I think they do? I think they complain about the host they work with.
Yeah, I would
That's
too.
another part of it.
It's
Yeah.
fun. I mean, it really is an age-old tradition. I did the same thing back when I was a producer.
That's what you do.
We used to
That's what
sit
you
around and
do.
complain about New York Vinny and Kevin Wall and all those guys and
Wall-to-wall sports. There you go. Yeah.
Mike Gastineau, whatever. But yeah, they were great people to hang out with, man. Really, really fun. Very, very cool. And yeah.
I just found out.
I don't know where this story's going. I
don't either. I will tell you this.
I'd tell you that I partied with Mama Sundell and Mama Zabel before the game. That's it.
I learned this from Jalen Sundell. Unlike Gray Zabel, Jalen Sundell is not a fan of Bush Light. He's got better taste.
Ah, gotcha.
Yes. That's a Zabel.
Why don't you get him hooked up with Georgetown? Sounds like an endorsement.
Well, because the GM's already got that sponsorship out here.
Okay. All right.
That's a John Schneider exclusive.
Okay.
Is the Georgetown relationship?
He really does need to start doing some commercials, does he not?
For Georgetown, yeah.
Hey,
sure.
bro.
Hey, bro. You like a Manny's? You know what? You want to build a Super Bowl champion, brother?
I don't know what he's doing,
Have a
man.
Manny's.
He needs
Have a
to be
Manny's.
doing some commercials, man.
When I read this text, Quinn in the 253 says, I do thoroughly enjoy when Ian has to go from grab ass reading text to interviewing Jalen Sundell like instantly. Pros, as they say.
Yeah. Well, but why would you not continue the grab ass with him? I mean, he seems like a grab ass kind of guy.
He's different than Zabel.
Yeah,
He's a lot
for
different.
sure, for sure. But you can do a little grab ass with him.
He's
more
not
we
like,
did not care in him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of he's serious offense. The whole offensive line they're serious, except for Zabel. Zabel's a little bit different. I think Zabel's going to be the guy that's kind of a little more.
Abe's kind of that way too, a little bit, right?
Abe is serious. Cross is serious.
Yeah, Abe's all serious now. When Abe first showed up here, and now he's like Mr. Professional, and
to be a professional here.
coming to meetings on time and all that crap and everything, whatever. So
it was funny when I was asking Sundell about Myles Garrett. He's like, yeah, whatever. Like, just
there you go.
You know, I think I truly believe that's one of those things that these guys live in a cocoon. They don't care. Like we'll worry about that week 15. Or
no,
whatever
totally,
that is,
totally.
Right?
Yeah.
You
Now,
know,
if
we'll
you
worry
ask
about that.
Abe Lucas about Nick Bosa, you might get a little bit of a different reaction.
And actually, I was talking to the
kind of
center.
worked out though, man. He won the championship on his field. If you would have told Abe Lucas, all right, here's the deal, dude. First game of the year.
Oh yeah.
You're giving up a sack to Bosa
to lose the game.
To lose the game, but you can win the Super Bowl on his home field.
I'll take that trade.
Do you sign up?
Take that trade all day and every day.
Do you sign up for that, Abe? I think he says yes.
Because you know why? One guy has a ring on his finger, and the other guy, his team hasn't won since Jerry Rice was playing.
Well, it is funny.
So,
that is true,
yes.
by the way, 94. Anders, what year were you born, by the way?
1997.
So you have never seen the Niners win a championship in your lifetime.
I have not.
Literally.
That's actually a great thing, to be
It's
honest
like
with you,
it's
Anders.
like me and Dick with the Knicks. I mean, Ian's older than us by a long
Was
ways,
theirs-
by the way.
Long ways.
It's
long
like
ways.
me and Dick. Neither Dick or I have ever been alive for a New York Knicks championship.
94?
Ever. Yeah.
Was it 94?
winning it.
73.
Yeah.
73?
That's the last time they won it. Yeah.
They won it 2 months before I was born.
Wow.
That's how long it's been, dude.
I was in second grade.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What was the date of the NFC Championship again?
I told you January 25th.
Okay, because I'm trying to find this. Oh, here it is. I got it.
Do you have the picture? Post them. You should post it.
I'm going to send this to you right now.
Did you see the picture? Did you see the picture I posted for you on Twitter? It's only a week late. On the Lombardi
the trophies? Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
And then your conversation about what the best. That's a hell of a June, July topic, by the way.
Totally. It is. And let me check.
Here's the day.
Checking. June 4th.
Here's the day. Here's the day you should bring it out. Are you on the air the day after the All-Star game?
I hope not.
If you are, you should save it for that day.
I'm hoping there's a soccer game. I'm hoping we have a match that day.
Right.
We have a soccer game that day?
I don't know.
It's a good question, actually.
What's the day of the All-Star game?
I'm looking it up.
Check it out.
Yeah.
There might be a match. I always love it when this station goes on the air and
July
says,
14th.
It's the slowest day in sports. Tune in.
We don't do that anymore. Remember, that's no longer part of our repertoire.
Why would I tune in if it's the slowest day in
I know.
sports?
That's no longer part of our repertoire.
Nothing going
because
on.
I think because our sales staff used to sell it as that. And
Yeah,
then
right.
we went out to
You know what, Ian?
Huh?
The day after the All-Star game is the first of two semifinals that is during your show.
There you go. How about that? Yeah.
Glorious.
Mr. Lazy Pants. Hey, by the way, so
I like the picture, by the way.
check that picture. You know,
I
which
almost
one-
asked you whose mom was whose, and then I saw the one wearing 61.
I think you can figure it out. And then you see who's standing over Mama Zabel's right shoulder, by the way. There's one half of the Nicholson dorks, by the way.
I saw. That's
Yeah.
that's
Although
Colby.
that's the functional one. The dysfunctional one is not in the picture.
Both Nicholson brothers are
And then over
dysfunctional.
Mama Sundell's left shoulder. Zoom in
Got
on
Juice.
that. That's
Got our
Juice.
guy Juice.
You got that's a hell of a fivesome, man. You got Dave Softy Mahler.
How'd you get in there?
Sports
How'd
radio
you,
legend.
How the hell did you get into that little group? That's
Mama Sundell, Mama Zabel, one half of the Nicholson Bozos, and then Juice from Queen Anne Beer Hall or Oxhall.
Nice.
That's a pretty cool picture. We should sign that and sell those. Make a lot of
I'm
money.
wearing the pullover that I got the day that I met the Nicholsons when they got kicked off the golf course at Palouse Ridge.
When they got kicked off the course, which day was that?
That was at Palouse Ridge. This was like 10 years ago.
Which of the 19 times was that?
They get mad when I bring that up. They say that's not a true
Every
story.
time we bring up them on the radio show, I get a text from Austin. You know, every time I tune in, you guys are always busting my balls.
You know what? Well, how
you know
about
what?
this?
You should be happy. Happy
Don't
we're
give us
busting your
material.
balls, all right?
Don't give us material. Right? Like, just don't give us material. All right, what are you doing today? But you're without Fane, I think.
Yeah,
Didn't
no
you do the
Dick.
morning show?
No Dick
Okay.
today. We have no Dick.
All right.
Dick did the morning show with Ashley today.
Okay.
So he's out. Me and Jackson. Brett Boone is going to join us at 3:20. Talk some Mariners.
How come he's not in the alumni home run derby?
That's a good question. Probably because all of the guys that are in the home run derby either live here or work for the team.
Okay.
I
All right.
think that's the deal. They'd have to splurge and fly Booney up first class from San Diego. Probably not doing that.
He can't fly coach?
No, not at all. No, he's Brett Boone, man. Come on.
All right.
So he'll join us at 3:20. Petros Papadakis at 4 because he had to take yesterday off. And then we got hockey at 5 o'clock. Hey, Carolina or Vegas tonight? Who wins?
I think it's going to be a great game.
Shut up. You know what? Just tell us.
I would be surprised
Who
if Carolina
wins?
does. I'd be surprised if Carolina doesn't bounce back.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So take
Yeah.
Carolina. Take Carolina. Bet the house on Carolina.
Oh, my God.
You do what you want to do.
The Emmy Award-winning pregame host of the Seattle Kraken is encouraging you to gamble everything you own on Carolina.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
It's not, nobody cares anymore. It's not a big deal.
No, they don't. They don't.
I mean, do they? Do they care over there? I don't want to get you in trouble.
They care a little bit.
And it's Todd.
It's Todd. Hey, as long as I'm not betting on Indiana football if I'm a quarterback for Indiana, I think it's
how
okay.
about that guy, man? Jesus.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think that guy's got a gambling problem.
You think?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That may
I'm
be
not
why.
sure.
That may be why he went to rehab.
There
I
you
could be
go.
wrong.
Right.
I could be wrong. All right.
We'll see you.
Bye.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go. Happy Thursday. Softy, Dick Jackson, no Dick today. 5 o'clock, we got Stanley Cup Finals game number 2, Vegas and the Hurricanes. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. As cold as the Rockies.
Too ugly to be on that wall.
What do you say we start with the NBA? Oh, my God, the New York Knicks, wow, where they upset Game 1 win. They retake home court, knocking off the Spurs 105-95. Jalen Brunson had 30. Wemby had 26 on 6 for 21 last night. Game 2 tomorrow at San Antonio, 5:30. And by the way, last night, you may have noticed this, Jackson, fourth quarter, a fan ran out onto the court to take a selfie with Victor Wembanyama. He and his co-conspirator buddy have both been banned for life by the NBA after that incident last night, and the guy that ran out onto the court was arrested. What else we got? NFL news. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson, 4-year, $110 million extension with $31 million guaranteed. We told you Vegas looking for a 2-0 lead on Carolina tonight in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. We'll have that game for you right here on 93.3 KJR FM at 5. And the Mariners with a day off before they take on the Tigers for 3 starting tomorrow. Brian Wu, Bryce Miller, and Luis Castillo will go over the weekend. Remember Framber Valdez, the former Astro?
Yeah.
He's on the mound tomorrow for the Tigers.
Here we go.
And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, Softy and Dick with Jackson. No Dick today.
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
A little short show. Dick was doing the morning show with Ashley, Lola Ryan, and Travis the Ogre Moger this morning. I tuned in a bit at 6 a.m. and went back to bed. Not because the show was boring, but because I was tired, okay? So kudos to Dick for doing the Storm game last night and then rallying and turning around to host the morning show with Ashley, Lola, Ryan, and the Ogre this morning from 6 to 10. We're going to kind of shift things up a little bit here because of the short show. Brett Boone normally joins us at 5, but we have hockey at 5. So Booney will join us at 3:20 next segment and talk a little baseball. And then Petros Papadakis.
You know how Dick feels.
Normally on Wednesdays at 4, but he had something come up yesterday. I don't know what it is. We can ask him. We can bust his balls on the air about it. I'm sure he'll love that. He's normally Wednesdays at 4. He'll join us today at 4 o'clock. Talk about who knows what, by the way, with Petros at 4 p.m.
He's going to bite their genitals off and spit them into the Willamette.
And then we're going to hear a little bit from Derek Hall. Is that right, Jackson, who spoke yesterday at the VMAC after his big contract extension right before hockey at 5. So a couple things I want to get to. I want to spend some time, if we can, talking about the NBA Finals game last night. Did you ever in your life as a fan at a sporting event have a desire to run out onto the field or the court during a game and interrupt the action? Did you ever have that thought cross your mind?
No.
Okay, good. Because if it ever does cross your mind, I would say don't do it unless you plan on never attending a game in that sport for the rest of your life. That's what happened last night. This knucklehead runs out, takes a selfie with Victor Wembanyama. Did you see the photo, by the way?
I did. The video, yeah.
Right. So there's the video and the photo. So the photo, I just saw the still shot. See, first of all, this is what I would do. I would recommend this. If you're ever going to do something like that, here's how you do it. Don't take a picture. Have a video running the whole time, and then you can grab a screenshot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that still not a still from the video?
I don't know that. If it is, then it's a smart thing to do.
I think that's what it was. I watched the video.
That's the way you do it. All right. Photos, no. Screenshots, no. You just start the recorder. You start the video, you run out there, you turn it around like you're taking a selfie, and then when you get to your destination, just keep it going, and then you can go back, you can cut it up and take a screenshot later on. So if that's what the guy did, then he's not nearly as dumb as I thought he was. I don't know if this guy's a fan or not. Maybe he's just some punk. It's possible, by the way, that there's something else to this. Like, I don't know, maybe a corporate sponsor attached to it. Because you remember that little incident that was going on, and it wasn't a one-time thing where, I'm not sure if I can say this on the air or not. Can I say dildo on the air?
I don't think so, because remember we had to bleep it out for Petros.
Okay, sex toy.
Yeah.
Phallus. right?
I didn't hit the button, so hopefully we're okay.
Right. You remember during the WNBA, there was that thing going on where people were throwing sex toys on the court.
Yes.
And it turned out there was a sponsor behind it.
Right.
How shocked would you be if it turns out there was a sponsor that put this kid up to that last night?
Not shocked.
And he's not
at
even
all.
a basketball fan.
Not at all. Remember, wasn't it either this last or the previous Super Bowl where there was a streaker, but the streaker had underwear on that had a company's logo on them?
Well, I know there was a streaker in the Seahawk game in San Francisco. I don't know who the sponsor was, but that's kind of the point, right? To remember who the sponsor was.
Right.
But I would not be surprised if there's something else behind that because that was wild, dude. I mean, this guy runs out right in the middle of the court, gets to the free throw line, takes a selfie or a video selfie, whatever, with Victor Wembanyama. But the real question I've got is this. How do they make sure that this guy never enters another NBA arena? Are we doing facial recognition now?
Yeah, clearly.
Is that how we're doing it?
No.
Okay. I mean, and if we get a basketball team in Seattle and the mayor turns all the cameras off, how do you catch this guy? Right?
Even at MSG, right? Even at the same stadium in San Antonio, does every single ticket person where he's going through the turnstiles or whatever they have, does every single person have his face? I doubt it.
No, of course not. And look, I mean, here's a little bit of news for you. People's faces tend to change as they get older. Okay, so I don't know how old this kid is. He looks like maybe he's in his early to mid 20s, right? So when he's 35, 40 years old and he's growing a beard, he'll look nothing like that. I think you're telling me there's no chance that guy ever sneaks into an NBA game again.
Here's what's going to happen. The NBA is going to put it in their system where his name cannot buy an NBA ticket.
Sure, totally, of course.
Okay, cool.
Go
that
with a
doesn't
buddy.
mean he has to buy it.
That's right. Go with a buddy. Whatever. Yeah. I mean, I just wonder, and maybe there's some kind of support group because we know that there have been a number of fans that have been banned for life by the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball. Don't they need to have some kind of like, what was the movie? I think it was Fred Claus. You ever see Fred Claus? The movie Fred Claus? Vince Vaughn was in Fred Claus. Yeah. Paul Giamatti played Santa Claus, and he was Santa Claus's brother. And so he goes to this support group with like Sly Stallone's brother, Frank. Bill Clinton's brother is there. One of the Baldwin boys. And they're all talking about, this, that's terrible being the younger brother of a celebrity. So there's got to be some support group for people that have been kicked out of games for life where they can get together and they can swap stories and they can talk about how they're going to cheat the system and they're going to find their way back.
Right, because they're going to buy each other tickets for the games.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not allowed in the baseball stadium?
Right.
Okay, I got you there, but you got to get me into the NBA
That's right.
arena.
I never ran out onto the field during a game. The worst thing I ever did, maybe this will start a text conversation for 4:45 today. You know the worst thing I ever did is I stole a all-star voting ballot box from the Kingdom. And I walked out with it. I just in the last couple of months, by the way, gave it back to Randy Adamak because Randy is like the curator now at T-Mobile Park and he's building like this Mariner Hall of Fame, whatever thing. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's collecting all these items. And I've had this box, which is basically like it's like a four-sided box that just goes over like a shoebox, and it's got slits on top.
Okay,
you can reach it from the back.
Yeah, it's not the full thing. It's
It's not a gigantic box. It's like a cover, but it's a ballot all-star ballot voting box that I stole from the Kingdom. I didn't even have a driver's license, dude. I'm 14 years old. And I walked out with this thing, and either my buddy had a car, we took the bus. I'm not sure what we did. There was no Uber back then. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? I think I may have done it just for the thrill, honestly. Okay. Because you know that I've shared this before on the air. I went through a kleptomaniac phase.
Yeah, you did.
When I was 12 or 13 years old, man. I was stealing everything and anything I get my hands on. I got busted a bunch of times. I got caught at the Target in Factoria, the Pay and Pack in Eastgate. The Beat Alton Bookstore in Bellevue Square. I was a menace, man. Absolute menace to society. Okay? So I had a problem stealing things, and it was the thrill. And I decided when I was 13 or 14 years old, I'm going to rip off a ballot box. And I took it, and I've been sitting on it for almost 40 years.
14-year-old Softy needed a therapist.
And I finally gave it back to them a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago. So that's probably the worst thing I ever did at a sporting event. But speaking of baseball, Brett Boone's going to join us next segment. One of the things I want to ask Booney about, because this is now starting to kind of make the rounds a little bit. I saw where Jeff Passan brought this up the other day. People were talking on Mariners Twitter that the Mariners should make a run for Tarek Skubal of the Tigers. And look, first glance, first blush, your reaction is, well, that's not what we need. We don't need starting pitching. We need offense. We need maybe a true third baseman to move Colt Emerson to short and have JP be a DH. We need another bat, whatever. We don't need pitching. Well, I get that. I get that you're okay with your pitching staff, if not way better than okay. But can you upgrade the pitching staff you have now to a point where you think they're going to be dominant in the playoffs if they get back there, and you can get to a point now where they almost become unbeatable with a guy like a Tarek Skubal? You're talking about, simply put, upgrading your pitching staff. Logan Gilbert was on with us on Monday, said they haven't come close to an extension yet. He's got one more year left on his deal. Would the Tigers be interested in a Logan Gilbert plus prospect package for Tarek Skubal, even if it means not re-signing Tarek Skubal at the end of the year? How far do you go? Would you give up a Sloan? Would you even think about giving up an Anderson? Would you give up a Celestin for a guy like that? I will just give you one little quick stat before we get to Booney, by the way, and we'll ask Brett about this next segment, Jackson. I'm just going to go back to 2 years ago when the M's won their 90 games, so everybody got a nice little bump in their record. The Mariner record, this is their record in games this guy pitched in. Logan Gilbert, they were 15-10. Brian Wu, they were 17-13. George Kirby, they were 13-10. And Luis Castillo, they were 19-13. You know what the record was with Tarek Skubal last year for the Tigers? 21-10. You know what their record was the year before that? 21-10. They were 42-20. They won 68% of the games that this guy pitched in. You think you have a good starting staff right now? This guy is a different animal. He just is. And it would make you better to have Tarek Skubal on this team. The question is, how far do you want to go, and is he healthy? Is that elbow going to be a problem? We'll talk to Booney about that and a lot more next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Coming to you live from our Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's time for our weekly conversation with former Mariners All-Star Brett Boone. Brought to you by Venue Kings. Visit VenueKings.com for all your ticket needs. Now with Booney, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, we're back on a busy Thursday. Normally, Thursday is 5 o'clock. We got hockey tonight, Vegas, Carolina. Softy, Dick, Jackson with you until 5. Dick is out. Jackson here in the studio with us, hanging out before hockey. So we thought we can do two things. Either A, just completely give Booney the week off, or we can move him to 320. And I thought to myself, you know what, Jackson, for the amount of money that VenueKings.com is paying Brett Boone to do this radio show, and it is significant, by the way, he needs to get his ass here on the air. And so he agreed to do 320, courtesy of our friends at VenueKings.com. Can you hear me now, by the way?
I can hear you now, Softy.
Okay. How are you?
Oh, I'm super. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm ready for a big series with the Tigers this weekend. M's are 8-1. Their last 9 got smoked on Wednesday, yesterday by the Mets. But, hey, all good things must come to an end. The Mariner 8-game winning streak came to an end yesterday. But why don't we just first of all talk about the view on this baseball team from 50,000 feet, 33-30, first place. Second best run differential in the American League. What do you make of what you see after 63 games, big boy?
Well, what have I seen since a week from now? We're still sitting here a week from today, a week ago, saying, when is this team going to kick it in gear? And I've said all along, this is my team that I picked at the beginning of the season to not just win this division, but to be the class of the American League. And as of a week ago, they weren't. Well, they just rattled off. They rattled off 8 of 10,
right?
And had a really good week. Beat Arizona. By the way, Arizona's a good team. And then you take 2 out of 3 from the Mets. Mets are playing better, and actually they've got pretty sufficient pitching in their starting rotation. So it's not like, oh yeah, the Mets record. There's more to the Mets than a bad record. Seattle can attest to that. But I think this team, it's just too good on paper. It's just too good to keep going like this. And that bullpen is solid, really good. That starting rotation, obviously now you're going with the 6-man rotation.
Yeah.
You got the guys going. Julio, I mean, there was a case to be made for Julio for player of the month in May. That could have happened. But it didn't. Julio's out there. He's got 13 homers. Crawford, with all the talk about Emerson coming up and the Crawford's quietly got 10 homers.
Mm-hmm.
And his OPS, which everybody loves nowadays, is in the mid-7s. So I think Crawford's doing a really good job. Rosarena's great. He's stealing a bunch of bases. Naylor, who had the dismal start, he's getting back to respectability. Rayleigh's been a huge surprise and awesome production for him all year. I look up and down. Everybody's chipped in. Cal Raleigh, we need him to get healthy. You got Donovan. We don't really have a timetable on those two guys, but Cal had about as bad of a start as you could have coming off 60 homers, but he's going to be nothing but a boon to this offense.
Yep.
Just being in that clubhouse, Cal being behind the plate. And the Peretta kid, he's done a good job filling in while Cal's been hurt. So all in all, they're in a good spot right now. They're winning the division. I know their record, they think and I think should be much better. But you pointed to the run differential, and they are second, only behind the Yankees in all the American League. I think they're at a plus 30 now. So
amazing.
All in all, this is about as good a week you can turn to as maybe this is the week that the Mariners turned the page and started playing like they're capable of.
Well, Booney, Brett Boone with us, courtesy of Venue Kings. You're buying World Cup tickets, Mariners tickets, Seahawks tickets. Always use code SOFTY at checkout for a discount. Tickets price is starting to drop for that World Cup, by the way. So jump on the website, VenueKings.com. Check it out. You mentioned Pareda there, and I just want to kind of attack this as a two-headed monster because when Cal Raleigh and Brandon Donovan come back, the Mariners are going to have some questions they got to figure out, right? Like, what do you do with Donovan? I mean, obviously, he was your starting third baseman. He's not your starting third baseman now. That's Cole Emerson's job. That kid's not going anywhere. Unless you want to move the guy to shortstop and then make J.P. Crawford a DH, but you want his bat in there for sure. So what do you do with Donovan? And then when Cal Raleigh returns, you mentioned Pareda, who's got a 780 OPS. What do you do with Pareda? I mean, I think when Pareda was here, The idea was that when Cal Raleigh's back, Pareda goes back to the minors. He's got options. That's it. That's all. But I kind of like having Pareda on the roster. Do you carry 3 catchers?
You could carry 3 catchers, and it's all going to depend on they want him to keep developing. They don't want him just sitting there because when Cal comes back, Cal's going to catch every single day.
Right.
I mean, Cal's not one of a typical 2026 catcher where he takes 2 days off a week. Cal's in there every day. He's kind of a throwback catcher. So if they want him to continue, he's done a great job. But if they want him to continue to develop, he's going to go back to the minor leagues. As far as Donovan, it's an awesome problem to have for these Mariners. I talk about having too many healthy people all the time. Well, a lot of teams around baseball say, I wish we had that problem. We have to make decisions on having six first-class starters instead of 5. A lot of guys have 3 and are making ends meet with the other 2 spots. So I think this is a good problem to have. Having Donovan, he'll find his way in. They'll have a day where Emerson will go over to short, Crawford on depth, Donovan will get to play third. He might pop over to first base and play a little bit. Donovan can play the outfield.
Right.
It's a good problem to have. And to say, the Emerson kid, he looks like he's the real thing. He's going to be a good player. And being the age that he is, it's amazing to me every time I see a 20-year-old come up and actually hold their own at the big league level. I think back to when I was 20 and what I thought I could have done and what was realistic. I needed a couple more years to kind of figure things out. So I'm always amazed at the kids that come up that early and really kind of hold their own and look like big leaguers from the start. He seems to be one of those guys. But I think the Donovan, great problem to have. Come back, you got a real quality player that's going to kind of go from playing third every day to kind of being your super swing man.
No, totally. That's the beauty of Donovan, right, Booney, that he's got 200 starts at second, 139 in left, 52 at third, 23 at right. He's got 12 games at shortstop. I mean, this guy's played everywhere, so you're 100% right. They can find a way to use him from night to night, depending on who needs a day off, matchups, the whole thing. But, the other conversation that's kind of coming up now, man, is this 6-man rotation they're going to. And we've gone from the piggyback, which has now been scrapped. Who knows if they return to it, to a 6-man rotation, and who knows how long they'll go with that. It just means an extra day off for everybody. George Kirby got the start yesterday, got knocked around pretty good by the Mets, and now he's got to wait a week. Emerson Hancock was great on Monday. Now he's got to wait a week. Brian Wu, the same thing. So how long would you stay with this 6-man rotation? Would you stay with a 6-man rotation at all if you were the Mariners?
Well, I think we talked about this a week ago. It's like, you're not here to make people happy. I'm not here, I want, like everybody else, if I'm the skipper, I want everybody to love me. I want everybody to like me, respect me, yada, yada, yada. But bottom line is winning games. Now, the piggyback didn't like that. Castillo got upset a couple starts. The results are different than whether you like it or not. It's all about results. The piggyback, for the 2 times they did it, went pretty darn good. Now all of a sudden we're going to the 6-man rotation.
Right.
Once again, I need to be in the room. I need to know how Kirby feels about this. How does Wu feel about it? Not so much Hancock because he's kind of new to the rotation. What does Kirby think about going every 6 days? Is that comfortable for him? Because what matters is the collective. What matters is that rotation. All those guys respond very well to it. And I don't care whether they like it, they don't like it, but does it fit? Can they pitch up to their expectations and up to their ability level going with a 6-man rotation? We're about to find out. But the bottom line is winning games. As long as you win, doesn't matter who's happy, who's not happy. It's about winning games. Now, you got everybody angry and upset because they don't like the 6-man rotation. We don't like the piggyback, and you're losing every night. Well, now you got a real problem. But as long as you win games, it doesn't matter. You don't like it. I mean, I would assume if you're worth your salt, you're a starting pitcher on this Mariner staff, you want your time to come up once every 5th day.
Sure.
That's the routine. That's what you've been used to. Right now, maybe this makes you a little uncomfortable. I think if you saw the majority of that 6-man rotation start to be out of sorts and not pitch like they normally pitch, well, I think you'd see a quick change to this 6-man rotation. But right now we're going to see, and like I said, it's about winning games. As long as they keep winning games, you can kind of do whatever you want. You can put any lineup you want out there. You can do a 4-man rotation, 6-man. As long as you're winning games, that's all that matters.
Well, and that's the thing is that I think it's okay, Booney, and Brett Boone is with us, courtesy of Venue Kings. And I mean, you did a good job of describing it there that, like, you kind of want George Kirby and Logan Gilbert and Brian Wu to be pissed about this. Because if they're not, there's something wrong with them.
I do.
Right? There's something wrong with them if they're not mad. I mean, they want to get out there every freaking day as much as they can, stay on their routine. So, like that's okay. It's okay if they're pissed off about it. The question is, how do they respond to it? How do they approach it? Are they a problem in the clubhouse? Are they an issue with the front office? Do they throw temper tantrums on live TV the way Luis Castillo did the other day? And I was actually okay with that, too, because that showed me how competitive he was. But there's now a question, Booney, getting thrown around on social media. You saw where Tarek Skubal may actually end up having, I think they said there might be a rehab start for him coming this weekend with his elbow injury, and he might be ready to go in maybe a couple of weeks, which means he'll be back, a month and a half before the trade deadline. And I think everybody assumes that the Tigers are going to trade Tarek Skubal for as good and deep as the Mariners' rotation has been. Should they try and make it even better and maybe give up a George Kirby or a Logan Gilbert, who's got 1 year left with arbitration before he's a free agent, package him with some prospects, and try to just upgrade your pitching staff and bring Tarek Skubal to Seattle?
I'd love to see that. Selfishly, Seattle being my home, not literal home, but where I'm known from. Absolutely, I would love to see that. Now, does that fit into their economic plan? Who knows? Because if you're going to give it up, and by the way, all due respect to a Kirby or a Gilbert, it's going to take more than that. You're right. It's going to take a package and a lucrative one.
No doubt.
But if you're going to give up that quality that you're going to have to give up for a Skubal, you got to be ready to write that check, and that check's going to be big because Skubal's he's not looking for a decent deal. This is a guy coming off back-to-back Cy Youngs, and if he doesn't get hurt this year, who knows? Knowing him, watching how he started off, he could win another one.
Right.
So you're talking about the tip-top elite pitchers in all the game and, going into free agency. So if you're going to give some up, you got to be prepared to really open that checkbook. If that's in Seattle's purview and they think they can handle that, absolutely. Bring in Skubal. Oh, my gosh. It would almost be unfair. You add Skubal to that rotation. How dynamic! And he's such a good guy. I'm kind of a fan of his. I played golf with him a year and a half ago or so, and just talking to him for the round. I've had him on my show a few times, and he's just. I talk about Cal Raleigh always being kind of that throwback, that old school guy that he expects to be in that lineup every day. Hurt, he's playing hurt. He doesn't care. Skubal is the exact same way. How many guys, Softy, do you think in today's game with the injury that Skubal had would be getting ready to go on a rehab start right now?
Yeah, not
maybe
many.
1%.
Right,
1%,
if that. Well,
and he's that 1%.
And Booney, here's the thing about Skubal, and I threw this out before you came on. That hey, look, man. I mean, George Kirby is really really good. Tarek Skubal is in a different level. I mean, the Mariners, for example, and this is not all his fault. Since the start of 2024, the Mariners are 36-33 in games started by George Kirby. In games started by Tarek Skubal in that same span. And I happen to believe the Tigers and Mariners have kind of similar offenses as far as talent goes, right? They're both kind of there in the middle of the pack when they're both clicking, I think. I think the Mariners are better now, but they're not showing it. But anyway, the Tigers in that same span are 46-23, Booney. They're 42-10. In 2024 and 2025 with this guy on the mound. Can you imagine throwing if you gave up a Logan or a Gilbert for him? You got Bryce Miller, Brian Wu, Tarek Skubal. One of those guys goes to the bullpen to maybe join Luis Castillo with all the bullpen arms they've assembled. You would be freaking relentless with the pitching that you would be able to throw at people the rest of this year. So I think you're right. The Mariners would want to re-sign him if they could do this deal. I'm not even certain I need to re-sign him. Just having this guy on my staff the rest of the year and go get me a World Series? Hell yeah.
I mean, you talk about it, and once again, really not fair because he doesn't have the resume.
Right.
What's the word I'm looking for? I'm always looking for words. And
Yeah.
sometimes
That's why I carry a thesaurus, by the way.
But I'll tell you what,
if
there is a modern day.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson?
Yes.
That's Tarek Skubal.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
give me the ball.
Right.
Get out of my way.
Oh.
Let's go to town and let me shove. That's what Skubal does. I can't imagine having a better guy. And I know he's such a good guy, a very humble guy, by the way. When I was talking to him, I said, Scoob, we're talking about this and that and past generations and playing now. He just says, Booney, everybody, I won this Cy Young. And this was after his first Cy Young. He goes, everybody thinks that I just win Cy Youngs. He goes, check what I've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years. He goes, you talk about humble pie. He said, I've got my butt kicked.
Yeah.
He goes, but I finally figured it out a little bit and I'm having some success. He goes, but that doesn't make me forget where I came from. 3 years ago, I didn't know if I was going to be a big league. I was going to have a big league career. All of a sudden, I figured some things out. Things are clicking. He goes, but this is not, I've gone through the trials and the tribulation. He just figured it out. And you watch him pitch, and sometimes he's very animated. The last thing he is a jerk, but he's a jerk when he takes the ball. He reminds me a little bit attitude-wise of a Nathan Eovaldi, one of the nicest, humblest, good dudes. But when he takes the ball and he's got it working, he looks like a real jerk. As a hitter, I hated those guys, the Roger Clemens of the world. They take the ball and they're going to hit you in the head. Pedro wants to hit you in the head. That's his attitude. And I don't mean he goes out, but it's one of those guys you're playing behind, and today is win day. Yeah. That's a Randy Johnson, and man, that's I don't know. We might be dreaming a little bit to get him in Seattle, but he's pretty darn awesome.
How's his game, by the way? I'm looking. He's not registered for a handicap in Michigan, California, or Washington. How's his golf game?
He's all right. He's learning the game.
Okay,
let's put it that way. He's at the very beginning. He had a bunch of his buddies come out with him. And he's in the beginning stages, but you can tell he's starting to get the golf bug.
Right.
Like he's starting to take it serious, but he's at the beginning stages. That was about 1.5 years ago.
Hey, real quick, Booney, got about a minute left. Okay, before you go, Rob Manfred, commissioner, came out the other day and was asked if he's concerned about a work stoppage. He said, "Yeah, I mean, we're all concerned about that. Are you concerned about that?"
Oh, sure. I think I would if I'm putting my thumb on the scale and having to put a futures bet in, I would say there is going to be some sort of stoppage right now. I hope
during the season, or after.
I see how they came out with the first proposal to the union, and of course it was going to be heavy. Of course it was going to be a solid salary cap. A hard salary cap, which is like kryptonite to the union. You say that, but they know by putting it out there, that's how they're going to receive it. And the first, you hear the first retorts are never have a salary cap, this and that. But I think if you come out that extreme and say hard salary cap at a number that we know nobody's going to like, well, then you got a lot of room to negotiate. So 6 months from now, you can say, hey, we started here. You know? So I think it was a negotiating tactic, but I think this is, this could be a long off season, but hopefully not. We've kind of been able to avoid a work stoppage, a major one, since back in my time in 1994 was the last real big one. We had a couple brief stoppages, but a day or two that really didn't affect or move the needle. So, but this is a fight, and it's been a long time coming. I just hope they find a way and cool heads prevail.
Yeah, I'm like you. I'm just hopeful it doesn't happen during the season, or concerned that it will. All right, Booney, great stuff, man. Hey, thanks for being flexible. We really appreciate that out of you. And we'll talk.
You got it. You know what I do. I bend over backwards for you. So.
Yeah. All right, buddy. We'll talk in a week. Brett Boone with us on the radio show, courtesy of our friends at VenueKings.com. World Cup tickets. You want to go? Jump on the website VenueKings.com and use code SOFTY at checkout for a discount. Petros Papadakis, who normally is with us on Wednesdays at 4, will join us today at 4. We'll do a little fun with audio. Me and Jackson next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Fun with Audio, sponsored by Bluma Tree Experts. Trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or at bloomatree.com. Now, Fun with Audio. Here's Softy and Dick.
All right, no Dick today. Softy Dick Jackson without Dick. He's back tomorrow on the radio program. Did the morning show with Ashley, Lola Ryan, and Travis Moger, the Ogre, this morning. Jackson Felt's with us until 5 o'clock. Game 2 Stanley Cup Finals coming up from Carolina at 5 p.m. Petros will join us next segment, normally Wednesdays at 4, but he needed yesterday off for some reason, so he'll join us today at 4 o'clock. All right, a little fun with audio / hey, did you hear that? Hey, Jackson, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Last night, outside of MSG, Knick fans gathering to watch Game 1 of the NBA Finals. After the win, reporter Alex Monaco went live on the MSG network to talk to fans that were celebrating. Safe to say that things got out of control.
Bill, we got here at 33rd. Everyone's going ballistic. Bill's at the fans. Here with George the Sensei. George, you just watched your Knicks win the finals. How you feeling?
I can't wait, baby. The city's electric. I've been a Knicks fan since John Starks the dunk, baby. And I can't wait. The city's been waiting for this. It's electric tonight. Number 1 is down. 3 more to go. Let's kill this. Let's kill this.
It's up. It's up. Let's go, Knicks. Let's go, Knicks. Let's go, Knicks. Let's go, Knicks. Bill, back to you.
All right, first of all,
Does he survive a 7-game series?
that sounded like the Frank the Tank version of broadcasting. It also sounded like whoever that Alex Monaco guy was, like that wasn't him. He gave the microphone to a fan and said, here, do this interview. And the fan went bananas.
Apparently, Alex Monaco is a giant Knicks fan, and they let him just, here, you are a big honk. Well, you just...
Dude, I tell you what, man. Did you watch that game last night, by the way?
Only some of it.
Okay, well, I watched almost the entire thing, and I got to tell you, and I was talking to Dick on text about this last night, I thought Victor Wembanyama looked out of shape. In the fourth quarter of that game. I mean, he was on his ass. He was sucking wind last night, man, in the fourth quarter. So if they run him ragged and they get physical, and it's not just obviously him playing defense, it's Karl Anthony Towns boxing him out, shoving him out of the way. They were beating him up last night, and we thought that was going to happen. So, I mean, there's a big part of me that honestly wants to go on the air and say the Spurs are in pretty big trouble. I'm not there yet, but I'm thinking about it.
I think this is just a product of the Knicks having so much time off and the Spurs going 7 games against OKC. Game 1, I think, was predictably going to go like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. To think that that's going to happen the rest of... I think the Spurs are going to get right. And also, like...
I hope you're right.
Yeah. Listen, I'm rooting for him, so I want to believe.
I am too.
I just think that this thing's going to bend out the other way as the Knicks...
Well,
get longer in.
If you thought that was insufferable with that Knick fan right there, wait until they win the title.
It's going to be awesomely entertaining,
Wait
though.
until they win the title. All right. Hey, Jackson, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
All right. Why don't let's go ahead to 3, Jackson, because we just did the NBA. Today on CBS, the newly retired Russell Wilson joined Nate Burleson, our buddy, to talk about his new role on the NFL Today show this coming season.
Hey, Russ, what's up, man? How are you doing? Man, I'm so excited to be on here with you guys and excited for NFL. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a blast. You got to have a great lineman. Yep. Okay, you got to have some great coaches. No doubt. I got Bill Cowher on set. And then I got to have a great receiver.
Here we go. I was waiting to see if you was going to drop that in there.
At some point, you have this, decision to make. And I think God has blessed me with so much in the game of football.
Amen to that.
And all those years. But then you pull back and you say, okay, God, like, what do you have next?
What's next?
And I felt like I gave a lot to the game already. So now it's time to give more.
Yeah.
Excited.
All right. I got yelled at yesterday for this reaction. You want to go first?
Listen.
That way I won't be able to bring the room down with my ridiculous opinion.
See,
Russell. Blah, 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 is my reaction. Blah, blah, blah.
They have him and they have, was it Kyle Long or Chris Long, whichever Long brother is.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's fun. I think when we get into Sunday mornings between 7 to 10 a.m.
Boom.
What kind of analysis is he going to do?
Talk football. I want to hear you talk football.
But is it Russell Wilson going, You know what? That was a good pass there by Sam Darnold. He saw the man over the middle and he threw it. And I just love the way that the Seahawks are playing football. Or is it going to be like, well, you see, they pulled the cornerback because of that receiver going there. And I love the way Sam looked off the. If he does the latter, it's going to be great.
All right. This is why I wanted you to go first. Let me just give you
now
more of what I told you.
Here we go.
Blah, blah, blah. All right. Talk football. Break it down. Okay, Russ, all right, if you're a producer at CBS, get with this guy, get with his agents, coach him up, and tell him what you want, because nobody wants to hear what we just heard. Nobody. We've been hearing that for 15 years. Denver heard it. We heard it. Pittsburgh heard it. Giant fans heard it. The country doesn't need to hear it. If they do get that version of Russell Wilson, you know what he's going to get? He's going to get ripped.
Yeah.
He's going to get panned by everybody. Okay? I do think it's cool, though, by the way. This is a sidebar topic. How many guys are represented now on the national media and the national stage? Jamal Crawford, Rainier Beach, Nate Burleson, O'Day, Mitch Johnson, O'Day, Russell Wilson, ex-Seahawk. There's a lot of Seattle angles now being played up on the national stage, including the NFL and the NBA. But I am very curious, like you, how much actual analysis, hardcore analysis, Russell Wilson will provide come September. Hey, Jackson, did you happen to hear that?
Positive.
What's that, Dick?
Which one do you want, 4, 5, or 6?
Let's go 6.
You sure? Okay. Let's go with 4, but whatever.
Well, then go 4.
Okay, 4. Bears coach Ben
Why'd you ask me
Johnson
then?
held a press conference yesterday. You're like my wife. Bears head coach Ben Johnson held a press conference yesterday after Chicago's day of OTAs. One reporter had their cell phone sitting on the podium in front of Johnson as he was speaking, and the phone rang during his presser twice.
We're speaking the same language, and that's always a good starting point. Oh, my. Good.
Now that you've got a year under your belt, how does it feel? How do you feel about your position, what you're doing?
Somebody want to take their phone, so I'm not interrupted again.
Jeez.
Thanks.
That guy seems like a real gem to be around, by the way. He is a cranky SOB. It's like, dude, it's June, right? This is not the NFC Championship. There was you see the comparison to Dan Campbell. Had the same thing happen to him, and he almost answered the phone and laughed it off.
No way.
That's what that's what coaches should do. Dude, this guy, he's a really good coach. I will give you that.
Mm-hmm.
What he did for Chicago, what he did for Jared Goff in Detroit as the offensive coordinator. Remember, it was him and McDonald, and who was the third guy from the Texans? There was a third hotshot candidate from the Texans, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Remember Ben Johnson said, I'd rather stay in Detroit for one more year than go take a job?
Was it Bobby Slowick?
Yes, Bobby Slowick. I don't even know where he is anymore, by the way. But this guy's got a serious stick up his ass. He really has to relax a little bit. But I will say this, from a media's perspective, and you've been in press conferences before, there is nothing that will make me move faster than my phone ringing in a press conference.
Right.
My pants could fall off, and I could be going commando, and I would not move as fast to put my pants back on as I will to silence my phone. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Your phone rings, and you feel like the smallest person in the world at that exact moment in time, man. You are moving at lightning speed to turn that ringer off.
And that's why I don't blame Johnson's reaction the first time he's like, oh, no. That's kind of fun, right? At that point, the reporter needs to make a dart for their phone.
Maybe he was, because the phone, I think, was at the podium, by the way.
Right, it was.
Because there's no more, people aren't doing mult boxes anymore. What a mult box is the team provides a audio feed of a press conference, and everybody used to plug in their tape deck or their recording device to this box that had multiple inputs. Now people are just recording press conferences off their phones.
Yeah.
So they take the cell phones and they put them on the podium or the table right where the speaker's talking. So the guy may have been sprinting to get there.
He may have been. I didn't see any movement. Like, they have a pretty wide shot of the room in the press conference. Didn't seem like people, or even the PR guy standing next to him, grab it, but it goes off the second time. If it goes out the second time, I get Johnson saying, hey, let's get this phone out
But what
of
do you
here.
think's going to happen? I mean, the phone's ringing. It's going to go off a second time. And by the way, the guy that apparently is responsible, his name's Jay Cohen.
Okay.
He tweeted yesterday that it was him. He said, apologies all around, won't happen again.
Okay, good.
Okay?
Good.
Yeah, I disagree
That's your fault,
with
man.
you. You know what? This is not the NFC Championship. It's not the Super Bowl. It's freaking June. Calm the hell down, Ben, for God's sakes. We're going to break. Petros Papadakis coming next on 93.3 KJR FM.
and I ran down to lunch with him, and then the show started, and I barely got that done, raw dogged it by the seat of my pants, and I let down everybody in Seattle.
Yeah.
But today is not my fault. I was ready to rock and roll right on time, and I have been thwarted.
Well, there are people, I will tell you this right now, kind of, downtrodden folks that don't have much going on, that look forward to you every Wednesday at 4 o'clock. And when it's not there, it's like a big chunk of their soul got ripped apart. So.
Well, I'm a downtrodden person, and I also look forward to that time to connect with the downtrodden people. And I'd feel downtrodden, too, if my mayor had a less developed fetus face than Jalen Brunson. I'd feel a little downtrodden myself. So I can understand the situation.
Did you say?
I can totally. I mean, I'm also upset, and I'm not a happy person either. So we're all in the same boat there.
Did you say
happy freaking May?
Less developed fetus?
I mean,
face?
June.
What did you say?
Well, doesn't he kind of have a fetus face?
Who, Jalen Brunson?
And the mayor, the girl, she looks underdeveloped. And you know who else looks underdeveloped?
Who?
Don't you remember 2001 with the fetus face?
Yes, the movie. Yes. Dude,
now, you know who else has a bit of a fetus face?
Who's that?
Devin Booker.
She looks like she walked into one of those fun houses with all the different mirrors. Okay.
Yeah, fetus face. Because your head's all big, but your face is kind of small, like a fetus.
Okay, I get it. Oh, God.
Don't you remember, like, back when Eminem was a good rapper, like right when he started?
Yeah.
He had a line that said, "The night is but a fetus with no hands or feet to complete us."
Oh, God. From now on, I just can't unsee that. Every time I see her face, I can't unsee that, dude. Well, Petros is with us. Did you watch the fans last night run out and the guy ran out and took a selfie with Wembanyama in the fourth quarter? Did you see that?
I'm aware of the story. Yeah.
Okay. It's funny.
I mean,
it's fun.
people dare these people to do things, and then they do them, and then they get a lifetime ban and whatever. And then who really cares? Like, it's a weird moment, and that's fine. Didn't Jalen Brunson get butthurt at the end of the game about some kind of vulgar gesture towards him about flopping from a couple fans?
Right.
And, I saw that story while I was watching Stars Encore.
Okay.
The movie channel.
Right.
And the old Running Man was on, 1987.
With Schwarzenegger, right? The original one, right.
Yeah, and I think Maria Conchita Alonso.
Yeah.
And in that show, that movie, the contestants, the athletes, they're being treated terribly. I mean, a guy is burned to death. A guy is, cut with a chainsaw. There's electrocution. Terrible things happen. I think Jesse Ventura is killed.
Right.
I mean, it's bad. And I'm just thinking, like, wow, today's NBA is so weirdly soft. Like, imagine if those guys were in the Running Man in 1987.
Is that with Richard? Is that with Richard Dawson? Is that right? Is he in that? Who's the?
Yeah, he was awesome.
The game show host. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm thinking about Jalen Brunson now that you brought that up, and the guy plays in New York City. I guarantee you, he's heard some terrible things from his own fan base. And now this guy throws a fit after they win game one? Come on, man.
I don't know. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't know. I don't know what New York is like. I haven't been into Madison Square Garden in my life. The last time I was in New York City, Carson Palmer won the Heisman Trophy, I think.
Yeah.
2002. So it's been a while. And, that was 1 year after 9/11, for God's sake. So I don't know. I just know that I think I've said this on your show, they're going to be as annoying, if not more annoying, than the Boston Red Sox people when they won and everybody regretted rooting for their streak to end, and the Cubs people when they won and everybody rooted for their streak to end. And then after the streak ended and they had their celebrations and ESPN had their way with everybody for 24 hours, a day for a couple weeks, then you regretted rooting for them in the first place. And I think that I predict that exact same thing is going to play itself out here if the Spurs can't get it together.
Well, first of all, you're exactly right. We played this clip in Fun with Audio last segment.
Do I sound all right?
Yeah,
do I sound okay?
No, you sound worse than you normally do, to be honest with you, if I'm being...
Well, I'm very upset about this. Like, I can't tell you.
I can lie to you.
My whole day.
Well, you're a man of high standards.
I am.
That's why we do Comrex. I don't know what's going on. Blame the engineers here. We're doing World Cup games, all kinds of weird stuff.
I don't want to blame Jackson. We're trying to do it in the moment.
No, I'm not saying Jackson. I said it, and he's not an engineer. He's a producer.
He's a production engineer.
No, he's a producer. He's a board operator. He's an on-air host.
I don't know how any of this works.
Pre-game, halftime, post-game. This is way above his head. He's got no idea.
Well, that hurts us.
Yeah, it really
hurts us.
But I told him, we played a clip last segment of a New York media guy interviewing some Knicks fans. Have you heard this clip from outside Madison Square Garden last night with this Alex Monaco guy of the MSG Network? I got to play this for you.
No.
You think Knicks fans are annoying now? Wait until they win the freaking title. Check this out.
No, we got here at 33. Everyone's going ballistic. Belgian defense. Here with George the Sensei. George, you just watched your Knicks win the finals. How you feeling?
I can't wait, man. The city's electric. I've been a Knicks fan since John Stark the Dunk, baby. And I can't wait. The city's been waiting for this. It's electric tonight.
If you heard that clip, you would have thought they won the title. That's game one. That's one win. Can you imagine if these knuckleheads win the championship? And then you're exactly right. ESPN is going to be all over them for months.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith, you think he's insufferable now?
Who was on crack?
Wait until the Knicks win the title, Petros.
Yeah, and every single big major media corporation is based and has a big base in New York.
That's right.
Like it's going to be insufferable. And Knicks fans, to me, they all and they're all like the same as the Yankee fans, and those people all show up at Dodger Stadium. And the Met fans are exactly the same to me. I mean, I'm sure there's nuances on the East Coast between the Knicks and the Jets and the Mets and the Giants and all that crap. But out here, they all just seem like mailbox heads to me. Just people with big, stupid mailbox heads. And the flag is up now because they're so excited.
Yeah.
And, remember how excited they got in the World Series against the Dodgers? That one fat guy tried to rip Mookie Betts' arm off. Remember?
I do remember that. Yeah, this is going to be out of control. I'm rooting for the Spurs for a lot of reasons, and that's one of them. Well, Petros is with us. Hey, are people excited in L.A. about Myles Garrett and the prospect of maybe him convincing Aaron Donald to come out of retirement? How about that, huh?
Yeah, it was a big story. I mean, a national story. I don't know if there's like a Ram fan base that went wild here in town at hearing the news. Maybe a generation later that happens and it's a different story. But it was a huge national story and obviously something we had to cover in the moment and get like an NFL expert on. And we actually did a good job. We got Rob Havenstein on from the Rams, who just retired. And he was a guy who's tried to block Myles Garrett in the past. So he was able to give us that sort of perspective on how good this guy really is. And apparently, without Deacon Jones being alive, and if Reggie White never said those things that people thought were racist back then, and now it just would be funny, then maybe Myles Garrett wouldn't be the best. Remember Reggie White said Koreans could turn a calculator into a car or TV?
Yeah, it was the Wisconsin State Assembly. Tracy Morgan did a big bit on it. Yeah.
Latinos could fit 40 people in an apartment. Whites are good at business, and blacks are good at spirituality and music and dancing.
Did you ever hear?
He didn't say.
Did you hear the Tracy Morgan bit? Did you hear what he did?
No, I didn't.
Dude, you got to find it. It is so freaking funny. It's hilarious. Do yourself a favor and search Tracy Morgan doing his Reggie White bit on SNL. It's like 20 years ago, whatever, if not longer. And it's freaking awesome. It is so damn funny.
Well, God rest the soul of the Reverend, of course, Reggie White. But I guess Myles Garrett in modern times is the greatest pass rusher in history.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if that's the case, and the Rams, I mean, that's what they say, right? And if the Rams are that close, is this a guy that puts them over the top? Maybe it does. I mean, it's a great celebration to have in the summer, but in this case, the Rams are pretty good at delivering results all season long. So it's a big move and I guess it's interesting. We had one NFL expert on who talked about how there never used to be blockbuster trades in the NFL, and how he was from Minnesota, and there was that Herschel Walker trade, and then nothing happened for, like 30 years. And now we have, big trades, I mean, that receiver got traded, A.J. Brown, on the same day, and it was like an afterthought.
Yeah.
That would be big news, 24-hour NFL news, if it happened on a different day. So, people were excited, but I don't think the excitement in town really matched the national NFL.
Yeah.
Pete Schrager has a giant face on TV excitement.
Well, nothing in L.A. matches anything for excitement because nobody cares.
No, well, we have angry Mexican fans here. I mean, did you see the friendly at the Rose Bowl?
No, what happened?
Between Mexico and Australia?
No.
I mean, there were fights. They were like crazy fights. It was like riot level fighting, almost at the friendly. And we got the World Cup starting here in a week. So, but Mexico's not here. U.S. is here. Paraguay is here. The Swiss are here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One of your favorite countries, Iran, is in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And, Iran is like little Los Angeles, they call Tehrangeles because of all the Iranians that we've had for, ever since the mullahs took over.
I didn't know that. Hey, by the way, how excited are you for Russell Wilson's retirement to join CBS?
Hey, Seattle.
I don't know. Was that big news in Seattle? Did anybody care?
We talked about it. We aired the video that he made, his cheesy video that he had professionally produced, right?
Yeah, I mean, I told you that this guy was a cheeseball idiot, and when he was still your quarterback.
Okay, why the idiot part though? Cheeseball's fair, but why the idiot?
He's an idiot because he's just tone deaf. He doesn't understand how he comes off. It seems
Welcome to my happy place.
Exactly. But I told you this a long time ago, and because he was your quarterback, you were like, oh.
That's not true at all.
He laughed.
That's not true.
That's exactly how you were.
Jackson, can you jump on?
That's how you was.
I can confirm.
You're full of crap.
Yeah,
you're full of it. Wait till Dick gets back. All right?
That's how you said. I said, this guy's a cheese ball. This guy sucks. And you'd be like, oh. That's exactly how it happened. That's how it was.
That's our guy. You shut up. You shut your mouth.
Jackson must be playing a replay. He must be playing a replay. He found that. He's a good sound guy. That was you. And now you're like, look at Russell Wilson. He's all fat and he sucks and only the Jets want him and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I remember when you used to worship at that guy's altar. I remember.
None of that is true, but that's fine.
I'll never forget the way you used to wash that guy up. That guy's a dork.
When you're on Easter weekend, your wife is over here braiding your hair.
Hey, I don't want Ciara's music being played at the stretch lines. I'm Russell Wilson.
All right, man. We gotta go. Hey, fix your freaking connection.
I'm sorry. I typed. I was so proud of myself for typing in the address and having it work. You can't imagine the blow it was to me today.
Yeah, I get it. Well, there's somebody's going to pay like hell back here. I can promise you that. All right.
No, you guys don't care. You guys are just going to get on to the next thing and take some calls about the Sounders. And you and Jackson will be like, God, that. You guys could be like, God, that Petros is an idiot. Gosh.
I
know how
what a fool.
He's going to bite their genitals off and spit them into the Willamette.
All right, man. We got to go. I'll see you later.
Why? What do you have to do?
We got to take a commercial break, number one.
Yeah, you got nothing.
We don't have anything. You're right. We got nothing. I got nothing. We're going to play fart noises between now and 5. when the hockey game comes on. That's all we got planned. We got nothing. Oh. All right, Petros, you're the man. Great stuff, and we'll talk in a week, pal. I love you.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, bye. Petros Papadakis with us. All right. We do have testimonials, and we do have a little Derek Hall. We got stuff coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Jackson, do me a favor. I don't normally do this because I kind of feel like a D-bag when I do it, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's just you and me. This is between us.
Okay.
Go back and look at the tweet that I sent out 4 hours ago.
Very douchey thing to ask.
I know. That's exactly my point.
Can you go look at my tweet?
Hey, did you see my tweet? No. 12:22 p.m. Two tweets ago. You see the picture? What's the picture of?
It's of not Lumen Field.
Right. So it just says Field. So I wrote, are you excited for the FIFA World Cup at Field? Do you think Field is ready? I'm curious what the international media will think of Field once they're inside. Nobody got the joke. Look at like the first 5 responses. They're all like, the stadium's going to be fine. It's the environment. I was like, dude, that's not my point. My point is, look at that. It just says Field. Why not just block out the whole thing? If you're blocking out Lumen, why not just block out the entire freaking thing?
I would imagine they're in the process of doing that. You're not just going to leave Field. Because you know what they're calling it? They're calling it Seattle Stadium.
Right.
And actually, because, and for those who don't know, we here at iHeartRadio are having World Cup games. We're going to have 44-plus games on 950 AM and on 93.3 FM.
Right.
And we have to call it. I would instruct.
What do you mean?
Have to call it Seattle
that?
Stadium.
Who said that?
Well, this is the official FIFA, one of the official FIFA broadcasts. We have to call it Seattle Stadium.
I'm not doing that.
And like you don't have to. I have to because I'm on an actual broadcast. So when games are in Dallas, I can't call it AT&T Stadium. I have to call it Dallas Stadium.
Wow. Well, I don't know. Unless they're going to replace it with something else, why not? If it's going to be Seattle Stadium, then just block the whole thing out, Lumen and Field, and then put Seattle Stadium.
I think they're
why
in the process.
Did they block out Lumen but keep the Field?
They're in the process.
Anyway, whatever. I thought it was funny, but I don't know, man. Like most of the stuff I do, it just flies right over people's heads or below people's heads. Anyway, Derek Hall, brand new contract with the Seahawks. Couple of minutes from him from yesterday's OTA. Is that correct? Let's hear from the newly minted, newly wealthy linebacker of your Seattle Seahawks.
What was the process like? How long had that been in the works for?
Probably about 3 weeks. So I think it went pretty quick. I think that was something that they wanted to get done pretty quick, obviously, and also on my side, obviously we wanted to get something done. So, man, we love it here. I'm happy to be here, and I'm so glad that we got the deal done.
Why did you do it now instead of wait till next spring? You knew what the market was.
Yeah, man. This place is really special to me, and for me, man, I really love the game of football. Obviously, the money enhances, our job and what we do. But, man, it's really about the love of the game. And then, knowing what I'm getting myself into when I come to work every day. Obviously, this is a pristine organization, man. John, Mike and all those guys, man, they do a great job of letting us be ourselves, truly come out and compete. And I know we're going to win a lot of games and a lot of championships here. So, I'm willing to sacrifice whatever everybody else thought I would be willing to make, to be able to be here and be with this team.
So in that way, is culture more important than money?
For sure. In my personal opinion, speaking for me, I feel like that's huge for me. And again, man, knowing I'm getting myself into, not having to worry about learning a new team, a new staff, new everything. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad we got it done.
What does that kind of mean to you to kind of know that you can, give it out, to dish it around, take some of it back, and kind of have that respect to let it go?
Yeah, man, I think it's huge. Again, just magnifying and being myself, and I think the guys are receptive to that. They know when I come in the building, I'm gonna be loud. I'm gonna talk my junk. They gonna talk back. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna shadow box 100 times a day. I may win 1, I may win 50, but the conversation and talking crap still gonna be the same. So I think it's pretty cool, man. Just the camaraderie and love that we have for one another is special. And then, like I said, man, just signing that extension and walking in the meeting and walking in the locker room, it was so special. Everybody's so happy for me, and obviously vice versa for me to be able to stay here and continue to play with these guys is very special to me.
Do you have something truck related or fishing related on your shopping list now?
Nah, I think I got enough trucks to go around. I mean, if you see me, I'm always in something different. So I got enough trucks. I bought a boat a couple years ago, still fairly new. I rarely use it from time to time, but I'm older. I'm a little bit wiser, so. I bought some property this past off season. Well, I guess this off season back home, and now the extension is in, starting to do house plans, and want to do a family compound, so that's my next step.
Well, he says he could have made maybe more money if he would have waited until free agency, and he's potentially right. He's also potentially wrong, right? I mean, the Seahawks just gave him $14 million a year and $21 million guaranteed for a guy that had 2 sacks last season. Now, he was good the year before that, and last year he was banged up, and he got suspended the game for stepping on the guy from the Rams' leg or whatever it was. But my only thing with Derek Hall is that last year he was 15th in snaps on defense. That number's got to come up if he's making that kind of money. And it will come up. I mean, he's obviously going to be a big factor in their plans, right? Or you're not committing the dollars there. I mean, duh, right? You know, Maffei's gone, Fowler's older, DeMarcus Lawrence is getting older. I mean, you could even potentially see a deal where out of all your main group of pass rushers on this football team right now, that Derek Hall might be the only guy there in a couple years from now, that all these other dudes are just too old and they'll eventually just not be here. So I love it. I think it's great. It's going to be interesting, Jackson, to see how he does compared to Boye Mafe in Cincinnati and if the Hawks chose the right guy.
I think that's one of the players that everybody is going to look at is Mafe, because look at Maffei's numbers before that $20 million per year deal with the Bengals, which is insane. And if Hall puts together even close to those pre-Cincy contract numbers from then we're going to look at this as an absolute steal. Yeah. And I think it will be, because at the end of the day, a $14 million per year for a guy who, I mean, listen, we can only look at what he did last year and the 2 sacks and the whatever, like, it was a small number. The previous year, he was great. Right. So you average that out and say, okay, if you're going to get 5 sacks a year, a $14 million player, that's actually kind of a steal in the modern day NFL contract numbers.
Yeah, I just think, again, Maffei's a little more established than he is just because of the extra year, and he had, 17 sacks over 3 seasons. I know it's not all about sacks and pressures and things like that, but I mean, I guess this is just one of those deals where you hate to do this in sports talk radio, but if John Schneider believes that he's better off spending that kind of money on Derek Hall versus Boye Mafe, then I trust him, right? I mean, honestly, I mean, he's the one that talks to his coaches. He's the one that obviously sees the fit inside the locker room. And if he believes the money is better spent on him than Boye Mafe, then go for it. I mean, John Schneider right now is on a run that he really can do no wrong. I mean, every move he's made in the last couple of years, especially the ones at the deadline, has been unbelievable. I mean, this guy is on a freaking grand slam home run right now. He could convince us that, waking up and, putting your pants on your head is a fashion statement and people would go along with it. So I absolutely trust the guy. I am, again, just kind of curious to see how much more they can get out of Derek Hall versus what they got last year and even what they got in the year before, now going into year number 4. And by the way, speaking of money, we talked to Boone about this Tarek Skubal thing, by the way. There's a report out that he might be doing a rehab assignment this weekend, and he might be ready to go by the middle of the month, which is insane for a guy coming off of an elbow procedure. Not Tommy John, obviously, but an elbow procedure, clean some stuff up, whatever. And I'm just thinking to myself, hey, I know that people in Seattle, nobody's really thinking about going out and getting pitching. When you've got a rotation that is so deep that you're now being forced to go to a 6-man rotation, it seems absurd to go out and get a starting pitcher. Well, what if you can upgrade what is already a very, very, very good staff and make it almost elite? What if you could upgrade a very good pitcher in George Kirby, a very good pitcher in Logan Gilbert, and make that guy all of a sudden one of the top 2 or 3 in the game? If that opportunity comes along, would you not at least look at it? Of course you'd look at it. Yes. Of course you would investigate it. The question is, how far would you go to make it happen? And I threw the stat out there that Tarek Skubal, the Tigers, since the start of 2024, are 46-23 in games that he started. All right, so George Kirby is 36-33. It's the same number of games, by the way. It's amazing because both guys have been banged up a little bit, so they've both started 69 games.
69.
Yeah, since the start of 2024. But this guy goes out there and he wins 68% of his games. That's a 109-win pace for a baseball team. That's how good this guy is. So if you can upgrade him and you have to get rid of a George Kirby or a Logan Gilbert to do it and throw in some prospects, and you've got him for the rest of this year on this roster to help you win a World Series, if not just make the World Series, I think I would do it. I would only give up a big-time prospect if I was guaranteed of re-signing him. but I would trade a top prospect, one of my top guys. I'm not sure if I'd give up Ryan Sloan or Kate Anderson, but I would give up one of my top guys, a Farmello or a Celestin.
Felix, yeah.
And then just upgrade, just swap them out with Logan Gilbert and George Kirby. I'd do that in a heartbeat for the rest of the year.
There's levels to this. First off, by the way, Comerica Park, a hitter-friendly park now. So he's had those numbers in a hitter-friendly home park. I would say this.
No, Comerica's a pitcher's park.
Comerica's now a hitter's park.
Are you sure about that?
They changed the outfield dimensions of it.
All right.
So
I've always thought of Comerica as a pitcher's park, but whatever.
They moved center field way in a couple of years back. Anyway, regardless, there's levels to what the Mariners should do and what the Mariners will do, obviously.
Right.
What they should do, Softy, is, would you say that the American League is weak this year?
Yes.
It is. So what the Mariners should do is they should use their championship window and go for it. Trade, go get your bat, go get Scooble, make the deals, because all of these prospects you can, as you always say accurately so, bring in more prospects.
Get more.
That's going to happen. You got Anderson last year, you can get another one this year.
Well,
so you add that, just go get the pitchers, go get the bats to go win the damn American League that you've never won before. Will they do any of that?
No,
Hell no.
No, they won't. They won't, because they won't give up those guys unless they can re-sign him, and they won't re-sign him because he's going to make $45 million a year. But I would do it. I would absolutely do it. And to your point about the prospects, which I've made obviously before, you guys know how I feel about prospects. If there's anybody we should trust to replenish the bucket, it's Jerry DiPoto. Right? I mean, every single year, this guy is finding more and more and more prospects. Now, you might fall in love with a guy and say, hey, look, this is a generational talent in Kate Anderson or a generational talent in Ryan Sloan, and that's fair. That's fine. And if you don't think this is the year to do it, then maybe it's not the year to do it. But I will say this. Whatever the market is going to bear is what the price is going to be. And the sooner they move him, I believe the more they're going to get. I don't think they're going to wait until July 31st to trade Tarek Skubal. If he comes back in the middle of June and puts together a couple of 2-3 starts before the 1st of July, he might be out the door with 3 or 4 weeks to go before the deadline. We're going to break, wrap it up with testimonials before Panthers and Panthers. I would say Panthers. Hurricanes and Knights. Game 2, Stanley Cup Final at 5 right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
coming to you live from the Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio KJR. This is Textimonials. Take it away, Dave Softy Muller and Dick Fane.
We got hockey at 5 o'clock. Carolina, Vegas, Game 2, Stanley Cup Finals coming up from Carolina at 5 p.m. Brett Boone, normally at 5 o'clock, was with us at 3:20. You missed it. Check out the podcast page, 93.3 KJR.com. No Dick today. Softy Jackson with you until 5 before hockey. Let's jump into it, baby. Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. Little testimonials. What do you got?
I would be pissed about the phone ringing, too. People just do not give a crap about anyone else anymore.
Well, I think it was an accident, number one. Number two, I think the reporter feels terrible about it. Number three, I think 99% of reporters will make sure their phones are off, and sometimes you forget. Number four, I think, or am I in three? Is it 4 or 5? Number four, I think Ben Johnson has a gigantic stick up his ass. And number five, he also, by the way, has no interest in any kind of relationship with the media whatsoever. At all.
Was it my forgetting about something that happened before the phone ringing?
His press conferences are all the same. He's very short. He's a cold as ice kind of guy.
I don't remember.
Doesn't have a great personality. I mean, it's just the way he is, right? I mean, he's not very friendly. Doesn't come across as very jovial.
It's just the first ring where he's like, "Oh no, that is kind of fun." Yeah. The second ring is where he gets, "Hey, come on, take this away."
But
I get that.
Okay, but it was like seconds later.
It was
like give the guy a chance to get up there, or how about you just take the phone and toss it to a PR guy and you're done with it, man? I mean, if the phone rings once, the odds are it's going to ring again unless you turn it off. Does that make sense?
Maybe Ben Johnson should just grab the phone, and it's so easy to mute phones now, like especially iPhones.
Right. How about just answer the call? Have some fun with it.
That'd be funny.
Answer the phone,
That'd
man.
be funny.
Answer the damn call. This is Ben. What's up? Okay. All right, what's next?
There was a jackass who ran on the field after yesterday's Mariners game was over, too.
Wow.
People just don't care about getting banned.
They really don't, or they're just that hammered. My favorite streaker memory is the last game ever played at the Kingdom in '99. The Mariners played the Rangers before they went on the road and then came back home to play San Diego at Safeco Field, and some guy jumped out of the left field section. I believe I have this right. He was wearing nothing but a pair of shoes and a sock.
Oh, boy.
And the sock was not on his foot.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and that's all he had on. That was a fun day. That was a really fun game, man. Edgar got tossed out. Griffey hit a bomb to the upper deck in right field. Guy jumps out of the stands wearing a sock on his pickle.
Okay.
Man, that was fun.
So the guy who ran onto the court during game one last night.
Yes.
So then we now know that he posts the video.
Right.
So did he just spend a couple hours in prison or whatever, or the holding cell? Like I want to know the exact process over what happens after the hours. Like give me 6 hours after he runs on the court. What does those 6 hours look like?
That there's a holding cell in the arena.
Yeah.
Because I went into the one at the Kingdom, by the way, when I was a kid during a Raider game. My brother reminded me of that, by the way, that I got busted for throwing peanuts at Tom Flores and got called out by the fans in front of me. And Kingdom security took me and grabbed me into the holding tank at the Kingdom. So most stadiums, arenas have a space like that for people. I guess he's a juvenile, number one. Number two, what I would do if I were the police, and I don't know if they have this kind of authority or not, is I would say, hey, before you leave this arena, you're wiping that from your phone and your cloud. You're not using any of that stuff. You're not taking advantage of it. You're not making money off it. That's got to go right now.
Because my point is this, is if he just has to spend a few hours in that holding cell and then he's good to go and banned from arenas, that doesn't seem like a very harsh punishment at all.
I think he's going to get charged with something. What that is, I don't know. But I don't even know if the cops or the authorities at the time had the ability to make him delete his phone. I have no idea. But, yeah, if he's not a basketball fan, he was hired by Buffalo Wild Wings to do this, who, by the way, now have offered on Twitter to bring him to their store so they can feed him and wine him and dine him and he can watch the games there. We said that there's going to be some corporate angle on this thing, and boom, it took Buffalo Wild Wings like an hour to figure it out. All right, what's next?
An all-star ballot box?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Softy, what if Randy Adamek stole your bird bath?
Ooh, I don't think Randy Adamek stole my bird bath, but you ever had like your car stolen, your car broken into before, by the way, Jackson? Yeah. So I've had my car stolen and broken into before. I guarantee you nobody listening has ever had their bird bath stolen from their front yard. Like, who the hell steals a bird bath? Some homeless guy that wants to send his mom a gift on Mother's Day?
Was it cement?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
It's a big blue cement, pottery type. It's a bird bath.
See, again,
they took the whole thing.
Just like I want to see exactly what happens. Like, do you pull up with a pickup truck, you back it into your front yard, use like slings to get it into the trunk?
That's the thing is we had security cameras and it didn't pick up squat, but I'm walking the dog the next day. I'm like, where the hell did the bird bath go? And it's gone. Somebody took it. So whoever stole my bird bath out there, hope you can sleep at night, you bastard. Unbelievable. All right, we'll get out of here. We got hockey game 2, Stanley Cup Finals coming up. Carolina and Vegas. The Knights looking for the 2-0 lead on the Hurricanes. Johnny Forsland, Eddie Olczyk, our guys on the call for national radio with Westwood One. Stanley Cup Finals continues next on 93.3 KJR.